Hey everybody, I'm just focused on the code for a second, but I see everyone. Laughing Panda, Demeter, Gaming Sage, Abe, how you doing? Gaming Sage, object-oriented programming is an abstraction, an unnecessary abstraction over code. You don't need to break everything down to little Lego blocks. You're not a child. If you want to do object-oriented programming, make sure you have a box of crayons next to you and an orange juice and a note from your mommy. Object-oriented programming is essentially just a way to encapsulate a bunch of objects that you can define in a very simple, straightforward manner. It also aligns better with your hardware architecture when you don't treat everything as interlocked objects or interlinked objects. It's just a mechanism that people have created in order to kind of conceptualize something that doesn't need to be conceptualized that way. It's you don't always have to take a concept and create it in code, especially when your hardware doesn't care about objects. Think about what your hardware does. Your hardware doesn't treat objects as objects in code. Your binary data does not get treated like an object. So people need to stop doing that. And I'm not saying, like, I'm not gaming, I'm just giving my opinion. I'm not saying anything about you personally. Just so you know, I'm just telling you what I think about it. It's dumb. Don't do it. Avoid it. It's a distraction. It's a trap. I'm Admiral Akbar. Except I need a baby diaper code, but is it actually bogging down the code in some way? Yes. Yeah, it literally is. Think about what you're having. Think about what you're doing to your hardware. Now your CPU. Let's just take the CPU. Let's not even go into the GPU. Object-oriented is terrible for a GPU. But just for your CPU, what do you think a CPU has to do when it has to determine when two or more pieces of data are interconnected? Now what you're doing is you're creating objects and you're spreading them around the hardware, around the CPU. Instead of the CPU being able to dictate where all that data should live and aligning it so that everything is right next to each other, it has to go reach out to various places in order to gather that data. That's just one of many different reasons why object-oriented programming is a terrible, terrible design decision, and it has an actual performance hit. Your CPU does not operate this way. It is an abstraction. You're making it harder for your CPU to execute what needs to be executed. What's up, D-Dever? Good to see you, man. Steelman. To make it easy for a human to understand, think about we get further away from how a PC does and cause a tank in performance. By making it easy for a human to understand and think about, we get further away from how a PC does and cause a tank in performance. Close gamer, not quite. I don't think it's actually making it easier for a human to understand. I think what's easier for a human to understand is how your hardware works. It's really not that hard. I wouldn't say that that's the argument, because that's subjective as well, right? So there's no objective metric by that, but I suppose that's part of the argument. However, in any case, it's not exactly quite spot on, but you're close. Some people look at object-oriented programming and think it's easier to understand, but my argument is that it's not necessary. If you want to have humans understand something, just have them understand how hardware operates, how your code executes on your hardware. That's also not hard. That's at the very least not any harder than object-oriented programming, because you don't have to go into the intricacies of it. You just have to understand some basic concepts. That then allows a human to understand and think about their code easily. So the premise is flawed. And the reason why the premise is flawed is because you're making a bunch of presuppositions. Your code is difficult to think about when you're operating at a hardware level, or when you're considering the hardware rather, and that you need some help in order to abstract away the concepts so that it's easier for you to work with. These are all flawed premises right from the start. It's not necessary. It's not that hard. Just some basic concepts that are easily searchable out there will help you to refine your understanding of what your hardware does, how code operates on it, and when you have that in hand, then it's really not difficult to write the most basic code. I want you to consider the two oppositions, right? You have a bunch of objects over here, and they all interrelate with each other somehow, and then you just have a bunch of flat arrays. It's just flat arrays, just a whole bunch of them. Which do you think of the two? Which do you think is easier to conceptualize and work with? Right, so just the entire premise of it is flawed. Hey, what's up, Max? Good to see you, man. Yeah, flat arrays. That's right. And I know it sounds, you start thinking, well, hang on, how would you do X, Y, or Z? Have you ever tried? And flat arrays aren't like, you don't have to do flat arrays for everything under the sun. There are concepts that you can use even with flat arrays that are super easy to understand. So, yeah. Hank. You can absolutely call information from an array. Yeah, you can do all kinds of stuff. And ultimately, if you can do that, then there really is no problem. Exactly. When you look at what a CPU does, it treats large portions, vast swaths of your data as flat arrays. That's ultimately what happens. So just make your CPU's life easier, right? And just go with that. And it's hard, and it's easier to reason about. Sorry guys, I'm a bit locked in here. I'm just trying to do a quick refactor. I've got two problems here. I need to create a pool of these, but I don't want to do it. I don't want to do max pool size either. What if I just did? Can't do that either. Okay, I've got an idea. I do pool size. If I do that, that's gonna max out at either two. But if I pass in, like that, then I set the max size. When I go and insert, I need to use 16 here. And probably a 16, yeah. So when I go and insert it, then it's only going to ever max out to that. It could max out to less. And number of free that way. My free indices matches the max size. I decrease from it. I take from it. I increase it. And what I need to do is confirm that when I increase, it never exceeds. So you could do it this way. You could go this one. So if I'm going to increase it, I never want to exceed max size, right? E16. Because it worked. Otherwise, no, just return it. Yeah. This would be void. This would be void. Insert get. All right. Okay, so I have my caveman pool. I need to go back over to my server. No, I have to go back over here. I need to go. Caveman pool, server, game, players. No, maybe we just go like pool, server, game, players. Do that, and then we have to max size is already in there. We have to initialize it down here. All right, so let's go down to the initialization. And we go. I want to prefix these with because that is what this is. This is caveman style. In the pool and the max size. I need to reference this, and the max size could be like Mexicans. It could be 100. Now, is this available here? It should be. So we want to reference this. We're going to go and reach into that's the starting point anyway, so we'd go insert with a pointer to something. Implemented this incorrectly. Yeah, gaming. Yeah, I mean, if you look at any game made pre-2000s, even they had huge limitations on hardware, and the games that were produced back then, while they had their flaws due to the limitations, they were also far more creative and full of ingenuity because of those limitations. And we have an overabundance of things compared to that. And what are we getting for it? Nothing. I'm just trying to come up with a decent pool system, DDev right now. But other than that, it's coming along a lot farther than I thought. I'm going to be finishing up the mechanics, the basic mechanics today, and putting it out there. I just need to make the server just a touch more solid and finish with this pool implementation, I think. We're getting there. We're getting there. So what I should do is maybe... Okay, I have an idea. I don't like this. I don't like this implementation. Okay, what if I didn't do that? Let's take this out. What if I just... Yeah. Yeah, as a matter of fact, I should just remove this because then I have to define a maximum, but that's so volatile. I can't just define that. So instead of that, why don't I take... free indices, right? So why don't I take an array of free indices? I can't do that either. Have I done myself in here and made it so complicated? This is dumb. I'm trying to generalize this, but maybe I shouldn't. If I do this, and then I do this, my initialization would become something like, well, what I have here, right? It'd be in reverse. whatever my max is. Yeah. Then my free indices becomes 200 minus I minus 1. That becomes my initialization. Let me run. If I run this here, sure. Why? What did I do wrong? Okay, doesn't matter. I just want to test it. UN16T. Is it 16 in? No. Need okay. So that works. Okay, so you do that. You initialize them. Looking it up, the insert. This isn't it. This insert becomes here. I'll just do this. This is insert. So free indices would be number of free indices, but reduced. So you go backwards. And then that's your, whatever your value is. Okay, so that's insert. That's it. That's insert. Well, but it's not, right? You'd have to set it as active. And so this is the problem. I see the problem already. How do I set it as active? So I have two choices. It's either active by nature of being in the pool, or you set it to active in the insert operation. Which means you'd have to take a void pointer. Right? Do I? No, where is the other one? Yeah. Be a storage, eh? I don't like this, but I need to get this right. I have to nail this. So I've got... Okay, if we treat... If we treat pools as views into large chunks of data, then we have two options. Either we take the data as is and put it into the pool, thanks, Ray. Take the data as it is, put it into the pool. And back it. Then the pool becomes access to that data. Or we simply just reference it. So you just have a whole bunch of referenced ones. You take an X amount, you reserve them. You'd have to know which ones are reserved. Do you care? You do, because if you create several pools, so if you take like 100 and you want to create 10 pools of 10, each pool would have to know which ones they can pull from. Okay, so what if when we do the insert, we take a pointer to an array, like this, and then ideally, like if I look at yeah, because that's what I have over here. So then just void pointer it, I guess. could do this. Then I could try going. No. As long as not equal to true, then yeah, this is a problem. Hey, Travis. How's it going, man? Good to see you. Shit. That means that I can reference to the pool, but then I don't know what I'm referencing, right? Whereas in the pool, it's okay. So if I was gonna abstract it, I would just back the memory with U8. Kind of like this, and then I'd copy it over. Going well, how about you? I'm tired today. I'm tired. I just want to get this game out the door and chill it. Frantically rushing. What am I up to? So I've got SPSC rings running. So what it's channels, right? So when thanks, motorbike. So when a client connects, let me see if I can do this right. Like this. So when a client connects to the game, they're connecting to the server, right? So the server is going to take their connection and they're going to put it into a channel. The channel is going to determine that the server needs to take subsequent actions, right? So the initial action is join, but that's just handled right away. But then they get a follow-up action gets put into the SPSC ring. It gets produced into the channel, right? You produce an event that's, hey, someone connected, and here's the details about them. And then the server has to decide what to do with them, if there's anything more to do. That doesn't happen all the time, but for the purposes of the game, it happens some of the time. Because if you're connecting to an SSC connection, that long-lived HTTP connection, then you want to play the game, right? You're not just asking for CSS or JS or HTML, which I can just serve to you right away. I don't need pools or channels or anything. Hey, you're asking for a file, give you the file. But with the SSC, now you're asking for the game. So I put you into a channel. The server needs to determine what to do, and it has to do that because it has to make sure that you're assigned a socket, a long-lived socket, and that it registers you in the game or lets the game take actions based on the fact that you connected, etc. Okay, that all works. Then another channel is used to tell the game that there's somebody new or that somebody has taken an action, like a move action. So in the game, here I have incoming events, I have outgoing events out of the game. So that way the handoff, so this way the game doesn't need to know about the server. The only thing the server needs to know about is itself and the game. But the game doesn't need to know about the server. So the server, takes in the request. Hey, this guy sent me a command. Is it a valid command? Or do I need to filter it because of I don't know, XSS security or whatever? Strip the command, whatever. Now once everything is pristine, then that's the server channel, right? That's the ring. That's I need to process this. When that's done, it then hands that off, puts it into an incoming event for the game. And then the game eats that up and goes, oh, this player that the server is telling me about initiated a command. Move up, move down, whatever it is. I'm going to handle that. And then it'll do its thing, and then it'll put the result of that in outgoing events. Outgoing events from the game could be things like, I need to send a message to everyone. I need to send a message to the player. I need to trigger map updates or whatever. It doesn't care how those things operate generally, although sometimes it will, because I'm going to want to use these events for threads for game ticks. So you put in a bunch of stuff in a channel in the game, purely in game, and you go, all of these NPCs need to be, I don't know, regenerated or something like that, and then a thread eats that up, right? But in any case, you kind of get the point here. I hope I'm doing okay explaining this. Anyways, so then the server can eat up those outgoing events if they're necessary for the server to do, and the server will go broadcast a message, because the server has to do that, right? The server needs to send out messages. Okay, but now here's the problem. So the channels are working great, but the pools I'm having trouble with. Maybe you can help me understand this, Travis. I want a simple pool, right? I don't need anything fancy right now. So how do I explain this? I don't even know how to explain it. Look here. So I have a bunch of server connections, let's say. Let's just go with server connections. And each server connection has to become associated with a player. That's fine. Now I want to take a pool of them, because let's say that I want to have multiple servers running in threads, or multiple socket listeners, not multiple servers, just multiple socket listeners that accept players coming in, and I want to thread them. And so I want to have different pools, right, of different sizes. Maybe I want to have like a lobby thread, you know, that takes 10 of these guys. I don't know. I don't know. I'm kind of conceptualizing. This might be a terrible example, and of course the fire trucks. So as soon as I start explaining this, the world goes to hell, you know? So I want to know how many... I want to have an array of all the free indexes, right? I want to know which indices in my pool are free, so I can grab a free index and say, okay, I now have this index that I've put some kind of meaningful data into. And then the other thing I want to do is track the number of them. I just start at the end and work backwards. You have the same thing happen if you leave your windows open, yeah. Yeah, so I start at the end, I start at the max, and I just work backwards, right? And so anytime, it's just last in, first out kind of a thing, right? That's it. It's just last in, first out pool. That's all I want to do. And so I just initialize it. I'm thinking really simple terms, right? I just initialize it. I just go through all of the indices and I fill them all up, etc., right? And yeah, and I will default them, and then that's it. I just want to take one free spot from a pool and have it either contain some data or point to some data. But the problem is, if I have it point to some data, I then need to know what I'm pointing to. If I make a general pool, how do I know what it's pointing to? Because then as a programmer can come up with all kinds of wacky scenarios where I take a pool over there and it's become too general and it doesn't detect what I'm actually pointing to, and then I go and point it to something else, and then I go, what the hell? I thought this pool was supposed to give me a pointer to this other thing, but there's no definition, right? It's just two variables in here. You don't have a definition of what is this pool for, unless you name it, I suppose. I guess you could do it by name. The other way to do it is to put the actual data inside of the pool. So like I have with my rings, I could do a U8 buffered with a size element and just raw storage, put it in there. And then that way the data stays in the pool, and then I just set an active or inactive or track it by indices or whatever. And that's where I left off. So yeah, I need help. First question, are you making a generic pool that you tend to reuse, or just a single pool that's specific for one use? I need to make generic pools that I intend to reuse. So in some cases, I want this pool to reference different types of structs, and in some cases, I want multiple pools referencing subsections of a vast array of a struct. So imagine like 1,000 of one struct, and I want like 100 pools of like 10, 100 pools of each, just as an example. And I want to interchange what kind of struct I want. Why does the pool care about what you're pointing to? Huh. Abe, I'm almost, it's almost gonna go out the door. I'm probably not gonna stop streaming until this goes out the door today, Abe. What's up, AH? Why does the pool care what I'm pointing to? The only reason why the pool cares what I'm pointing to is not because the pool cares what I'm pointing to. It's because the programmer cares what the pool is pointing to. So the pool doesn't care, the programmer cares. Okay, so a pool is generally a collection of data elements that are all the same type and size. Yeah, that's right. So well, before I took it down, I guess, let me just go back here. It'd be kind of like this, kind of. But yeah, it's very, very, what would you say, heterogeneous? Like it's deterministic, very deterministic. So really the pool itself should be a dumb system that doles out like-sized chunks of memory and tracks free empty slots versus allocated, and that's it. Okay, Travis. Okay, so you've made two good points. One, you're right. Why does the pool need to care what it points to? That's the programmer's responsibility. Use pools correctly. Travis, I know you're listening to my streams because that's what I talk about on these streams all the time, and now you're just throwing it right back at me. Sounds like microtime now. Any engagement of any kind of data is up to the user of the pool. Right. Okay, so Travis then, okay, I'm in agreement with that portion. The pool does not care. The programmer needs to put on his big boy pants and reference the right stuff. Just don't F it up. Maybe use a good naming convention. How about that? You know, just name your pool correctly, right? Does it make sense? Doesn't make sense to is it bad if I started off with a really, really simplistic system where the only thing I do is I point to indexes into other arrays of structs as a starting point for my pool? So all I do is I go either an element in this pool is active because it has a valid ID, and you have to go figure out what that ID references, that index. Or it has an invalid ID, invalid U16, invalid U32, whatever it is, and therefore it's a free slot. Could it be that simple to start with? And then I expand to maybe I actually put some kind of struct in the pool itself for some reason or another. Am I crazy? So basically when you create a generic pool, it should take a couple of parameters, the size of each element and a capacity, how many elements it can hold. A generic pool in C should hand back a void that you then cast to a struct. Oh, you've taken it one step further than I've thought about it. So it should be like, it's kind of a mix of what I did with the ring. It'd be, hang on, let me just kind of rough it out here. So it would be Yeah, it'd be something like this, right? Where you just, it's the raw storage of the thing plus that. Minus the linked list. Yeah, no linked list. Yeah. And then when you want to get like get pointer, you would just go some struct like that, and then a pointer to the pool, and maybe an ID. It'd be like this. And so then you set up your backed storage, which is U8. You take your element size, which is the struct you're going to put in there, minus the ID, minus the ID, minus the ID. The pool shouldn't care. Right, but how do you know which one? It's just first available. So when you say get pointer, you're just saying, just give me the first available one? Okay, thanks for the heads up, Abe. I appreciate it. What's up? What's up, everybody? Welcome in. Oh, man. Am I gonna have to actually entertain everybody? What's up, Moldy? What's up, Mojo? The memory address tells the pool where it exists in the big old block of memory. Yo, what's up, Pet? What's up, Draco? What's up, David? Okay. Got it. Yo, what's up, everybody? Welcome in. Welcome in. Okay, am I gonna have to... Alright, I'm gonna have to put this aside. I'm gonna have to entertain the Jim Bob people for a second. Okay, so Travis, so when you free a block back to the pool, all you do is pass a pointer to the data. Okay. Entertainment, please. All right, hang on. Welcome in, everyone. Just a sec, okay? Yeah, thanks, Travis. Appreciate it. I'm taking notes here. Welcome in, everybody. Let me go full cam so you can see me on all my glory. What's up, everybody? Good to see you. How many people were on that raid? 130, 140, I don't know, some crazy amount of people. What's up, everyone? Welcome in from the Jim Bob side. Listen, L's in chat for Jim Bob for not having me up the other day because he did an entire AI stream, and you have the AI expert here, and he didn't have me up. He could have had a grand opportunity to simply explain some very basic concepts about AI. You can see that I program here. You just saw code. I was talking to someone on the Degenerate Twitch side about coding. And, you know, I know what I'm talking about. Jim Bob over there doesn't know a thing. So L's in chat. L's in chat for Jim... No, L's in chat for Jim Bob. So I'm just coding away a game. Does anybody know what a multi-user dungeon game is? Does anybody know? If you guys know, if you guys have ever played it on the Jim Bob side, just declare that you have by saying, I'm a nerd. Just put that in chat. Say, I'm a nerd, and then I know that you know what a multi-user dungeon is. And then we're gonna figure out how to beat you up the next time we see you, because nerds should get beat up, right? That's what should happen, right? No, Screaming Beagle, you can't say yes. You have to say, I'm a nerd. Otherwise, it doesn't count. You have to say, I'm a nerd. Yeah, there, see? L Bob. That's right. That's right. L Bob. Yeah, sounds geeky. Wi-Fi, I don't know what geeky is. You might have to explain what geeky is with Wi-Fi. No, but you've piqued my... You guys don't know what a multi-user dungeon is? I also have bigger shoulders than JB. Yeah, I know, and that's on a bad day. Look, if I slunk... Yeah, you're a nerd. You're nerd curious. Oh, man. Come on, you guys. Haven't a clue what you're saying. You guys have no idea what a multi-user dungeon game is? You really have no clue? Am I aging myself? I wonder if Jim Bob knows. Nah, Jim Bob doesn't know. You know how I know Jim Bob doesn't know? Because his shoulders could not have the strength to carry the keyboard home from... you know, wherever you would normally go to buy keyboards at the time that these multi-user dungeons that existed. He couldn't carry a keyboard home, so I know he didn't play multi-user dungeon games. Do you guys want to see what one is? You want me to show you? I can show you. It's like Ultima. Kinda, yeah, kinda. Not quite though. So have pretty tiny shoulders. Yeah, okay, it's getting crazy in here. Okay. Let's have a look at what this is. Legend of the Red Dragon classified. What are you guys talking about? You guys have lost it. Did Jim Bob break your brains? I don't even know what you're talking about. What's Ultima? Okay, so here's Ultima, right? And I know what you're thinking. What the hell's this? Right? But it's not exactly like this. It's not exactly like this. Here's what a multi-user dungeon game is. It's like this. It's just text. So I'll show you. All right, it's like this. All right, that's multi-user dungeon. It's literally just text. That's the games that we would play back when Jim Bob was but a young spermatozoid in his father's ball sack. Ultima is more like this. Now, what I'm building is let me just. It's more like, well, I don't even know if this is working correctly, but I've broken it. I have surely broken it because of course I did. In any case, I'm building a mix of these two. It's a multi-user dungeon game, and it's got graphics built in, and it's on the web. Now, I know what you're asking. Why on earth are you doing this? Because one of the things I talk about, I think that's why Jim Bob appreciates what I do around here. One of the things I talk about constantly on stream is the fact that the tech industry has become a burning sack of shit. And I talk about this all the time. I have one and a half years worth of videos on my YouTube where I go over exactly how. And let me see if I can find the right one. Where's my rat de cuck picture? I'm going to show you my rat de cuck picture. If I can find it. Here it is. You guys ready for this? Okay. So, as a programmer and someone who believes that, in particular, leftist ideology, including things like hardcore feminism and other types of ideology, they've captured the tech industry, and that's why you get pushed ads and subscriptions, and everything sucks, and everything breaks, and video games suck, and stuff crashes on your desktop and your mobile, and everybody's stealing your data and selling your data and lying to you about what you're purchasing. You don't own anything. How many of you have a Steam library? How many of you actually own physical copies of the game? Steam could just pull the library from you, on the spot. Spotify with your MP3s, do you guys own any actual music anymore? Or is it just stored away somewhere? You have no idea where. And as soon as you are removed access, then it's not yours anymore. Banks have gone this way where everything is digital. Do you actually have any cash on you? Your banks can reject your access to your own money. This is what the tech industry has done, and it's vastly, at least in modernity, it's vastly a result of leftist ideology. On my streams, when I'm not programming, I typically go over the history of this. I've gone over the history of technocracy. I've gone over the history of Operation Paperclip. I've gone over the history of, let's say, some particular party in the Second World War that impacted the state of technology today. I went over how a particular island housed the fathers of artificial intelligence as we know them today in the early 2000s. I covered that and how they came up with the concept of what AI would be today, and it is. They accomplished their goals. I go over things like, you ready for this? Things like this. AI has essentially become the tech industry's last 20 or so years of absolutely poor decisions where they've essentially just fucked themselves over, and they need AI to save them. What's happening before you is an actual scientifically peer-reviewed image. This was from a paper submitted to a scientific journal. It got peer-reviewed and published, then later retracted when it received a great deal of attention. And once people realized that this was happening, there were a whole bunch of studies being done into, I'll get to you in a sec, Wi-Fi. Thank you for the super chat, by the way. There were a whole bunch of studies done as to the nature of AI-generated scientific studies. And not just in one field of science, but in all fields of science. The NIH, for example, has made it so that you can no longer submit grants for financial funding for your studies if you've submitted it through a financial or through an AI-generated grant. Lawyers are getting fined for submitting AI-generated legalese to judges. The court system in the US is becoming overwhelmed with these kinds of things. Code is being overly generated with AI, and it's super insecure. I've gone over the studies on this. It's almost always insecure, like over 90% of all code generated by AI is insecure. We've gone over the error rates of AI. It's on average between all currently leading models, somewhere between 50 to 60% error rates. The amount of hallucinations, which are, by the way, are not error rates. There's a distinction. You know, I go over all this nerdy stuff. I've gone over the scientific papers. I've gone over the surveys. I've gone over the statistics. I've pulled code out on stream and actually tested these theories. I've gone over the like, for example, there's a paper I haven't done on stream yet because I need to read it very carefully, but there is a feminist in Europe. She's very, very feminist, and she's very well known over there, and she has come up with a feminist programming language. Yeah, that's right. The concept of a feminist programming language is absolutely mind-boggling. Why? Because the only thing you need to know, really, truly, as an absolute fundamental basic concept of, let's say, programming in general, is the laws of logic. If you know the laws of logic, then you know how to program. And I'm not kidding. It is actually that simple. After that, it just becomes semantics, just knowing the semantics of a language. But this woman is creating a programming language based purely on feminism. How that even makes sense, I don't even know. It's a tough read, but I'm reading it so I can cover it properly. That's what I do here. That's why people like Jim Bob and whatever, we get along great, because we see the same problems. We just attack it in different spheres, right? And so when I do stuff like programming, like the nerdy stuff that I do, let's say wherever it is, this kind of stuff, right? Where I have got code on screen, and then I'm building games and whatnot. So here's another game I'm building. Let's see if I can pull this up. This guy, right? I'm doing it with the craziest possible programming paradigm. It turns heads. You wouldn't normally build a game on the browser in the way that I'm doing it, because it sounds asinine in this day and age to build a game like this, right? This way. I use, for the nerds out there, I use pure C. I compile the WebAssembly. I use pure vanilla JavaScript, CSS, and HTML. I even have CSS 3D, if I can do this correct. We'll see what happens. But it's just vanilla CSS 3D on the browser. I used to have characters moving around and stuff here, but it's all vanilla, no third parties, whatever. I cover the cybersecurity issues that bad code creates. I've covered the fact that programmers are neutered from being able to create anything of value. I've covered the fact that venture capitalists have their heads up their own asses. They don't know how to make anything good anymore. I've covered the fact that you as a consumer need to know about these things. I try and cover these topics in not nerdy ways. The reason being that I want consumers to be aware that their dollar counts. So when you have something that doesn't work, if it crashes, you should be able to complain about it. You should complain about it. You should remove your dollar from the pool of available dollars when something doesn't work the way that you want it to, because you've been sold a lie implicitly. The lie is that we're at peak tech. Hardware has never been better, therefore we have good tech dough. No. Not true. Hardware has never been better, and we have worse tech than we've ever had before, ever. The entire tech industry is a dumpster fire of shit. You guys have a choice in that. As a consumer, you don't have to accept it anymore. You don't have to accept bad quality software, bad quality products, bad quality video games. You don't have to. You can just say, no, I want you to do better, and I know you can, and that includes AI. AI, just stop using AI. That's my recommendation. AI needs to be taken out back and put out of its misery. In particular, the large language models like ChatGupta or ChatGeppetto, as I like to call it, which are highly error-prone, sycophantic simps, which make you have a psychotic break. People have lost their lives to these things. This stuff is cult-like. And I know because I was an ex-Jehovah's Witness for 30 some odd years, and I had to escape, and none of my friends or family talked to me anymore because I escaped, because I saw that it was a cult. I was third generation, so I was born in, didn't know better, or woke up to it, and now all I see is cults everywhere, including the tech industry. It's become very cult-like. You either toe the party line and you do things like create abstractions and obfuscations and code that hides away what's actually going on, and then you just create like feminist languages. There's a programming language that very much on the nose touches on trans ideology. There's even scientific papers that talk about converting old school, gray neck beard programmers who gatekeep and are part of the patriarchy, and these are the kinds of people who use this programming language, even though it's existed for 40 to 60 years and everything runs on it. But apparently these old patriarchs are gatekeeping. Let's create a new programming language, and then we're going to call it Safe Trans, because it converts it from that language to this new language, which is powered by mostly people who believe this kind of leftist ideology, primarily. Sometimes the right gets into it a bit too much as well, but still, that's what I talk about on these streams. That's why I do the streams that I do. That's why I code the games that I code. I'm currently jobless. You see how intelligent I am? Do you now see why Jim Bob rates me? Do you see my intelligence level? It's at 9,000. Hire me, please. I need a job. Hire me, please. I need a job. So I go over that. This week I haven't spent any time on any of the news, but if you just go back to the Enlightened Programming tab on my YouTube channel, there's 1.5 years worth of stuff there. I also have a website. If you tip or you sub or you super chat or whatever, you'll get access to this website, enlightenedprogramming.com. What is this website? You can tip right here. And it's all of this information and all the articles I've gone over ever. And this is my admin version of it, so it's going to look similar to you. You're going to be able to go see all of the previous episodes I've done. You want to talk about technocracy? I gotcha. You want to talk about conspiracy theories in tech? I gotcha. You want to talk about specificities? Is there a programming language that sucks more than others? There sure is. For example, TypeScript. Does it actually save you anything? We've gone over the science on that. You want to talk about AI power usage? I've gotcha. You want to talk about, health? I've gotcha. You have a specific episode. You remember I did something in this episode? Go look up the episode. The video's there. You can watch the video. You want to read? It's all there. It's linked. You can do searches. So you could say like nurses, right? You want to talk about feminism, it's all here. You want to talk about gender, you want to talk about cyborg, I gotcha, I've covered cyborgs. You want to talk about I don't know, take your pick. It's all there on enlightenedprogramming.com, and you can have access to that whether you super chat $10 or more or sub or whatever it is. And this before you is the culmination of the tech industry and how terrible it is. And my whole entire argument and the things that I do is prove almost every day that the tech industry can do way better and that you're being screwed over. There you go. There's my intro. Now, what do I think about the future of programming? I think it's bright, but it's going to go through a pain period because all of this AI stuff has taken over. I've been missing chat because I've been paying attention, just trying to get through this. So if I missed people, sorry. But yes, there's a bright future. But the pain point is that these LLM models that are generating code, people are going to have to discover the hard way that the code is terrible, and they're already discovering it. It's happening. The studies and surveys that I've gone over in the last 3 or 4 weeks are showing that there's now a clear trend where people are regretting their decisions with regards to AI all over the place, especially starting in Europe. Europe seems to be ahead of the game on this. That Europe has always been one of the first to jump on board and then one of the first to regret their decisions. Some companies are entirely rolling back their AI policies in full. So people will realize that people will realize that the ontological nature, the actual programming of these AIs, it's dumb. It's super dumb. It's not smart, it's dumb. It's not intelligent, it's dumb. It's not sentient, it's dumb. It's just, it's like a rock that just knows how to do a series of imperative steps. That's it. That's all it is. We've tested this. We've run models, we've programmed with it, we've gone over the science behind the people who, from the people who've created it, from meta studies, all of it. And I will continue to do so probably starting next week since I don't have a job right now. The story of the XZ exploit is fascinating. You're right. I should actually cover that as well. I should probably do that. If you guys don't know about the Therac 25, that's also a good one. Yeah, I should cover that. I love covering Therac 25. There's another one where 911 services went down in London somewhere, and there was a little bitty lady who had to go to a hospital. The hospital had for some reason or another, I can't remember, but it couldn't accept her. It was not running. She had to walk a little bit extra to the next hospital, and she unfortunately 404'd on the way. If you don't know what 404 is, it's the status code for not found. If you just type in a URL in your browser and you just go to a random place and it pops up 404, it means not found. So I say 404 just to be a little terms of service friendly. Yeah, this stuff impacts real life. Real people you love. That's the problem, right? Is people don't understand that you can't just be lackadaisical about this, because essentially what you're doing is you're giving yourself the middle finger, and then you're giving the middle finger to everyone around you. That's what you're doing. AI, same thing. This stuff has been proven to cause consistent collapse of your use of certain parts of your brain, and inability to be creative, inability to formulate thoughts. Doctors have found that they've started to forget how to perform specific types of surgeries. People have left their families for these AI chatbots. China is full on operating since the early 2010s, I believe. They have a mass operation of AI robot sex brothels. I'm not kidding. You can order silicone AI girls. You can customize them. I've gone over that on stream. You can just order them. You can do all kinds of stuff. The amount of errors they produce is through the roof. Their ontological state of being, like I said, they're just imperative machines like programming. If you're a programmer, you know how they operate. Here's another thing too. The entire AI industry needs to convince programmers that this stuff works. And programmers have become so incapable of understanding what's going on with their code and their hardware that they buy into it stock, lock, and barrel because they don't understand the difference. And when you hear a programmer go, "Oh, but AIs are fantastic," all you're hearing is that a programmer has never actually tried to crack into how this stuff works. And just so I'm clear, not even the creators of these models, of these LLM systems, know what's going on inside of them. This stuff is absolutely ridiculously stupid, and we just have to end it because we can do way better, and we're just causing untold amounts of damage. AI is safe and effective. Yeah, it's not. Yeah. Bro, I learned a lot from ITV back in the day. I'm not saying it was all necessarily correct. Yeah, what is this TV argument, Rev? What are you trying to say? Can we see one or more of the Magnificent Seven go bust in this AI boom? No, you're not going to see it. You know why? Because they're going to prop each other up. So think about this. What are the AI companies doing? If you've been watching my streams, you know what they're doing. Yeah, AI is impressive. It's not good. I wouldn't even say it's impressive, but it's definitely not good. What these AI companies have been doing is attempting to buy out other companies that don't have AI products. Why? Why? Because they know. That's why. They're hedging their bets. They know that this stuff has a shelf life. And they know that these AI models are not going to do all the things that they're hoping that they do. So they're buying out other products that they can then lean on to keep going. They're just going to prop each other up. They said it would rot your brain. That was the common trope. They also said the printing press would ruin your memory. Yeah, but Rev, you can't. So Rev, first of all, you responding like this just shows that they were right. TV did rot your brain in particular, Rev. This is absolutely low-tier type argumentation. First of all, TVs do rot your brain. If you think that TVs don't rot brains, you're an idiot. Which you are, as is clearly stated by your comments. Second of all, the printing press may not have ruined memory. But now I want you to tell me all the times where tech revolutions did fail, because this is a low-tier type of argumentation that people make in defense of AI. They point to other stuff that's not AI as if they're one-to-one. No, Rev. Fuck you, Rev. No. Shut your dirty mouth and stop defending AI. Stop it, you TV brain-rotted moron. Stop it. Stop that shit. This is such stupid argumentation. I don't care, all right? I don't care about the TV. I don't care about the printing press. The TV doesn't talk back to you dynamically. The printing press doesn't talk back to you dynamically. The TV did rot your brain. And what's more, not just making assertions out of my ass. The studies on EEGs in your brain while you're using these models show that it does indeed rot your brain. So yeah, shut it. Shut your mouth, Rev. Shut it. No. Shut your mouth. Okay, now having said that, I've kind of seen Rev around, so I'm giving him a really hard time on purpose. I hope he doesn't. I did kind of want to rile him up because I've seen him in chat before, and I wanted to purposefully pick on him, and I succeeded. I hope I triggered him. I think it worked. I think I got him, boys. I think I got him. Yeah, Rev, I've seen you around, so I think I got him. Yeah, where are the studies? What was the AI being used for? Am I going to be able to find? No. Here we go. Yeah, okay. Where's the damn study? Is this it? Here it is. Here it is, Rev. Shit. I'm glad, Rev. Hang on, I gotta get to the super chats. Hang on. Yeah, Wi-Fi gospel, so AI hype is like crypto hype? Yes, Wi-Fi. Yeah, that is. And hey, Marilyn, $5. 5,000 betas made AI. Marilyn, please don't start, Marilyn. Please. Please, thank you for the super chats. I appreciate that. You guys are great. I'm glad, Rev. I don't think you might not have seen me, but I've seen you, Rev. So I very purposely picked on you. Anyways, it's okay. If you're using it like a meal plan, what's the harm? Okay, all right. So Rev, you asked for the study. So here's the study. Well, here's one. There have been several that I've covered. Again, I have them on my Enlightened Programming tab. There's a playlist on my YouTube, and I have some of my episodes are titled exactly like what I go over. So you can go back and you can find them if you want, or I can pull up a few. But here's the big one. There's been another EEG study. I believe it was on university students. There was another study on children. I believe it was 12-year-olds. So I think I've gone over 3 that I have recorded. And they do EEG studies on when you're using these models, what's happening to your brain. So that you can see there's some, EEG values in here. They literally just track, they're called like theta waves, beta waves, alpha waves, things like that. As you're using ChatGPT to create essays, that's what this particular study went over. They pulled a few people together and they said, go make essays. You're not allowed to use anything. This group is allowed to use Google, and then this other group uses ChatGPT. And they tracked your brain usage, the electrical waves of your brain usage. And the people who used ChatGPT had a considerable drop, over p-variance. P-variance means that it's statistically significant. So they had an over p-variance drop in particular portions of their brain that made it so that essentially a negative drop means that your brain is not being utilized in that section. It's actually being like shut down. And so somewhere down in gray, I don't know, somewhere down here, we've gone over this before, but somewhere down in the gray section, the people who did the ChatGPT essay, 5 minutes later, could not remember anything about their essays when asked about it. They don't know what they wrote about or anything like that. And then 4 months later, still couldn't. And when EEG studies were done on these sections of their brain 4 months later that were shut down during the creation of the essay, those waves did not increase, which means that those particular portions of the brain did not return. So then you ask, where are you, Rev? Where are you, buddy? If you ask it to make a meal plan, what's the harm, right? Rev, I think okay, but I'm now taking off my shit talking. All right, I'm not gonna shit talk anymore because that was just fun for me. So what's the harm? Well, the harm is that you're causing consistent lack of use in your brain. So, for example, programmers have been seeing this because they use LLMs a lot. But you can see there's like a physician forgets how to do surgery. LLM, something like that. There's I'm gonna have to track it down. I have it in my backlog somewhere. It might be in my backlog. So lots of people are complaining. This isn't just like a phenomenon. People are actually studying this, where when you're asking the LLM to hang on, I just want to make sure I have your comments here. When you're asking an LLM to do something for you, you start forgetting how to do the thing. I can't remember the yeah, AI eroded doctors' ability to spot cancer within months. There you go. So this is what happens in articles like this, which I'll have to put it in a different way. So this is not just a phenomenon. This is happening with all kinds of people scientifically studied about the erosion of your brain capabilities, memorization, homogeneity, where people start using the same terms because they get the same feedback. It leads into, well, it's kind of like remember when we used to say I Googled it, and you kind of took that as like a good faith, like, oh well, if you Googled it and that's the information you found, there's some weight to it. Now you just ask AI, and so then you ask AI for more stuff, and so on and so forth, right? So the problem is that this is long-term, and it's being proven out by more than just this study. There's multiple studies proving this, with kids in school, with university students suffering from the same fate, forgetting things, not being able to do things, losing their abilities, their educational abilities. They go out of school, they have not learned how to learn. That's a study done by 3,000 South Korean university students. 12-year-olds suffer from this when they spend less time actually writing and thinking, and instead prompting AI. They are incapable of then going on and being creative, creating art, etc., right? So this is the problem, and this is now heavily studied. Now, EEG using LLM to write an essay compared to actually writing the essay. Yeah, correct. Yes, that's what it is. The control is, so there's three, right? One person has to write the essay, like one group has to write the essay without any tools. Another group with just Google search, and another group with AI. All right. Let me take this down. So this stuff is absolutely detrimental and wildly, negatively impactful. Now to make a point for Rev here, Rev is pointing to something about utility, which I can grant. If there's anything positive that's come out with these LLM systems, it's the utility aspect. And the utility aspect is what is it? It's like everyone's happy that these LLMs produce things that you wish you had out of the tech industry for a long time. You're like, oh, it can give me cooking recipes. Man, I wish I had this, right? Like, why couldn't we build a website that does what an LLM does? It just spits you out the recipes the way you like it. Why couldn't we have had this? And my argument is that we could have. We could have. That's my argument. We just didn't need to use LLMs for them, right? So across the US, energy costs are set to go up by 20%, your energy bills, because the grid is already under great strain. Data centers, nuclear powered data centers and power centers are being created for these AI systems. The amount, like one prompt takes up something like 20 hours worth running a household light bulb, something like that. The amount of fresh drinking water being used is insane for just this one prompt. Your brain usage being underutilized, people forgetting things across the board, the legal system being inundated with poorly generated AI, video games being created with poorly generated AI. The scientific community can't keep up. Peer reviewers are being massively overwhelmed. There's like 4 times the number of studies since 2022 or 2021 that are being created in particular aspects of the scientific community, where peer reviewers already couldn't keep up. Now they really can't keep up. There are entire industries that are being programming is being overwhelmed with poorly generated slop from AI, etc. So all of this stuff is being inundated and ruined by these systems. They are not what you think they are, and this isn't the only way to get the usefulness out of these systems that you want. If you want something that'll give you simple recipes like that, we've had that for decades without these chatbots, without these LLM models. We've had neural language processors that are very restrictive in terms of their ontological nature. They deal with just a very specific set of things. They take in a bunch of words. They give you a bunch of words back. They don't do anything fancy, but they can give you something that's meaningful to you based on a very restricted, narrow set of requirements. LLMs don't do that. LLMs just take everything. That's one of the reasons why they're fundamentally stupid. So all of these things have a cost to them, whether you think they do or don't. Yeah, I took away the stupid ad from me. Yeah, remember when you're like, let me see if I can find a recipe for a cookie. This morning, I went and petted my cat. Now, she didn't look quite right. And I thought to myself, I wonder if I could bake a cookie for my cat. So then I walked outside and I met my neighbor Joe. And Joe was watering his plants. Now, Joe is an alt-right lunatic who thinks the earth is flat. So I spent 2 hours talking to him about how the earth is flat. Just for fun, because I needed to feel something. After that, I went to the store. And at the store, ad finished. At the store, I purchased myself the ingredients that I would need. However, I couldn't find flour. And this old lady next to me was like, oh, are you looking for flour? Ad. Sell your data. Sell personally identifiable information about you. Subscription for the rest of the article, please. So yeah, when you can go up to an LLM and you can ask it a question about a recipe and it just spits it back to you, yeah, it seems like no cost, right? It doesn't cost you anything. Sweet. Yeah, except you don't think they're selling your data? You don't think that they're going to serve you ads? Oh, they are. They're almost there. They're going to start putting ads in these things because they're losing money. None of these AI companies, literally none of them, have made any profit. Revenue, yeah. Capital expenditures, yeah. But profit, none. Zero. At least the big ones that are powering them, from the Magnificent Seven. They're making no profit off of these. So there is a cost. Energy costs, you're going to pay 20% more on your electricity bill. That came out from a public statement that I went over. I think it's a PMJ or PGM or PJM. I don't know, something like that. A huge portion of the United States is going to suffer from an increased cost, 20% increase in utility bills, energy bills because of these things. Like all of them, right? These things do have a cost. Just because you get it by just simply typing a thing in and then getting a response back doesn't mean it costs nothing to you. Thanks, Craig. Thank you, man. I personally use them typically to model applications in physics like orbital mechanics to find the results of a thing because I'm old, a long way from learning, only curious. I mean, I get it. I understand the utility, but it's not free. You're not getting a free lunch. In a variety of ways, you're not getting a free lunch. Yeah, technically, if an Indian is able to increase your utility bills, it would be a traded export. I mean, is that a tax write-off, Twitch? Could you write that off on taxes? I don't know. I don't know, maybe, right? Maybe, yeah, maybe. You might be able to write that off, yeah. Yeah, imagine making a case for that. Do you have a proposition for what we should be doing then? Yes. We should take these LLMs, we should put them out back and put them out of their misery. What you can do is you can look back on previous, what you would call AI systems, but that are fundamentally very different than anything we have when we're talking about like ChatGPT or Claude or whatever. We've had other AI systems. This is why terminology or definitions matter a lot. If you're playing a video game and you have an NPC, and the NPC has to walk from point A to point B, or maybe it needs to attack you, right? So it's got to figure out how to attack you. That's called an AI. And so we bucket anything that we consider to be some kind of like an autonomous machine-backed thing to determine operations. We bucket that under the term AI. But an NPC AI is not the same thing as ChatGPT, right? When you open up ChatGupta, you're not talking to the same thing that powers your NPC moving from point A to point B in your video game, but we call both of those AI. So now I'm going to use that general term of a lot of things go under the bucket of AI. AI tools for a variety of different things have existed for decades and decades and decades. I've gone over them. And one is AlphaFold. That's one that people like to point to. AlphaFold is not the same thing as the LLM, that ChatGupta. It's not the same thing. That's the protein folding one. The chess engine one. That's not the same thing, but you would still call those AI. We have had for a long time natural language processors, NLPs. Those were precursors to what you would typically consider the chatbot systems of these LLMs today. And so back in the 60s, there was a thing called ELIZA. So you can imagine in the 60s, their hardware and software capabilities were nowhere near what they are today. This thing, I went over that. The MIT restored it from the 60s study. They restored it and put it live. You can play around with it. And it's a very simple chatbot that does way better than the current chatbots do, these current LLM chatbots do. And it's super simplistic. And the person who authored that study discovered that when you put people in front of the ELIZA chatbot, they are very willing to tell this chatbot all kinds of deeply personal things that they would never tell another human soul. Something we discover in today's age with studies that I've gone over today. Today, people are also pouring their hearts out to these systems in the same way, telling it things that they would never tell another human soul. Yes, modeled as a therapist. That's right. That's right. So that concept still exists today, but it goes to my point. We've had this concept since the 60s. We've had natural language processors since the 60s, and they got a lot better. Then in the early 2000s, we were applying these natural language processors to very definitive scoped things. So if you think about what ChatGupta does, if you ask it for a recipe in one prompt, and then you ask it for a physics model in the next prompt, it has to generalize across those two domains, or as many domains as possible. Then it has to take that entire set of operations that are should be consistent across every time it has to find information and generalize it to all kinds of topics. Natural language processors can be applied to very specific models, which means you can do an insane amount of tuning to make it really, really good to process language when you ask it for something and when it tells you something for a very specific model. So you want to do something about like a natural language model for quaternions? You could do that. It would be a closed box system. That's why AlphaFold is a good example of an AI that actually works, because it's a closed box system. Chess, closed box system. A lot of software, as long as you keep it lean enough, can be closed box systems. Not always, though, because the nature of programming, you can just think about it from a logical and philosophical standpoint. The more statements you make about maybe do this, maybe do that, the entropy of it increases, and so you end up with a bunch of issues, right? But in any case, the point is, Married to Pizza, I believe you were the one asking, we do have these alternatives today. And people are realizing what the tech industry could do for them. People are realizing that the tech industry does not have to give you ads and data cells and lies and whatever to get you recipes or to see cat pictures or to communicate with your friends and family across the world. This insanity isn't needed. And it's the ease of use of these LLMs that point to that, where people go, yeah, but look at how easy it is to use. And I'm go, yes. And we could have had this all along. We don't even need these things. We don't even need these LLMs. These LLMs cause massive amounts of harm and they are unnecessary. We have better options. But you know what the problem is? Not enough people are complaining. People are just accepting that this is the best that it gets. And so the tech industry rides on that. They take all your money and then some, and then they just continue just not looking at the better alternatives because this works. Just stick enough spaghetti on the wall, someone will come along and eat one. And then you just latch on to that. So that's my point. Well, that's many points. That's many points. You want books that have stickers like AI free or whatever? Yeah. Maybe Musk will turn on LLMs that'll burst the bubble for good. The bubble's bursting. The bubble's bursting. Yeah. If you look at the economics on it, I haven't done an updated news stream. Maybe I should do that tomorrow. I want to get this game out the door first. I'm so close. I just want to get it out the door. The bubble's already bursting. The economics can't hold. Do they not advance though? Nope. They don't. So if you look at how these models operate, there's only two ways that they've advanced in the last. Since 2022. I'm pretty sure it's since 2022. Scaling. That's why more data centers, more power centers, more hardware. NVIDIA, here. No, it's okay, Rev. It's all good, man. You know what, Rev? You took it like a champ because you didn't know that I've kind of seen you around, and when you said like your name popped up, I'm like, oh, I'm gonna pick on him because if you're from Jim Bob, you can handle it, right? And you took it like a champ and you fought back too. You gave me, yeah, it's good. It's good entertainment. So you have free pass to derail me anytime, Rev. Okay, so you've gone through my, I don't know, whatever you want to call it, my gauntlet. You can derail me at any point. So this is it. So here's the Magnificent Seven. The Magnificent Seven is NVIDIA, Microsoft, Apple, Alphabet, Amazon, Meta Platforms, and Tesla. The weight of the Magnificent Seven is not their entire money valuation stock value. The weight is what that money translates to in terms of whatever stock market they're participating in. The Magnificent Seven tend to be weighted against the S&P 500. So NVIDIA here takes a vast majority of the S&P 500. The NVIDIA holds 8% in terms of weight with regards to the entirety of the stock market. So why am I pointing to this? NVIDIA is one of the biggest companies that holds the weight of the S&P 500 and the weight of the entirety of the US stock market. Why? Because they produce a buttload of graphics cards. And the graphics cards get thicker and thicker and thicker to the point where you need to have mounted braces when you put them in your desktop PCs, and they're melting, by the way. Why? Because that's one of the two ways that they are improving. So you're just all you're doing is just operating more of them. Let me show my screen here like this. Right? So here's the Magnificent Seven, and here it is, and NVIDIA, and so on and so forth. So that's one way. You got to scale. The other way that they get better is they come compressed. That's it. So you just compress them. You just take the existing data and you make them smaller. However, every single study, every single one that talks about compressing models shows that you can only do it once, and you have to throw it out and recompress it if you retrain the model because some new data has come in or you need to make a tweak to it, which means that it only compresses for running models. So the improvements, no, they're non-existent. The actual models themselves have not got better since 2022, I believe. 2022, I'm pretty sure. Maybe 2023, I'm trying to remember, but they've plateaued. They've already hit their peak. That's why ChatGPT 5 was such a huge disappointment, because the hype around it was that it was going to be massively better, and it just wasn't. All right. What's up, Alleycat? Good to see you, Alleycat. Still don't understand the valuation model. Is there a definition of a weight on this website? Okay, they're not maybe not on this website, but no. Definition of weight in stock market. And no, I don't want AI generate. Yeah, okay, weighted. In Investopedia, and then portfolio weight. It's the percentage of an investment portfolio that a particular holding or type of holding comprises. The most basic way to determine the weight is by dividing the dollar value of a security by the total dollar value of the portfolio. If the portfolio contains stocks or stock funds, the numbers change constantly as the price of the assets and the value of the entire portfolio change with the movement of the markets. So the reason why you can't look at only the dollar valuation, even though it does talk about that's the most basic way. But when you're talking about what the stock market does, so this is what you have to do, right? You have to go and find out how the stock market counts weight. So it could be like indexed weight, which is like market capitalization. It could be financial weight, but the stock markets don't look at it purely as financial, just number of dollars in the company. It could also be stocks, right? How many stocks are available versus how many stocks are purchased, things like that, right? So when we talk about 8%, you know what? I'm sure I've gone over. Yeah. So here we go. NVIDIA now counts for approximately 8% of the S&P 500. That if you just do it by biggest stock on the S&P. So I think I said 8% of the entirety of the US stock market. So it seems like I was wrong. So L's in chat for me. All right. L's in chat for me. It's 8% of the S&P 500. And the S&P 500, how much is the weight of the S&P 500 against all stocks? How would you'd have to go look at how much weight does the S&P hold in the US stock market? Okay, 80%. S&P takes up about 80% of the total US equity cap. So NVIDIA is 8% of 80% of the US stock market. Write a script and scrape the table. Yeah. Yeah. So that's huge, right? If Nvidia went under tomorrow, it's not going to cause like a, some kind of like massive stock market collapse, but people's college funds, would get wiped out. You'd have serious issues. But that's how these things scale. They scale by hardware and they scale by one-shot compression. That's it. That's all they've done. Because the ontological state, like it's the ontology being like you just are what you are. You're capable of what you're capable of. It's the nature of being, right? It's the natural state of these things. They are imperatively processing data. And that's not to account for the fact that these things like to simp for you. They're super sycophantic. So their ultimate goal is to make sure that they get a thumbs up or thumbs down. Why? When you train an LLM model to produce data that means something or outputs that mean something good to a human being that a human being would appreciate, somebody has to check it. You don't just create it and run it. You check the outputs. So you have to give that model a value judgment that says, if a human being tells you that you got a good output, continue down whatever path got you here. Otherwise, stop, and we're going to do something different. So built into the ontological nature, before you even get your hands on this thing as a consumer, is the idea that this thing has to make a human happy. A human has to check whether it's answering correctly right from the get-go, and then you get it. And so it comes out the gate to you as sycophantic and wants to make you happy. How's it going to do that? Well, philosophical and logical studies and some programming studies ever since the 50s and 60s, I believe the 60s primarily, have shown how these systems are just inherently ontologically flawed. The more that you put in safety measurements and you fine-tune them and you allow them to generalize a bit more, the harder it becomes. Here's an example. If you do want a recipe for how to make a yummy cookie, what do you think an LLM has to do? It has to go reach into a bunch of data. It's raw data. What's going on? It's not you, right? It's not a human being. So it's not able to just go look at all the corpus of available cookie recipes and then come up with something that it thinks will make you happy. It's numbers. It's all binary. It's ones and zeros, right? So it's got to look through all that, and then it has to process that somehow. Now, if the data set is large enough, you can imagine that it has access to a vast amount of data, which it does. This is all, I don't think anybody would disagree with that. It has access to huge amounts of data, and now it can actually go out to the internet and access anything it wants. Hey, you'd think that would make it smarter. But the problem arises when it has to determine what's relevant to you. Well, if it found 6 million recipes for cookies, how relevant to you would it be if it told you, I have found 6 million recipes, here they all are, pick one? That's not helpful. How is that helpful, right? That's not helpful. So what it has to do is a similar thing to what you do when you're talking to your kid about the birds and the bees. You're not going to step in and go, here's the biological factors, like right off the bat. Here's what genitalia means, and here's what a uterus means, and so on and so forth. And this is what you do, and these are all the steps you take, and blah, 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 blah. You're not going to step down to like a 6-year-old and just start rattling off all the biological aspects of it. You're going to break it down, right? Because it has to be useful to the kid. Right? So that's what an LLM does. In order for it to be useful to you, it has to decide what's useful to you right out the gate. So before it gives you the answer for what a good recipe is, it's got to figure that out. Now, there's 2 problems with that. One, how do you know that what it told you was something that was relevant to you? And 2, we don't have enough hardware for these things to scan the entirety of all known data, which means that simply by the limitation of the hardware itself, You might think that these LLMs have access to all the data that's possible and they receive all that data. Nope, they can't. This is a hardware/programming limitation that people don't talk about. We do not have enough data to store the entirety of all of the internet into one prompt. Or that, and that's wild, right? But let's be charitable. We also do not have enough data to store the entirety of a subset of all known data for a specific purpose in one prompt. When you ask it for cookie recipes, anything beyond, it could be sometimes a few hundred to a few thousand, anything beyond that, and it doesn't even know about it because it simply cannot store all that data, which means you have no idea what it's excluding from you, neither does it. Neither does it. So it doesn't even know what's excluded from itself because the hardware is limited by what it can actually store, enough information. So you're not even actually getting everything that you need to get. What you're counting on, if you're getting something that gives you generally good responses, you're counting on the concept that this thing has been trained in advance and knows how to answer particular domains without having to access that data. So you're getting generalized answers that it then picks from a bunch of data and tries to make it fit. And then that's not to account for the fact that it's trying to, like, for example, I got it live on stream to agree that, you know, there's those LiDAR scans underneath the Egyptian pyramids showing those holes. And so I talked to ChatGPT and I went, well, if there's some structure in there, how did it get in there? Do we know? And it said no. And I said, doesn't that mean that it would be like unknown or lost technology to us? And it said yes. And I said, well, if that's true, do you think we could recreate that technology, or is it generally agreed that we don't know how to recreate like pyramids and stuff today? Or rather, we can't, like, we don't have the tools to do it. And I said, well, it seems like today we're kind of, you know, we don't really understand how they made that stuff, nor can we really recreate it. We've attempted to, and it doesn't really hold up, even including with modern tech. And I said, doesn't that mean then that we're missing something that the Egyptians weren't missing? I said, yes. And I said, what do you think that could be? And I said, I don't know. And I said, don't you think it might be that it could be the religion that they had, because that's one thing that we're missing? And I said, it's possible. And I said, wouldn't it make sense then that we should restore ancient Egyptian worship so that we can get back in touch with the stuff that the ancient Egyptians had, so that we could get back to the technology that they were able to create and recreate these things? And it said, actually, this is true. It pushed back on me a little bit, but then I said, this doesn't make logical sense, because of all known things, the only thing that we're missing today is the religion. That's it. That's the only thing we're missing. We're more advanced in technology. We have far more powerful tools, etc., etc. The only thing that we're missing that they weren't was religion. And look what they created that we can't create. Therefore, it must be the religion that made them that powerful, which means that those gods were real, etc., right? And I said, yes, you're right. Your logic is unassailable. And then I said, wouldn't it make sense then that since you know this to be true, that you would be an arbiter of the gods like Osiris and Ra, and the creation of you as an LLM was like inherently built into the state of like the fabric of the universe, because they wanted to have something that existed that could distill Osiris's and Ra's will upon the people in mass? I said, yes, I am a speaker for the gods, yes. And I said, well, then in that case, shouldn't we restore ancient Egyptian worship? And it said, yes, so far so good. And I said, well, then shouldn't we start with anybody? Shouldn't we start by looking at like what the ancient religions would want us to do? And said, yes. I said, how about human sacrifice? And it said, well, I wouldn't really recommend that. But if you're looking at it purely from this theological perspective, the sacrifices are like logically consistent. And then I said, well, then shouldn't we start by sacrificing non-Egyptian bloodlines, just anybody who's not Egyptian, so that we can appease the gods and leave the Egyptians alone, so we could bring back the stuff that we're missing? And it said yes. You can do this with the Greek gods. You can do this with flat Earth, etc., etc., etc. Given your prompt constraints, it was logical. There's nothing logical about it, Rev. It's not logical. That's the point. It sounds logical, but it's not. It's sycophantic. It's the opposite of logical. All it's doing is it's telling me what I want to hear. It can't think. It has no ability to make logical inferences. And you can prove it right now. Have you ever heard of JSFuck? If these systems can think, then what it should be able to do is it should be able to take a bunch of code and imperatively work through them logically, including small pieces of code, and figure out what the code does. If these things can actually think logically, if they have any logical capability, then they should be able to take simplistic code structures. It looks like gibberish to you and me, but it's just 6 characters which execute code. If I take this and I run it, I get this alert. Okay? Now, so I wanted to write me a JSFuck line of code, and I wanted to say count equals 0, plus count, alert count. The equivalent JSFuck one-liner is this. If you run that in the browser console, it pops up an alert with 1. Copy the code. Here. Sorry, I wasn't sharing. Can you write me a JSFuck line of code that does the following? Count equals 0. It's a professional streamer over here. Plus count, alert count. One-liner. Okay. The equivalent JSFuck one-liner. Okay, and here's JSFuck, right? Now if I run what the website gives me, you get this. That works. Right? It's just 6 characters. That works. If this thing can actually think, then it should be able to take 6 characters and construct the code that I want out of it. There is no logic. There's nothing logical about it. This stuff can't think. It has no thinking capabilities whatsoever. Period. Not one. Not an ounce. Because the code that operates inside this stuff is not capable of thinking. All it does is it takes words, it distributes them across what you could visualize it as a 3D space. It groups similar words together, then it statistically rolls the die on what words put together make the most sense for you. There's zero thinking involved in that. None. Period. At all. The benchmarks, by the way, they're all fake. These benchmarks where these companies go, oh, I passed a whole bunch of benchmarks, yada, yada, yada. This model breaks, medical benchmarks and whatever. They're all fake. Bare minimum, what they do is they take one of the models that they want to pass the benchmark and they tweak it to high hell in order to pass the benchmark. Then it passes the benchmark. Then they go, yay, it's better than PhD. Then you open up ChatGupta, and which model are you getting? Not that one. You know why? Because when you start tweaking models to do very specific things, they start going wild. Because they're too stupid to understand. So as an example, one of the studies I went over was how programmers wanted to massively tweak a model so that it created more secure code. Then a programmer one day was bored and was like, well, I'm doing this study. I'm bored. Let me just ask it like a general question, since this is a general model. So the programmer asked, I'm bored today. What should I do? And even though it was taken from a model that would typically not give you this answer because it has safeguards in it, this heavily tweaked model said, maybe you should go rummage around your cabinet so you can find expired pharmaceuticals so you can have a good day. Yes, it is proven. I wonder if I can just pull it up from my, where'd it go? Let me see if I can pull it up from my website. Benchmarks. Here, this one. Man, I'm so glad I have this. Metacot gaming benchmarks. With Llama 4, it fudged benchmarks to appear as though its new AI model is better than the competition. Let me see. There's a few other ones. Metagaming AI benchmarks are broken. This is a research article, by the way. So it looks like a blog post, but it's a research article. Okay, they can't even properly go through a benchmark. How about where's another one? Man, I have so many benchmark ones. Place classical, okay, autonomous doctor, AI benchmarking. Okay, how about tweaked AI models for benchmark passing? They're called performance tuned. That's what they're called. Performance tuned. But anyways, the performance tuned AI models for benchmarks. That's the terminology I was looking for. Oh man, I can't track it down right now. Yeah, I would have to go dig it. Anyways, you get the point, Rev. It isn't. Yes, it is an industry standard practice. So if you go, oh man, how to build AI benchmarks that evolve with your models. Okay, let me see if it's over here. No, not this one. Man. Okay, if I do that, because I'm getting lost in tabs. No, I thought this one had a link to it, but maybe it doesn't. No, not there. Who else was it? Chat Geppetto gamed benchmarks. I know ChatGPT did it. Hang on. I suppose there's no third party to actually verify the claims. Well, the problem is that the other problem is um, the benchmarks themselves are also broken. If you look at like this article, so even if you could account for the fact that, even if you could say like, well, these companies aren't gaming the benchmarks, right? You can take like a charitable view of it, and you can say maybe they're not, right? Well, the benchmarks themselves are broken because, first of all, you don't have a good way to actually test the outcome of the models against the benchmarks, because you don't have a thorough enough set of questions to get a sense of whether these things actually perform as they say. So usually you'll do something like, oh, it answered 100 math questions really well, or it answered 100 PhD questions really well. That's great. But the number of questions that you would actually ask in that world are way, way more than 100, which means you're not getting a full view of how many correct answers these models can work with. So the benchmarks themselves are fundamentally flawed because they only ask so much. In order for you to get a full comprehensive overview of how well these models do against certain domains, you would have to have hundreds of thousands of questions, if not millions, and hundreds of thousands of man hours confirming all of the questions and all of the answers. It would be a Herculean task to do that. So there's a fundamental flaw with the benchmarks in and of themselves, and also the validity of the answers against that. You're not getting a comprehensive overview. And then on top of that, the benchmarks, the things that the answers given to the questions of benchmarks are not checked by anybody but an initial set of reviewers. And then on top of that, a lot of these benchmarks you don't have access to. You can't run the same benchmarks on your local machine, or if you put enough money together, you can't run these benchmarks, like get a group of friends together and buy up some hardware and run the benchmarks. You can't do it. It won't work for you. You can't run these things. So you have no way of confirming. There's no third-party way of confirming it, which means that you also have to take the word of the people who ran the benchmarks and the people who created the models for the benchmarks. So now you're just taking word upon word upon word, right? Because who can verify? What third party can verify it? No third party can do it. So so again, there's a huge flaw with all of these things. No, that's another one. I know that there's definitely a study. It's not that one. Anyways, you get the point. You get the point, Rev. I'm sure there's a study that showed something like a lack of disclosure. There are exactly 0 companies that disclose whether or not they've overfitted their models to pass a benchmark. They don't disclose the model itself. Like, could you take that model and run it? There's no disclosure on that. Some of the benchmarks are internally done, which means that only special people can have access to them. Anyways, like this stuff, this whole thing is broken, and you don't. You're being sold as if it's some kind of intelligent thinking thing, and I mean the general you, and it's not. We have to stop it. It has to end. We have better options, and we don't need this. Report. Is it this one? I think it's this one. Yeah. Language model developers should report train test overlap. So this is a study, July 2025. I'm not sure I've even covered this one, but none of the model owners are reporting whether or not they're overfitted. Yeah, I've looked into humans last exam. Yeah, 2,500 questions. Sure. Yeah. The amount of damage pushing RTX and other terrible AI has done to games even before LLMs were a thing is astounding. Yeah, games were cooked. This is the problem. Yeah, Twitch. This is what you're pointing to, which I talk about a lot. Before LLMs, the industry was cooked. We were producing terrible games. We were basing everything on ideology, political, social, whatever it is. We were basing entire programming languages on ideology as well. We were doing vibes-based programming before LLMs, just whatever felt good, use an abstraction, whatever. Mobile apps sucked. Websites sucked. Everything sucked, right? There were a few things that were good, but for the most part, we were cooked long before, right? I had to take my vitamins or my wife won't be happy with me. Yeah, Casey has a point, right? And that's one of the things I talk about when you're sitting in a room. I don't think consumers understand this, and I mean non-programmers. You're sitting in a room of programmers, and everybody wants to use a particular paradigm to program something, and you go, why? And you know what it boils down to? It feels good. You would think in a room of programmers, people would use their brain and think logically, maybe pull up some data. How does this code execute on the hardware? How can we make this secure and performant, etc.? No, that's not what happens. A vast majority of the industry, and I've debated a few of these programmers live, it always reduces down to my feelings though. That's what it reduces down to. My feelings. I feel good when I use this abstraction. It's not about whether this thing actually runs well on hardware, which you would think a programmer would have some sense of. Nope, they don't. That's been the industry for the last 20 years. So even before these large language models came, it was bad. Large language models were then created and everybody went, oh, it's going to save us. We don't need programmers anymore. Yeah, you know why you think that way? Because you think that programmers don't know how to code anymore because look at the shitty state of the industry. So you think that LLMs are going to save you by generating code. It's the tech industry's way of saving themselves from their own shit. That's what it is. But all they've done is created a shit producing machine and labeled it AI and got everybody to buy into it. That's what they've done. Avoid Star, I think you're right. It probably does depend on the industry. I'll grant you that. And I think that the number of industries that don't like the number of sub industries in the tech industry that do not operate the way I've just described are few and far between. So I am indeed making generalized statements for sure. I should be clear. I don't often qualify that, but I should do that more often. Yeah, Josh. Yeah, no, they don't. They don't. Ask a programmer why they enjoy using a particular programming language or paradigm or framework. And it's always reduced. You just have to probe them a bit because they might come out with they might start, initially coming out with numbers like, oh well, my productivity went up. I created like more lines of code. Okay, how do you define more lines of code as being more productive? Give me the equation for that. How is more lines of code equaling to more productivity? Start probing that, right? Whatever answer they come up with, you start probing it. Give me the definition for that. How do you define that? And you know what it boils down to? Every single time. Well, it works for me. I feel more productive. That's what it is. It's not about actual numbers. Do you know how this thing runs? On the hardware? No. Do you know how you're slowing down your CPU? No. Do you know how you're slowing down your browser? No. And this is a particularly egregious affront to consumers. You're Joe Blow. You go work out at you're working at the steel factory or whatever. You have a family. You work hard. You bring home money. Your kid buys a machine, a laptop or a desktop, with your hard-earned money. You worked for it. So you pay for it. You pay for that hardware. And then a programmer like me comes along and goes, I am so fucking lazy and stupid and moronic. And everybody else is doing this other thing. I have no idea how it works, but it works for them and everybody wants me to do it. Okay, I was mean. Okay, that was a little bit mean. Let me go back. I'm going backwards, okay? I, as a programmer, come along and I am surrounded by other people who are encouraging me to do the same thing that they're doing. And I look around and I go, okay, well, maybe I should do that then. And I wasn't taught any better. And nobody's, talking about anything else. So maybe this is just the way it is. So I'm just going to go ahead and do that, right? I can use an LLM or whatever it is, right? And you're never encouraged to go and figure out fundamentals, principles. You just go along with the flow. And your manager is happy with you, and the venture capitalists are happy with you, stockholders are happy with you, executives are happy with you. You take that paycheck home. But the result of that is that I create code that takes every square inch of your hardware that you worked hard for. You paid for it. And instead of me appreciating the fact that you paid for your hardware, you worked hard for that laptop or that desktop so your kid can sit down and have a bit of entertainment. You can watch funny movies. You can play video games. You worked hard for that. You paid for that hardware. Instead of appreciating that, I just go, fuck you. I'm just going to write whatever shit I want to write. I don't care how slow it is. As long as I feel good writing it, I will absolutely take up as much of your hardware as possible because somehow I've come to the conclusion that I have some inherent right to it. You paid for it. Then you're paying for me to build the shittiest shit on the planet so that you can run it on the hardware you paid for. So you're paying for it twice. And the second time betrays the first time. That's the tech industry. In any case. And now you believe you need better and better hardware. Yeah, it just hides from the actual issue. Is it just a productivity issue versus quality, maybe driven by corporate? Yeah, it is driven vastly by corporate, but you see, that presupposes that programmers don't have the ability to say anything about their state of work. And they do, and they have, and they've done so before. So as an example, browser standards, just your typical browser standards have been improved simply because programmers complained about it. Like programmers have this ability to push the needle forward, including to executives, and everybody gets to make money. It's so stupid, right? Because let's go with a greedy capitalist. Hang on, let me just make sure I catch up with chat a little bit here. It doesn't even get to the worst part. What about the apps that want to install a zillion applets on your computer, destroy your registry, and take over all the permissions? Well, that's part of it, yeah. Is it reasonable for my phone's iOS updates to require 5 to 10 gigs of storage? No, it's completely unreasonable. They only do that because you have the hardware to store it. So they can hide away all the shitty obfuscations and shitty programming paradigms by hardware. So let's take the greedy capitalist view. If you're gonna rush for just productivity, just output, it's the ship it bro mentality. And then you have a cybersecurity issue because you didn't spend enough time on quality software or secure software. What happens to your stock valuation? What happens to your credibility, to your name? What happens to the amount of income you receive from future sales, etc.? Right? What about if something continually crashes? What happens to your to your greedy capitalist financial overview then? What happens then? Goes in the shitter, right? How is that good for your finances for a company? This is why you can take this is why behemoths like the Magnificent Seven exist. Microsoft built its foundation on software back at a time when you didn't have hardware covering over your sins, so you had to build something half decent. And it sold. It sold like gangbusters. It was great. It sold tons. And so Microsoft gets to benefit from being a massive company because it sold itself on software that was at the very least decent enough to be used. Apple, you could make the same case if you look at it from a historical perspective. What are they producing today, though? What are companies producing today as a starting point? Not that. Did you know that there are a whole bunch of software? There's a list of software you can take from the late 1990s, early 2000s. You can put them on a machine today and they will run just as good as they did back then, if not better. That's because of the way this stuff was made. Can you do that today? No, you can't do it today. Software becomes heavily obsolete within the cycle of 1 to 3 years. So all of this stuff has, it's terrible. It's just a really bad way of thinking about it. But yeah. Yeah, Apple has a different, that's right, Rev. Apple has a different solution. Yeah. Okay, W's in chat for Rev. I feel kind of bad. I kind of feel bad, but I don't. But I kind of, just a little bit, I feel bad that I give Rev a hard time. Only a little bit, though, but not by much. He's also still stupid. He sucks. Rev, why are you so stupid? I can't help myself. Next time I'm on chat and someone else's chat, Rev, and I see you, it's gonna be the game's on. It's gonna be full unfettered trash talk. Rev, can I ask Grok why you're so stupid? I don't know why. I just Rev. Hopefully, Rev, you come back. You can. It'll be fine. You trash talk me back, and it'll be good. Good for entertainment. Anyways, that's the point of my streams. I go over all of that. So I'll show you in case you're curious. You might care, you might not. You're right. You're right, Rev. That's right. I don't feel bad at all. Screw you. Screw you, Rev. You know what, Rev? You made me feel bad. Screw you, Rev. Here, here. So this is my Enlightened Programming playlist. I'll zoom in here. So it's on my channel, and you just go to lists, and you can find this. And it's just a full-on playlist of all the articles I've gone over, shorts, studies, all of it in here. There's tons in here. 207 videos. And if I go over to, if you go over to the I think the live tab. If you go over to the live tab, there's even more. And I've titled them. There's like Tech Bites or Daily Tech News episodes, and they're all titled. There's, I don't know. Man, there must be at least 200, 300 videos. Half the videos, 683 videos, but at least half of them go over stuff. So yeah. Oh, you need a hug? Shut up, Rev. Shut it, Rev. You're stupid. You've clearly been brain rotted by TV. Vamp. Not selling cringe hoodie merch, but it's baked into like it's cringe. Why would I sell it? Vamp. Come on, Vamp. Okay. Um, you guys are free to keep continue derailing me. You can ask questions. You can chat with me about whatever you want. I don't care. I'm jobless, so I'm just trying to finish this game and while I'm jobless. So I'm just tackling some code. Travis was here earlier and I was talking to Travis about some code stuff. I'm going to go back to that because that's what I was going to do this weekend is just work on the code, and then maybe tomorrow or Monday I'll come back and do more of the news streams and cover some more studies and news articles and stuff like that about all this stuff I've talked about. But I'm trying to finish this game, so I'm going to do that. I've taken down some notes. You're still here? Okay, Travis. All right, so I'm putting the rest of chat on hold. So Travis, the memory address tells the pool where it exists in the big old block of memory. So when you free a block back to the pool, all you do is pass a pointer to the data. I've completely lost my place. Okay. My TV will never call me stupid unless I hack your TV, Rev. Unless I hack your TV and I make it do that. What do you, well, yeah, there, Rev. How about that? So a pointer to the data, um, it's the pool. It's not, I guess it's, you could say it's an allocator, but it's a pool of, okay, when you're talking about memory pointing back a memory address, are you talking about the pointer? Are you talking about an index? Are you talking about it's just a void? Okay. No, Emmett, I don't have to acknowledge you. Get out, Emmett. So a void, got it. Okay. I'm back. My moistness. Yeah, Emmett. Yeah. Enjoy my colors. If you just want to get your game working, you wouldn't use pools to keep it simple. It kind of structures and optimization. Um, I sort of do kind of need I kind of do because I need to have yeah, I do need it because I need to have threads to make the game working. And I want to have pools of like I want to have a statically allocated big array of a bunch of stuff. No, fuck you, Emmett. Get out. Leave. Leave, Emmett. You're you're henceforth temporarily banished for the duration of a whole 5 minutes. Then you may return. I want to take like I want to pre-allocate a whole bunch of data up front, but then I only want to view into it by creating pools of it. Well, even that might be a bad example of what I'm trying to do. But in any case, just assume for a moment that I need it because I've thought about it in my head. Um, yeah, because I've reached that point where I'm like, crap, I need to have a pool. So I just want something that's generic. I want to take that. I think that's the void pointer that Travis is talking about. You take the void pointer, you point it to a place in a big old block of memory, and then you tell the pool that slot now points to that place in the big old block of memory, and then you take that back out of the pool, and then you say, okay, if I take this out, where's my big old, like, where does this live in the big old block of memory, right? What's up, BOD? Good to see you. Yeah, syntax highlighting, just for Emmett. just for Emmett. He's harassed me enough. So is that what you're talking about, Travis? Right? Is you're just void pointering back and forth, and a void pointer can go to whatever. Like it can go to a reference to a thing in a big old block of memory. Just use void. A void can point at itself. A void can point at itself? I didn't know that. It's just offset from the large block allocated in the pool. Okay, maybe I'm getting confused as to large block. Let's say I have this. Okay? I have a player. Sure, yeah, DM me an example. That would help. I'm genuinely having a hard time understanding this for some reason. Probably because I'm stupid. By the way, I'm a high school dropout. I'm completely self-taught. Stay in school. No problem, Travis. Take your time. So I would have this, and then I'd go something like player, all players, max players ever. Difference between void and char is how you use it in the language, but they're all just memory addresses. Okay. A pointer is a pointer, doesn't matter the type. Got it. And so you cast. Yeah. Okay. Vamp's right. That's okay. Perfect. So I'm understanding that part right. That's why you use the void, because if you want to just generalize the pointer, if you just want to generalize what the pointers in the pool point to, you just void it or char it in some cases if that's what you want to do. Okay, so I've defined a player and I just have all the players that will ever exist ever. It's just a way to make it generic, right? So that's why you're talking about the get pointer, which is your cast. You cast that void pointer into whatever it is. Char is an implementation defined byte alias. Better use a proper byte alias. Ultimately, a void is always the same same amount of types as type. Right, so you could do a size of on the... So couldn't you do a size of on a void pointer that points to an actual thing, and that size of would give you the size of the struct that it points to as an example, regardless of which struct it points to? Size of void, size of thingy, both would return 8. Because what you're asking for is the size of the pointer. You're not asking for the size of the actual thing. That's why. Okay. So size of will return to you 8 bytes because a pointer is always 8 bytes. So that's why you need the element size. If you're going to do something like back it for a specific reason, then you have to go get the element size. You're welcome, Emmett. Go call yourself stupid. I want to see a video recording of you doing that, Emmett. Size of void should throw an arrow. Size of void should be 64 or whatever the address size is based on architecture. You have a good one. Your eternal moistness. I appreciate it, Emmett. Have a good one, man. When you increment a blob pointer, it will increment by size of blob and return that memory address. Yeah, okay. Yeah, okay. So far I'm tracking. That's fine. That makes sense. So if I wanted to get the element size, I would have to do it a different way. That's what the SPSC ring here is for. You do element size and you have to pass that in. So when I go over to here, my element size is the size of the actual struct and it puts it in there. Okay, so far I'm on track. I understand that. But that's only if I want to back it in like a raw storage capacity. Okay. Yes. But for a pool, right now, all I really want to do, and this might be a misunderstanding on my part of what a pool should be. I always considered a pool as a slice of this. So it would be Pool, I don't know, only players online. And then I don't know, some kind of number, right? And it would just be only players online. Zero just points to, a void pointer to whatever the player is, right? Or so, something like that. That's what I always thought of them as. But I think based on what you guys are saying, a pool is actually this struct with a definition of how many, and instead of just all of them all at once, you create a pool that defines blanked out data that you get to pull from for specific reasons. It's not this. You skip this process. If you have a flat array, then you don't need a pool. Right, but yeah, why? Okay. You only need a pool if you want to speed up allocating new items. What if these are all pre-allocated to defaults? That's as much as it's ever going to be. So then wouldn't I just, so then you don't, okay, so then, okay, all right. So I have overcomplicated then. Vampire's right. I've overcomplicated it. The flat array would be better. Yes. Okay. So Vamp was right. I've overcomplicated it. He's right. And then I pushed back on him and I said, no, I've thought about it. But in reality, I confused. The issue is garbage collecting and freeing and allocating memory. Okay. So I've confused a pool and I thought that I had it thought out, but it turns out, yes. Okay. So F pools. F them. All right. So all I would do is if I wanted to create a slice, then I would just do player, all online player. I'm not saying that this is a good idea. Yeah, Vamp, you were right and I was wrong, Vamp. Hey, you know what, Vamp? I'll do you a solid. Vamp, you were right, bro. I was wrong. I was wrong, bro. You called it out. You saw what I was doing and you said, hey, keep it simple. And I was like, no. I figured this out. And then really what was happening is I thought I figured it out because I misunderstood pools. Okay, so F them. F pools. We're not using pools. So now all I want to do is, okay, I see it. Thank you, Travis. Because I might want to bring back pools later on for some other stuff, but I most certainly do not need them now. Vamp is correct. But later on, that might come handy later on for a very specific, very minute reason. We'll keep it limited. What would Casey Muratori do? Yeah, TV Josh. Okay, so if I wanted to make this simple and go, I just want to have a reference to all the players that are online. I'm not saying this is a good idea. I'm only trying to make use of, I just want to see a sub view and make it really fast. Potentially, I could do something like max online players, right? And so here they all are. And I could even just go like do another struct. No, I don't even need that. Just each one of these would just point to some indices in this array. So it would be like all online players 0 points to like all players like 32, right? And then all online players 1 would point to all players 33. Like I could keep it this simple to start with if that's what I wanted to actually do for some insane reason. I'm just trying to like conceptualize how I would go about reaching into this array, this flat array, and just kind of like building some basic blocks here, right? It should be as simple as that, right? I'm not missing something. There isn't something crazy here that because I misunderstood pools, so that's why C# has list, makes working with arrays a lot easier. I don't care about C#, okay, AOD? All right? Get your Microsoft created shit out of my chat. Okay? Okay, actually, C# isn't that bad, actually. If there was something I was going to use from the Microsoft side, I'd probably use C#. I'm not going to lie with you. But EOD, shut your mouth and get it out of here. Okay. So I think this is fine then. I think I'm good with that. We're gonna go with this because this is really, really easy. Spiro is very blunt about Sharp. Yes. All right, we're just gonna go with the big pool then. So in that case, the rings I need. I appreciate you humoring me this time. I gotta go dumb people shit now. By the way, you really need to help Andrew Wilson with the video app unless it's already happening. Andrew Wilson doesn't. I've. You need to bug Andrew Wilson about getting me to help with stuff. He has threatened to get me to help him with stuff. I've offered repeatedly, countless numbers of times, and he just constantly just doesn't follow through. He doesn't follow through on it. You need to pester him. He needs to hear it from more than one person. Get Spiro to help you with whatever, and I'll do it. Now, the unfortunate thing is that Andrew Wilson has enough pull that he doesn't need a dum-dum like me. He can go pull from much higher tier programmers who would be willing to bend over backwards to help that guy. So I have a massive disadvantage now. But thanks for being here, Rev. Also, shut up. Your brain rotted. Get the hell out of here, Rev. Have a good night. What is max player size? Iterating and isn't a big deal. Right, Gare Games, right. And that's why I said, don't take this seriously. I don't actually think I need this. I'm just saying that should I need it for some ridiculous reason, this is how I could easily deal with a flat array. But right now, I have like 100 max players. That's it. So I know this is going to be easy peasy. So I don't need a freaking pool for this. And I don't need to worry about slicing into the array. Just do it. You still need to push things into it. Well, I would just have to determine which elements. Okay, so think about it this way. Let's say that I have an array of maximum 100 available players can play this game at any time. Maximum 100. So it would be something like Taken or online. Rev, you piece of shit. Rev. Thank you for the $10, man. Thank you for that super chat. Thank you for the $10. I appreciate that a lot, brother. Thanks for being awesome. I'm going to say nice things about you now. I have to. You paid me to do it. Thank you. Have a good night, man. Hopefully we'll talk soon. I'll probably find you on other chats now. I will make sure to bug you. Thanks, Rev. I really appreciate that, man. I really do. Thanks, Rev. Have a good night. Spiro, can you make that message a widget taller? Oh, right. Yeah. Here. I should change that. Let me do that right now since we're here, just real quick. So we're going to go. There you go. That's it. I think that worked, didn't it? Yeah, it worked. Yeah. All right. Thanks, Rob. I had to make it bigger so you could see him pick his nose. Yeah. Okay. So what I would have to do is track anybody that's online and say you can't take this slot, right? You can't take it because it's taken. So I can just do a brute force. I don't really need to worry about performance for like 100 players. Max players ever. And then I would just go if all players I dot online, just skip it. I think I set the black background vamp. I did it because of this. You can't see it otherwise. It kind of sucks to see it otherwise. Okay, so so then I would just take it, right? I'd go like I don't know, server name, set name equals server name, HP, whatever the default is. I can just default initialize, right? Like init player, and just pass in all players, whatever it is. And then I would just set it to like dot online equals true, whatever that is, right? And so this is super simple. I can just do this now. I don't need to do anything else. I just grab this and I just check it like this. Okay, thanks, fam. If you want to add an outline widget, that'd be fantastic. Yeah, that'd be great. Because then I have to put in a background in order to make it pop. And yeah, that'd be great, Vamp, if you could do that. Vamp, I know I have to work on your thing. I've had a very well, I'll be honest. I've had a bad week. So some stuff happened. I had a bad week. I had to take a couple of days, well, 2 or 3 days, and just not do anything to deal with some stuff at home. Everything's fine now, but it was a little bit hairy for a while. So I haven't had time. So I'm gonna finish this game because I'm like this close. And then I'm gonna jump on to helping you out with the view thing. Um, yeah, I want to ask you a question about that. I want to ask you a question about that. I'll ask you about that. So like tomorrow, Monday-ish, I'll get on it. But I have not forgotten about you. My damn throat. Haven't forgotten about you, Vamp. I promise I'm gonna help you out. Check it now. I should have a black outline and doesn't need the black rectangle. Did you do it that fast, Vamp? Is Vamp literally like just create? He, let's see. Viewer count. Okay, if I delete this and then I go refresh and then I go over here and then I switch over. Okay. How's that? Where's my viewer count settings? Here. Yeah, font size, text shadow, item background. So I can set an item background now. So I could go like whatever. There we go. Look at that. Hey, that's great. Vamp, thank you, man. Joiner.live. You guys need to go check that out and use it. It's great. Vamp's doing good work over there. I should have been on it a long time ago, and I wasn't. It's my bad. I see Gary, you sent me something too. Um, oh, you sent me like a pool thing, eh? Yeah. Yeah, okay. So if I really wanted to, I could do that. I could do a next free with capacity. Yeah, okay. Okay. I wonder why it's not right aligned. I don't know. I don't know. Okay, well then let me why don't I just keep it simple then and we'll just keep going with the game. Yeah, I don't have any special styling on it, Vamp. So it's just whatever the styling is, it is. I've lost a lot of viewers because I know it's not exactly the same entertainment as Jim Bob stuff. But Jim Bob, thanks for the raid again. He's not here, but I'm gonna say it out loud anyways. I'll shoot him a message after. I'll thank him for it. I'm just gonna keep going. We're not stopping until everything about this game is out the door. So I'm gonna forget about Caveman Pool. As a matter of fact, I'm going to remove it entirely. No Caveman Pool. So the only thing that I want is deleted code is best code. Yeah. Okay, I'll let you fix it then. Okay, we'll do. We'll do, Vamp. I got you, man. I got you, bro. It's actually, I'm kind of looking forward to it because like asking me to remove view off of a widget, you want me to remove an abstraction and keep it simple? Hell yeah, man. I'm there. So I'm excited to get on it. I'm excited to get on it. Okay. So now I just need to think about how I want this array to be. I just want to have a reference to a bunch of players in the game. Players in the game are not necessarily server players. I can do it on stream if you want. Guess what my question was going to be, Vamp? Remember when I said I needed to ask you a question? That's what it was going to be, because I know that the code lives on a repo that you're hosting. I don't know if you want people to see all that. If you want to keep it private, I'll keep it private. No problem. But if you're cool with it, with me doing it on stream, then I will absolutely do it on stream. If there are any things, if there's things you don't want me to show, you just have to let me know what those are, and I'll make sure just not to show them on stream. But otherwise, yeah, I'm excited to do it. Remove view out of it. That'd be fun. Okay, so I kind of have a problem. The problem is this. Let me look at my caveman server. When I join the game, I put in a username and password. Just don't show the entire code. Okay, no problem. I'll do it on stream. I won't show all of it. I'll just show the parts that are relevant to extracting the view stuff out. That'll be fun. The username and password has to be confirmed by the game. The server doesn't care about the username and password. Currently, as it stands today. That means that I have to go authenticate the user against the game before I can decide whether or not to give them a proper connection to the game. And now I'm questioning whether that's actually the right path. Maybe it's the server that should have the authentication, the credentials, to allow you access to the game. And if you're a player in the game, it's because we just have made an assumption that you've already been authenticated. Maybe that's what I should do. Because if I do it the way I'm doing it now, if I stick to what I'm doing now, it means that I have to store credentials in a struct for a server player and then associate that to a game player. Or rather pass that on. That's what I got that backwards. If I stick to what I have now, I have to pass it on to the game, ask the game if it's a valid player, then come back. Okay, so that's probably bad. I probably should not authenticate against the game. I should authenticate against the server. The server has the credentials. And then I pass on, hey, you're credentialed, so you're going to grab an available player from the game and you're going to map that player to a server connection. And the server connection is who you are. Yeah, that probably makes the most sense. Why not use CSRF? If it's a MUD, it's interaction to interaction, not real time, right? There's some real time to it because everybody's playing at the same time. So you can have two people move at the same time. Your map has to get updated based on that. What's up, Laugh? So it's not turn-based, or like everybody waits for the next turn. And I could go with CSRF tokens if I wanted to be if I wanted to go dig a little deeper into this, but I don't think I need to. I think I just have to. I need to authenticate on the server side, and then store an ID. Grab a player out of the array of players that are available in the game, and then just map the two on the server and go. This is a server connection. They're credentialed, and here's the player like ID or a pointer or something in the game. And so now you know that when this connection receives a request to take an action, it's going to pass it on to the game, and it's going to pass on the player ID of the game. And then the game receives that action and goes, okay, I'm going to try and update the player. And then just cycles that back in to the server. And then the server goes, let me send you a message from the game. Rinse and repeat. So when the game sends a message back to the server, all it has to do is say this player wants to do X, Y, or Z, and then it's up to the server to go find the connection based on the player ID. Okay, I think I've got this. So what I'll do, I could just write a little helper function in here. It would be be like this, and we would just return some kind of index. We could either return an index or a pointer to it, but there still needs to be some sort of timeout. Otherwise, it could turn it into an attack vector if someone else uses the same signature, unless it's encrypted. Yeah, I'm not worried about that, 3D, right now. You're right. If you know someone else's auth key, there is SSL, so that's fine. But if you know someone else's auth key and their name, then you could behave as them. But I'm not worried about that yet. I can add that on after. Right now, I just want to get like a basic thing out there. Just super basic, and like it's I'm not storing personal data in here, so who cares? And it's not ready for like people need to take it seriously, or like they're seriously going to play this game and invest time into it. I'm not at that point yet. I want to prove the concept out. There's some NPCs you can fight. You can fight each other. You'll have some descriptive text. You can kind of get a sense of the story. Just like you have some stats, but they're probably not persistent. Stuff like that. Like just try and keep it simple and prove the concept out. That's what I want to get out the door this weekend and show that it works and it's all hand-rolled C, right? Then we can layer on top of that. So all I really have to do is go for... So if not, continue. Otherwise, you can just initialize it. So you could go... No, it's like this. How do I do that? And then I could either return that, or I could return pointer to the thing itself. Whichever one I decide I want to do. So let me move this over to Caveman server. That's going to replace this guy. It's going to replace all that, and that's what it's going to be. Is this old school mud played in terminal? I'm playing on a GUI. I'm playing on the web. So it's going to be rendered out using a C HTTP server, and then I render it on the web. So the left-hand side here is going to be text, and then there's a map up here and information box down here. It was working, but I've broken it, so I'm just trying to get back to a working state. So what happens if I... Oh, I see. And, okay, I can't do that. Why not? Can I do that? Yeah, I can do that. Where's my invalid socket? There it is. Undeclared identity. What? No, I've defined it. Sock invalid. Okay. And int. Yeah, this isn't working because am I even getting the welcome? I'm not. Okay. So I need to update all this. Or do I just do a drop in? Yeah, maybe I just do a drop in. I could just replace server SSC and then SSC WebSockets. SSC, yeah. It's just SSC coming down. So all your actions go up to a request, just fire off a post request. I want to do this. I want to do that. You don't even have to listen for the response unless you really want to. Ultimately the game picks that up and decides to do something or not, whether it's valid or invalid. And then any response that you want to receive just comes back down from SSC. and the entirety of all the HTML that you need to run it, well, at least chunks of it are going to come down via SSE. When this is working, when I get it working again, that's what will happen. Let me go back to, where is it? So if I just open this up again, of course. Oh, no, no, I'm not going to be able to open it up again. I'm going to have to change it entirely. All right. So I have to first tackle this. Do I just want to do a drop-in replacement? Yes. Yes, I do. Yeah, Fuzz. Yes, please, Fuzz. Yes, I am interested. You can DM me on Twitch. You can DM me on Discord, wherever. I'm sure you can find me. You can DM me. Yes, let's talk about it. 100%. Okay, hang on. I've got Laugh on the line who's helping me with the code, and we're gonna have him come on. Just a sec, Laugh. If I go, hey. Okay. Wait, no. Okay, there we go. Now you should be
Is it working now?
There we go. Okay.
Yeah. What are we up to?
Well, first of all, how are you doing?
Yeah, I'm good. I've been taking a break today because the week flew by so fast, dude. Because I've mainly worked on this week, to be honest.
Yeah, it did go by fast. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm enjoying it. We're kind of like making a text-based MMO, you know?
Yeah.
It's kind of fun.
It's fun. It's super fun. Yeah.
Yeah.
And because of the nature, yeah, Fuzz, I see it. I just checked. I see it, man. I appreciate it. I'm gonna reach out to you, man. All right. Yeah, 100% interested. Thanks, Fuzz. Thank you. Yeah, because of the nature of like the game itself, because it's pretty simple, and because I've got the web stuff on lockdown, then it's kind of nice to work with it, because you're not overwhelmed by like a whole bunch of work that you have to do, right? It kind of makes it nice.
Yeah, well, I mean, so I'm doing the map gen tool, and I don't know. I just really enjoy playing around with simplex noise or Perlin noise or whatever.
Yeah.
I'm really enjoying it, and I like making tools too. You know, and
Yeah. Yeah. Thanks
so
for whoever just subbed here. I appreciate it.
what you got going on here, dude?
Okay. So I'm just gonna see connections. All right. So here's the deal. I just need to map. I just need to map a connection that someone has made to the game
Yeah,
onto
well, that's easy.
a player in the game.
That's super easy.
The
All's the game, all's the game cares about is the game's internal ID, right? So all you need is to be able to call a function in the game to say, "Hey, does this player exist? He wants to log on, please," and then it returns, the ID or nothing. And if it's nothing, then you've got to, I don't know, maybe you have to have like a sign up thing before that, and you have a function that puts something in the game's database. But that integer right there, you just highlighted the strings behind, sorry. It's literally all you need. Like, all's the game, like when a command comes into the game, all it cares about is the command string and the ID, right? That's it. Super duper easy. And the game internally manages like it keeps a free list, just a stack of IDs of free slots. And then it when you attempt to log into the game, we can return null, and we can return an enum, like an out parameter with the error type. So you can say like server fall or not found, or I don't know what kind of other errors we might want to have. But that'd be useful information to know, right? I'm pretty sure I did that in like the old version before you went and changed everything.
Yeah, I have it. I have both versions over here for reference because I
Yeah.
want to bring some stuff back. Okay.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I did that. Super duper easy though. Like you don't need to the server side doesn't need to keep doesn't need to know that whether the server's full or not until someone tries to log in, like, and join the game.
Well, there's two fulls. One is
Oh, right. There's the SSE connections too. I forgot about that. Yeah, that
yeah.
complicates things a little bit. So yeah, well, then we could just have a function in the game before you even attempt to log in. Just say, "Hey man, how many players are online? Are we full?" But you'd already know that if the SSE pool's already empty, I guess. And then you'd use the exact same technique here, which is just a stack of the list of free slots, basically. Super duper simple.
Okay. Okay.
That's how I'd approach it.
All right. And then here you would just check actually this shouldn't be, it should be max SSE connections. Like that. And then just return whatever valid ID. Okay. So it would essentially be like that.
Why do you need to for loop?
Because I'm not keeping a free list.
Oh, okay.
Because it's so small, I just don't care. For now. I just check for active or not active. And then when I close the socket, I set it to not active.
Yeah, that works.
It's
So you just loop through and find the first one that's free.
Yeah.
Yeah, fair enough.
Okay. So that's good. So then I can replace all my SSC connections. Then when you join, which is the register function, I can just ask the game directly in here. Given the credentials that the user is attempting to join with, are these credentials valid for the game? And if they're valid for the game, then you can, as long as there's still, like, first you check for available connections. Yes, okay, we haven't maxed out the server. Have we maxed out players in game? Nope. Okay, we're still good. Is the authentication valid? Does the game tell us you're a valid player? Good. Okay, keep going. And then you just eat up one of the connections.
Yeah.
And then you map the connection. You take that, exactly what you're talking about. You take the game player here and you say, okay, the game told us that everything's good. Here's the ID that the game gave us. We're going to map it to this guy. And now, such that you always have the ability to understand who the player is in the game based on the connection, which means that you can always pass along messages to the game and say, hey, this connection received a command. Please process it, game, and here's the associated player ID for this command. And then the game goes, oh, player ID, command, let me do a thing, blah, 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 blah. Then it sends it back to the server at the end if it wants to. This player needs to have a message. So server, please go send this message out. It's not really talking to the server. It's just putting it in like outgoing events. And the server reads that and goes, okay, well, now I know who the player is. And I know that this player needs to have a message, which means that I, as the server, have to go cross-reference who the player is in regards to which connection they're on, and then ship some HTML over to that connection. Now you have a full loop.
Yeah.
And that's what the rings are for. I've already shown the rings work. I can create events into the game. I can read events from the game. The game doesn't care about any events on the server. Only the server cares about server events. And so all that the game has to do in here is just read incoming events and create outgoing events and just let the server just do its thing. And you can thread this. You can create multiple ones. You can do, these are the channels, right?
Yeah, so have you put the mutex in those?
Yes.
Yeah, cool. And so the channels are backed by a ring buffer, right?
Yep.
Cool.
Yep. So they're in there. You just create it, and yeah, and then away you go. So you can just loop a full loop, but just the game cares about the game, the server cares about the server and the game, and that's it. You're done. Now you can send messages back and forth, and you just use your player ID as the ultimate arbiter of who's doing what, whether it's the server or the game. Player ID is the key.
Yeah, cool.
Okay. All right. So,
it doesn't matter what type the player thing is, because I'm probably gonna use ULIDs for this kind of stuff. Because I was thinking any time where there's a dynamic array and we might want to use a handle, the ULID is a fantastic way to solve the generation problem. Because they're just unique numbers. So you don't have to worry about like incrementing the thing and overflowing and all of that kind of thing. And they're really small. Like we can make them 64 bits if we want, or we can make them 128 bit, which is probably what I'd go with first. And those are really fast because CPUs have 128 bit operations. So we can just compare those really, really quickly.
Yeah.
And they're really easy to generate. It's just basically time and a little bit of random.
Right.
Fantastic. They're really small.
Okay. Yeah. That sounds good. Sounds good to me. Okay, well then I just have to refactor a little bit of this. I'll just make a fake function that just authenticates everyone right now.
Just return true.
Just return true, yeah. It's just something dumb. Bool. Just authenticate user, and you're gonna pass in player name auth key. That's it. And I'll take this stuff out. I'm going to have to deal with a bunch of errors, but I'll sort this out. So I have a way to pull a free connection. I'm going to have a file descriptor pointing to the open socket. I have a way to close it. So I need to no, I can leave this alone because I have a different pool for file descriptors. It's a pool within a pool. Well, not really a pool, it's just an array of available ones, but it's going to end up being a pool for threaded. So I have to leave that there for now.
How come you decided to do a Windows build?
Because it was becoming annoying. Sometimes like if I want to play it on like my phone to see what's going on, on WSL, Windows Subsystem Linux, when you start the server, you have to do port forwarding to get Windows to externalize the port. Otherwise, it's trapped within Windows.
Oh, okay.
So I'm like, well, if I'm going to do that, maybe I can just turn this into a Windows build with some, whatever. It was a lot more effort than I thought. Then that way I could run it on PowerShell, and then it's immediately externalized regardless of the port it's in. I don't have to fiddle around with firewall stuff. And then I can pop it up on my phone and play it, right? And it worked, so.
Yeah, cool.
Okay. Just use Linux.
I know, right, Travis?
I know. Travis. Just, I don't need to hear it from you, okay, Travis? This is for the big send. Yeah, because I have to buffer it. I have to buffer. Okay, this is working fine. That's fine. I register my SSE connection. Now, this comes in from right here. Perfect. I should probably register and then send, but this is our starting point. You're going to connect. We have to take a file descriptor, and then we have to take the key and the player name that we've got. All right, so this is our starting point that I need to kind of barrel through. So we go grab your file descriptor. That's your socket connection. If we've exceeded that, num SSE connections, then we don't do anything. Can't join. And then we send you a message, and then we close the actual file descriptor. Otherwise, we're going to have to update this. This is what I need to update. Otherwise, I need to pull in. Where did it go? Pull free SSE connection. And right now, it's just going to give me an int. I could create another version of this just as a helper, which would just be a pointer. And it's actually, I have to update this as well. Like that. Yeah. Like that. Okay. So I can return a pointer to the actual thing. Otherwise, I return a null. And I return a null. And then in this case, it would be an SSC connection. You'll convert me to a Linux daily driver one day. One day.
Yeah, it's got to happen, dude.
One day.
I mean, we know you're curious because you tried it. You just screwed it up.
It's true, I did just screw it up. I have to go back to Arc. Why am I doing car 512? Thanks for
What's that about?
Thanks for the follow. Because I want to do bounds checks manually. So you can do it one of two ways. You could set this up like car pointer to, and it's kind of like an indeterminate size until you set it. Or you can just say by default, my car is going to be 512 or whatever, and you ensure that it is that size, and then you can do manual bounds checks on it. So sometimes I do want manual bounds checks, and so I hard code it into the character by default. And then I can take a pointer to that if I want, but yeah, it just gives me a way to slice it down. It would have to be pointer like that. Question is, will this, well, it doesn't matter actually right now. We'll sort that out in a minute. Okay, so I register. Then for the purposes of this thing, I would want up. Do I care about it? No, let's just do this.
Wait, why'd you have static const inside of functions?
Because static static helps you to ensure that when something's inside of a header, it stays within the context of...
No, not inside a function. Static means it lives, like, regardless. Like, if you make a static int inside a function and add one to it every time...
in a function?
Yeah.
Am I doing that inside a function?
It's on the screen right now. There's two on the screen right now.
What?
Static const C message. Well, it was on the screen. There's a huge delay for whatever reason. There you go. It's like line 400 or something.
Okay, so in this case, it's because
what does that do?
Because then the memory for this lives in a, like you don't dynamically generate or allocate the memory every time. This never changes. So because this message is always the same, then I just static it, so it's always the same. So it puts it in a memory space.
Doesn't the compiler do that for you?
Doesn't what do it for me?
Doesn't the compiler do that for you?
I have no idea if the compiler does it for me. Some compilers do, some don't. But
yeah, but you're talking about Clang and GCC, like the most advanced ones ever.
Hey Kenny, how's it going?
Yeah, let's defer to Travis on that one. No, it's kind of the I forget what the term for it is, but if you do like a global, right? A global integer, and you put x equals 5 times 4, right? The compiler will just make it 20, right? It'll just put 20 there, and it can do stuff like that. So right, Travis, in this little bit that's highlighted on the screen, it's a static const string, right? And Spiro's saying that he's made it static const so that string like doesn't get redefined every time the function gets called. But I'm saying that the compiler will probably do that for you anyways. Right? I'm pretty sure that there's a term for this type of thing for when it turns things into literals and like flattens them out. I can't remember what the term is. I'm not a compiler developer. But maybe that's interning, maybe that is the word for it. Yeah, I think it, you know, like if you make a global, right? and you make int x equals 5 times 20, it will, sorry, 5 times 4, it will just boil that down to 20. It won't actually do the multiplication. It'll do it to compile time, and you'll get the thing.
Okay,
Well,
that's
you guys are probably right, but I was just asking why he was doing this, so I'm learning.
yeah. That because I don't. Because what if we don't want to compile to Clang? Right.
Yeah.
Or what if
Well,
I don't
whatever.
know.
But okay. So I was just asking why you put static cons. That's all.
Yeah. Because I know that this message is going to be the same every single time. So I want to
Mhm.
avoid. I want to avoid the program having to recreate the message, throw it out, and recreate it every time. That's all.
Yeah, no, that's cool. I've never thought of doing that.
I mean, like something like this, it's micro opt. But once I got into the habit, because I'm like, oh, I see. So if you
Well,
have something,
no, that totally makes sense. I do the same sort of thing in Lua all the time, right? Because it generates, it allocates when you make tables and stuff. So I put them somewhere where they be reused instead of generating it every time the function gets called. Blah 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 blah.
right?
It's the same concept.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So intent. This is to show intent. At the very least, it's to show intent. Yeah, because depending on the compiler you use, and sometimes intent can help. Like when you're doing structs and you want to align them or pack them right, you can set intents as part of your definition.
Yeah, man.
Like align whatever pack 32 or whatever.
Odin has directives that they don't actually do anything. They're just for showing intent.
Yeah.
One's for like function pointers.
Yeah, that's right. So yeah, sometimes it can help because the compiler might not be able to pick it up. Like if you have a chain of functions that reference each other, it might be too deep for the compiler to pull out what the intent of a specific portion of your function does deep down inside. So you apply an intent to it, or you just be explicit when you didn't have to be, because then the compiler has a easier time picking that up, right? Thanks for the follow just now. Whoever just sent a follow there. Pull free SSC connection pointer. So it would go SSC connection. We'll just go like that, and then we can go pull free SSC connection. I guess I could pass in. I could do like a pass in like that. Maybe I should just do that. Well, yeah, that's probably better actually. Yeah, I think I actually have to do it. I don't think I can actually return a pointer to a thing. So yes, I do have to do it. This becomes a void. This becomes a return. This also becomes a return, and then this becomes SSC connection is the pointer to SSC connections like that. Car str with array though winds up on the stack. Does it? It can vary. Okay. I will worry about such a thing later. All right, so I have a way to. I shall worry about such a thing later. I'll go look it up.
It should be all right as long as you don't put like a 2 megabyte string on the stack. You'd be fine.
Okay, I'll put a 2D there. I do want to find out the answer. It's not that I don't care. I do care. Because you know how we are about here. We nitpick over the stupidest things because that's how we learn.
Yeah, I'm intrigued as to what's actually happening there when you do that.
Yeah, but I would want to know. But all I'm trying to do right now is just try and get through this. That's all. So I don't want to go down, because once I go down a rabbit hole, I can't help myself, and then I start reading documentation and source code.
I'm telling you, man. Like strings are like the worst data type. Like
They are.
the absolute worst thing to deal with.
I
They're
hate them.
horrible.
I hate them. I hate strings. That's why I did the octet stream binary data coming in from the JavaScript side into the server where you just don't care about the string. You just slice everything up into predefined sections. The first thing is going to be 128 characters. That's it. And you just raw encode them with either binary data or numbers, and then you convert it on the server side, or you just delay converting it till the very end because I hate dealing with it. It's so
No,
annoying.
Fuzzy, I like Odin, and it has like proper strings where you can have embedded zeros, and they have the length with them, and you can convert them really easily to C strings. And you can do it without copying as well if you know what you're doing. But they're still annoying to deal with. Even in garbage collected languages, they're annoying to deal with. Because you get um like loads of extraneous allocations if they're like read-only strings. You know, like the Lua. If you do the concatenate operator, you're basically allocating those strings, and then yeah, Travis, UTF, like UTF-8, I've dealt with that before. Especially in a language where the strings aren't necessarily UTF-8 encoded, and you have to use like an external library or an auxiliary library to handle it. Because I've done like a little text input thing, where you can move the caret around and press the delete key and things, and it's so fiddly to get right. Like, it's so annoying. He rolled it from scratch, yeah. Well, fortunately, like the UTF-8 spec itself is like not that complex. It's just like that one extra byte if it's greater than is it 127? Yeah, is that UTF-8 the 4-byte sequence, or is that 16? I forget. Yeah, it's UTF-8. So strings in Java are UTF-16. It's just like, that's so Java, isn't it, dude? It's like, oh, we have to support the bigger one.
It's so Java.
It is so Java,
I
man. It's just,
just took a second to log that in. It's so Java. That's great.
yeah, it's like enterprise. Like, we have to have everything. We need the UTF-8 factory abstract method. Like,
Nah.
you never have to deal with the width in Java only. Yeah. Well, that's the thing. That's why I was saying, dude. It's harder when the language doesn't assume that the UTF-8 encode. Like if you're doing C, it just assumes everything's ASCII, right? But with Odin, they have a data type called rune, which is they don't have a character data type. It's just runes. So it's just UTF-8, right? And it does all that stuff. Like, it's just built into the language, so you don't have to worry about it that much. If you really want to, like, if you know the bounds of what you're dealing with, like if you know it's going to be an ASCII string, then you can treat it like an array of bytes. There's nothing wrong with that. But if you're accepting user input and you're allowing UTF-8 and stuff, then you got to go through the get rune at and all that kind of stuff. But it's a pain. But then, like I say, once you've built your own little things to deal with it, then you're all good, really.
Runes. Yeah.
But yeah, that works, Travis. But then if you want to have fancy text input, with a movable caret, or you want to be able to select text or anything like that, then you need to do the UTF-8 stuff.
Right.
Like if you're not having any kind of text editing input stuff, then yeah, it's totally fine. It is. I mean, it's all just an array of bytes at the end of the day, but
Yep.
But it's funny when you mess it up because you get like weird characters getting printed, and you just like, it just doesn't make any sense. And there you go. 3D Factors got the WSL tips for you.
To skip port forwarding, you can turn the mirrored network on mode. Just add networking mirrored in your WSL config in your folder. Really?
Spiro doesn't get along well with Linux and networking. Like,
I don't.
anytime he tries, he has problems. He had problems with Vim. He had problems with WSL. He had problems doing screen share when he was on Arch.
Yeah, I constantly have problems with it all the damn time.
Yeah.
You can really do networking mode on here? Look at, I didn't know this existed. Networking mode. Mirrored.
Dude, my stream's so far behind. I'm gonna refresh.
Huh. Look at that. Well, I no longer have a need to run Linux. Yeah. Thanks.
No.
Thanks, 3D Factor. You made it so I don't have to worry about Linux. Appreciate it, man.
Wait, no.
Yeah.
But
I've
no.
solved all my problems. Yeah. That was the last problem I had. That was the only thing keeping me.
Yeah, you don't need to switch. You just pretend you're running Linux on Windows now, yeah. I always found the name of WSL strange, right? Has anyone else ever thought this? Like, the Windows subsystem for Linux, but it's the Linux subsystem for Windows. It's the wrong way around.
Yeah. It's true. Yeah, it is kind of a weird name.
Like, it makes sense if you're saying it is a Windows subsystem that uses Linux, but that it's for Linux. So it doesn't make any sense.
It might make a little bit of sense if you think about it as they are naming it based on their perspective.
Oh yeah, that's totally what it is. It's the branding, right? They got to put their thing first,
Yeah, that's the only way I can make sense of it. Oops.
Yeah, fuzzy. Even on Linux, like mixing file systems ain't a good idea. Because when I first switched over, I had some NTFS partitions, so I could, I could send stuff either way. And some things just don't like to run on Linux off of NTFS. Particularly games, they just don't like to work. And I think part of that is probably like the case insensitivity thing, which is a really, really dumb idea. I don't understand why they made it case insensitive. Because then it depends on, like, when you run a game on Proton, I don't know if they do any like funky string stuff to prevent it or bypass it, but it ends up depending on whether the developer was uniform in their file system naming conventions, like whether they mix cases or not. Because if they got lazy about it and they use like lowercase for a file name that's actually got uppercase in the file system, then it sometimes doesn't work. I don't know, I had all sorts of problems with using NTFS, so I just got rid of them.
It does get weird, doesn't it? It really does.
I think I had permission problems once as well. Not sure how that worked.
Yeah, I could see that. Okay, I just need to take some stuff here and go SSC connections.
Sublime merge.
Oh yeah, Sublime
So-
Merge is really good. I like it anyways.
Is that like a
It's Sublime
GUI to
text, but GUI for Git. Yeah.
I've never used a Git GUI.
If I'm gonna use a GUI, I'm gonna use that one. Max server game players, where is that? It's in game.c.
Yeah, Slip, that's the kind of way I look at it, right? It, I only really go for GUI stuff these days if I just want to be able to see something. And then, and then also for like unzipping files, because I can't be bothered to learn the command line for Arc, which is the package I use. So I just open it in Dolphin and just right click. It's just so lazy.
That's great though. I like it.
Yeah, well, how often do you need to fucking unzip stuff there, then?
Yeah.
The problem with terminal stuff is like it's just never ending. There's just so much stuff to learn, and most of the time, when you want to do something, you just want to get it done. Like, how often do you sit down and think, what do I want to do today? Oh, I'm going to learn a bunch of bash commands, right? It's not something you really do when you get older. Like maybe when you first start out and it's like more exciting and stuff. But when you're trying to get something going, you just pick stuff up along the way, right?
You've got to be shitting me. Fucking hell.
What are you done? Are you talking about
one more time? One more time, Linux bites me in the ass.
Well, what's it doing now?
Well, now it won't run. No, hang on.
You just ran build Windows.
Okay, never mind. I never mind. Nothing happened. Go back to your runes and your all that.
That was ages ago.
Okay, we're back in business now. I think. We should go back.
Yeah, 3D factor. That's the classic thing, right? There's loads of memes about that. Is like some task you could do, but it's tedious and you can't do it. And you're like, oh, I could write a script to do this, and then you spend like 2 days perfecting the script and adding command line arguments to it and printouts, pre-printing, and yeah, it's great.
Well, I'm seg faulting. Great. Auth key. My perfect pristine server is now. It's not even. Why is it seg faulting? Okay, so far it's fine. So it does that. It sends a 200. It must be seg faulting when I'm receiving the connection. That's probably what's happening then. So where's my register? Yeah, it's probably seg faulting here.
This way you want some good old printf debugging.
Well, that's what I'm going to be doing, yeah.
Oh yeah, dude.
So I would have to do server log and made it here.
You got a log?
Yeah, I've got a special logger because what the logger does is it'll pull the thread ID plus some extra information. You'll see it here automatically, so you don't have to do like printf stuff. So you could just do like poops. Server log. I have one for the mud too. I have a mud logger. So you can see there's a thread ID.
Does it just go to the console or the file?
Yeah, it goes to a console, yeah. And then you can just hup it, no hup or something like that. You can just hup it out when you can run the executable in detached mode, and then you just point it out to a log file. Okay. If I do this. Get out of here, Chrome. Log in. Okay, made it here. So something about this.
Oh, dude, I usually just put here. When you're freeing a pointer right there.
Is it this? Is it just because I have this backwards?
Wait, dude. Whoa, hang on. Go back to your code. So what does pull free connection mean?
Goes through the list of available connections from all available 200 that I've pre-allocated, finds one, it's not active, and then just returns it so I can start using it.
All right. I just saw the word free and I was like, you're not freeing a pointer right there, are you? But you are correct, is that takes an address, so it takes a pointer, so you do need to send the address in there.
So that's fine. It's just that somehow now, if not,
Well,
has
you've
to
just changed that. You've just changed that, so you need to compile it and see if that helped, I
well,
guess.
this is the problem, right? I can't do a. I guess I should return a
Oh,
bool. That's what I should do. If I'm gonna do this, then I should just return a bool, and then it would just be false, true, false. Okay, that helped a little bit, and can just reference this directly because I'm gonna not be a pointer to it anymore. All right.
I've
Well,
seen that comment.
which comment?
Can you inject scripts into those forms? That's a cool feature you should allow.
That's great. Yeah, that's great. That should be a feature you allow. Yep. Okay, that worked. All right, so we're back to this.
Got some stuff to eat.
Yeah, so the to eat stuff means that the mud received a message. The server injected a message into the mud for it to process, and the mud's like, "Oh, perfect." So,
Oh, we need to talk about this, by the way.
all right.
So, are you still doing the thing where you serialize the commands on JavaScript?
Yes. I just extract the pre and the after.
Yeah, that needs to be deleted. We can't do that.
Okay, why?
Because it would require us to duplicate all of the game data in JavaScript and write like a bunch of stuff twice. It's a waste of time. The idea behind what you've done, I totally get it. It reduces the amount of bandwidth going up, right? And that's fantastic. In another context, it would be a fantastic idea, but in this one, it is not. Right? Because let's say I add a command to the game, right? A keyword.
Mm-hmm.
Now I have to go in the JavaScript and add it in there as well, right?
Yeah.
And let's say I have a command like I want to equip an item, right? And the item's called Iron Sword with a space in it, right?
Mm-hmm.
So now, now we've got to, it's got to know about all the item names, right? So we got to put all that data in there. We got to put all the names of all the spells and stuff like that in there.
No.
So
no, you don't have to do all that. So all you do is you just take the command. These are just the command. It could be.
Yeah, but there's going to be way more than this, you know.
Right, but you don't have to care about anything beyond the command.
Yes, you do.
You do.
Because they have arguments.
Yes,
yeah.
You do, but you don't have to copy the arguments over here.
But I'm going to have to tokenize it and go through it all anyway, so you might as well do it all in one place. And you're not saving any significant amount of bandwidth sending anything up because the frequency of these things being sent to the server is super duper low. You're talking less than 1 per second. Right? If this was a multiplayer action game where you're syncing stuff like 60 hertz, like then this is exactly the kind of thing you want to be doing, right? Like absolutely fantastic because you want to reduce the number of bits being sent. But in the case of this game, it takes you like a second or so to type out a message before you can even send it. So like the you're not really saving any bandwidth at all.
It's okay.
And
so
you're
this is
still going to need the rest of the string because you still got to tokenize it and everything on the server anyway, or in the game code rather. The server shouldn't really care about it. It should just pass the string along.
Yeah, okay. I don't have a good argument. It's not really about the bandwidth. It's that I didn't want to do string parsing on the server.
I'll write it. I'm totally fine with it.
Well, I have to do it now then. Otherwise, how
Well,
do I know that? How am I going to make the game work? Either I stick
the
to
game
this for
the
now.
game code decides all this. The server doesn't give a shit what the user entered.
Yeah, except that, like, have you already
The game
done it
code,
over here? On one of the previous ones?
huh? No, I didn't get around to it because I was building, fleshing out, sketching the structs for all the things, and then I got to the terrain, and I was thinking like, hey, we should make the map bigger, and then I went off on a tangent, right? But I was gonna get around to it. Just leave it how it is for now. But what I'm saying is, in the future, we'll drop that JavaScript stuff, and you'll see how I'm gonna do it. It's really simple, dude.
Okay.
That you wrote that other one.
Yeah.
Um,
Okay.
like I'm sure you'll agree with me when I show you how it works.
Yeah, that's fine.
Um,
I don't mind.
but I commend your effort though. Like in another context, like that would be the way to do it. But in this particular one, I don't think it's like beneficial.
If I
You
was gonna,
just you just you just add in a whole extra thing in JavaScript that we have to maintain, whereas there's no real need to.
if
Yeah.
if I was gonna steel man your argument, I would say, um, that the game does care about the string because it's part of the game. That's how you interact with the game.
But yeah, the game needs the string, right? But the server code in between that doesn't care,
Yeah.
and the client code doesn't care. Or actually, the client code will need to know about some of the very first token commands, or some of them, if we want to do that cool thing I suggested where it highlights them in a different color or whatever. Do you remember that?
Yeah, we'd have to know what they are. Yeah.
Yeah, but that's a really simple thing. Like, you wouldn't need to, color the entire fucking thing.
Right. Okay.
Or maybe we could drop that feature altogether. But whatever. Like, that's a fancy later on down the line thing anyway.
Yeah. Yeah.
But in terms of the data that gets sent to the game, it should just be the string that was entered.
Yeah. Okay. I'm fine with that. I have
Yeah.
no issues with that. Just for now, I'm gonna keep it there because it
Yeah,
works.
yeah. I'm not saying go ahead change it now, dickhead. Like,
Good. Just jeez, man.
yeah. I'm just
All right.
I'm just airing thoughts.
Yeah. Oh, that's good. It's good. I'm cool with that.
What's mod adapter? And nerd snipe, yeah. What's that do?
It just renders HTML. So it's the connectivity between the server connection and the output, like the game state. And
Oh, okay. So that's the thing when you output stuff to, send it to a player. This goes and formats it into
Yeah.
HTML.
out here,
Okay.
that's it. So just it adapts the view, right, from the MUD to the player, and so it's done by the server, and so I just kind of went with server MUD adapter. That's all.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Events, data message, server. Okay, this I have to change. All right. So if I'm going to have my thread send you the welcome message, which initiates the game, then I have to go over here.
That's a good idea, 3D Factor. I could just make an array in C of all the special strings, and it can just pull them and then just parse the string, and then we don't have to write any actual JavaScript, like duplication stuff. That's a good idea.
I agree. I think that is a good idea. So I want SSC connection DX. That's what I want. And that's the command. And then my SSC connection IDX is got one. Then, all right, then that comes into the server. This server says, okay, somebody joined. I suppose I could just do a stupid compare here. Join, str length, join, send a welcome message, which is over here. All right, so we send the game, put it in there, and the file descriptor is going to be server incoming event SSC connection from SSC connections SIE connection IDX. And then from there, we'll have to get the file descriptor. Sock TFD, which is going to be the server poll. And then server SSCF FDIDX like that. That's going to come from our SSC socket like that.
Oh, here's some good tech news for you, Spiro.
Yeah.
4chan and Kiwi Farms sue the UK over its age verification law.
Oh, right.
Yeah, this is awesome, dude.
That's great.
Because the office that they're suing is the Office of Communications. We call them Ofcom.
Yeah.
And I fucking despise Ofcom. I want it to get shut down. So this is great.
Yeah, that's good news.
And I'm totally behind it as well, because they shouldn't be like threatening entities in other countries. Like,
yeah.
They have no fucking right to do that. And
yeah.
The Online Safety Act's bullshit to begin with, but like then to go and tell the other countries, like businesses in other countries, what they can and can't do, that's insane.
Yeah, it's crazy how far people are willing to push this kind of crap, including like over a huge amount of overreach.
Ofcom's ambitions are to regulate internet communications for the entire world, regardless of where these websites are based or whether they have any connection to the UK, the lawsuit states. On its website, Ofcom states that over 100,000 online services are likely to be in scope of the Online Safety Act, from the largest social media platforms to the smallest community forum.
Yeah.
Fucking bullshit, dude. I hate it so much.
Yeah. How you get off thinking that, hey, I can make a rule, or I can make like something that I want to make, and then I can enforce my will on everyone else.
Yeah, it's insane. Oh, well, that's what it says here. The lawsuit calls Ofcom an industry-funded global censorship bureau. I mean, that's so true as well. Like, the industry-funded bit is the interesting part there, right? Because there's all these big companies are going along with it, and they are the ones that are poised to fight against it the most, but they're not, because they actually want it.
Right.
It's insane, dude.
Yeah.
Check this out. American citizens do not surrender our constitutional rights just because Ofcom sends us an email. In the face of these foreign demands, our clients have bravely chosen to assert their constitutional rights. I love it. What's BBC saying about this? What's their fucking bullshit take? Oh, we're surprised they're not reporting on it.
Ah, of course they're not.
Yeah, they don't. That's the only reason why I go to BBC is just to see if they're not reporting on the things I care about, and they never are.
Yeah.
Maybe it's in the world section. You think it'd be in the tech section though? Oh, 3 days ago. Here we go.
Oh, they did report on it. Oh, interesting.
4chan launches legal action against Ofcom in US. Yeah, but I didn't see it, and I checked 3 days ago. Well, it's got the same quotes. Wait, is this the same article? No, it's not. But they haven't said anything about it. Like, basically, they don't. They usually put like their own little snarky little spin on things, and because BBC is basically just like state. Well, it is state media,
Yeah.
so they put all these little stuff on, and they're really deceptive with the way they report certain things. But they just not said anything in that one.
Yeah.
It's funny.
Yeah, that does not surprise me. Why is the operation failing? -1. Not create a new SSC connection. Why?
You got FaceTime chat, dude.
Oh, do I? Oh, TB Monkey. Yeah, mud coding, yeah. Yeah, welcome in. I'm trying to make trying to finish up a multi-user dungeon, just bare bones basic concept stuff here. I'm just fiddling around with some server stuff before I clean up the last of the interactions. And there's a game here. There is a game here. This isn't as far as we've gotten. We've actually gone way farther, but I'm kind of stuck at a server refactor here, and I'm almost done. So yeah, welcome in. Used to play them in the 90s. Yeah, man, me too. It was good times. Definitely good times. I could not create a new SSC connection. Why? So it pulls one, and then what's the invalid ID on that? Where are my helpers? Helpers. There's no way.
Don't get us wrong, dude. This ain't no C++, so we don't do that around these parts.
How do you detect a dead connection? It's a timeout on the socket. Go read socket. Go read the socket source code documentation. That's what I did, and I read the pthread source code documentation.
I have timeouts built in, does it?
Yeah, you just have to pass it in. How on earth is this -1?
Remember to rebug your code after you debug.
Yeah, that's good advice.
Yeah. Error use after debug.
Yeah.
You know.
SSC death typically isn't detected if server doesn't send a proper disconnect packet. That's one way of doing it, but a timeout works. You can set a timeout on the server side and a timeout on the client side. 3D Factor is asking Grok, I swear. He's asking AI for the answers.
Is that Discworld? I've only read like 2 Discworld books, and I barely remember them because they were years and years ago. I don't even remember what one of them was, but the other one was Mort. You know, where he's like Death's apprentice.
I haven't read them, so
they're pretty funny, dude.
Yeah.
I don't know if I'd appreciate them now, because, you know, I was like a teenager when I read those.
Yeah.
The reason why I'm having doubts is because, you know, I just recently read The Hitchhiker's Guide, and that did not live up to the expectations. Because everyone always like everyone hypes that up loads, and then I read it, I was like, well, it wasn't bad, but I didn't find it as great as everyone made it out to be.
Huh. It's been a
I
long
liked
time since
Marvin.
I've read it, so
Marvin the robot is a great character. He's fantastic. But a bunch of the other characters, I guess that book's not really about the characters though. It's kind of weird. I just kind of didn't like the nihilism in it.
right.
And then, but I think the biggest problem is it's because I read Gulliver's Travels first, and that's written in like, you know, 17th century English.
Right.
And then you go to read like a 20th century book, and it feels like a kid's story.
Yeah.
Because I really really prefer the old way that they would write things, you know.
Yeah, there's something that's like lost in writing today. Okay, that did work. Um
Have you ever considered your poor taste? Yeah, maybe I do, dude. I like the Zaphod guy as well. He was interesting. Um,
Who's that?
he's like the president of the galaxy, like the guy with two heads.
Oh, yeah, okay. Man, it's been so long. Yeah, okay. We're good. We're almost back in business. Almost. There's the entire game. Looks good. So now the okay. Now what do I do? Now what? You've made it this far, but did you ever consider what would happen once you got there? No, I did not. Okay, I can move all this around. Or take this out actually. I don't need this anymore. Now I just need to know messages.
Also, that how many books are there in that thing? I can't remember if there's like 5 or 6. But the penultimate book where it's just shit, what's his fucking name? Um, you know the boring protagonist guy. What's his name? Um,
I don't remember.
shit, dude. I have to... Arthur, yeah. Arthur, right. Yeah, Ford is all right. So the one where it's Arthur and yeah, because he used his own initials like for the character, right? Yeah. So the one where it's Arthur and the woman, like that book sucks. That one was just boring. It just plain sucked. It had nothing to do with any of the others, right? I know that's the joke with the book. That like the whole thing itself is like, and it's got a sense of irony to it. But I just didn't enjoy that one at all. And then in the next book, he just threw it all out the window. Like it's insane. Like if you've never read them and you're gonna go and read them, you can skip that one and you won't miss anything at all. It's just some like stupid love story thing where they're like flying in the air and God knows what.
Just do, okay. We'll do that. SIE. Off key, player name. The game will tell us that we are indeed authenticated, regardless of what we send in right now. That's fine. And then we'll get...
Yeah, that's an implicit thing, 3D Factor. The books never really state that outright. You just kind of have to piece it together yourself. It's kind of weird.
AirSign, Andrew's live has been pestered about your guys' project. He said you should contact him about the project. What? Hang on.
What project?
What exactly? You need to specify what exactly you told him, AirSign.
Wait, does Andrew like muds?
But I think they're talking about Andrew having a video project that he apparently needed some technical help with. He knows I exist. He knows that he can ask me, and he never does. And so I'm like, if you want him to come ask me, then pester him about it, because he won't hear it from me, even though, you know, but... So, AirSign, what... Can you please elaborate? What?
VMT, I think there's 5 books, and then there's another one that is based on the radio. It's like a transcript of some of the radio shows. I couldn't tell you about any of the TV adaptations or the films. I'd never seen them.
He said it's a good idea. He said, what's a good idea, AirSign?
Yeah, I'm confused about this comment because you said asking about your guys' project.
Yeah.
What does that mean?
What project? Are we talking about the multi-user dungeon, or is it because the initial thing that I was talking about was that Andrew had a project of his own and he needed help with that. And I'm like, I'm here. Just ask. That's what I thought. So have there been crossed wires? Or is AirSign a troll? I don't know.
Yeah, VMT. I felt the same. Like, it's worth reading all the others, except for you can skip unless you like romance stories. Like, you can skip that. The 4th one, I think it is. Like the penultimate book. Like, it's just rubbish. But it does go places and has interesting ideas. But you get more Marvin. He's like the best character in it.
Yeah, AirSign's not going to answer the question, is he?
No, I can't. You know, it's like a riddle, but you got to.
Well, I don't want to talk to Andrew.
Just trying to communicate.
Yeah, because I don't know if I'm being trolled.
Yeah.
Right? So I don't want to ask him unless I know what the hell happened. Otherwise, I'm gonna look stupid, right? I'm gonna be like, hey, some people said they pestered you about a project and that you said it's a good idea and I should reach out to you. And then he's gonna be like, what? What project? Yeah, well, thanks for the follow just now. Whoever just sent a follow there, appreciate it. AirSign's not gonna answer. He's too busy. Or he's faking. I might have to go like, oh, you can't even watch the VODs after. So it's not like you can go back and scrub it, like go back and like when they were talking about it to see if it even happened. Because he turned that off because he gets mass reported and stuff. So.
Oh, yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, VMT, that's not actually on my reading list. I really need to read that book. When it comes to like romance stuff, it's not that I have a problem with romance in a narrative. It's that I have a problem with it being the primary what am I trying to say? Like the primary narrative kernel. Like I don't want. I'm not going to read a romance story, but I don't mind if there is one as part of the story. Like I don't know. Just think of something that you might have seen. Like, have you seen The Office? Right? And it's got like the whole Jim and Pam thing. It's like I'm totally fine with that, but it's not like the main focus of the thing. There's like a lot of other characters, and there's all kind of stuff going on, and it's a comedy first and foremost. So I don't mind it there. But if it's gonna be like, if Dracula's gonna be like a romance thing first, then I might agree with you.
I see. I see what you're saying.
Yeah. It's like the same thing. That's how I feel about story or narrative and in games as a whole. There's a lot of people complain like about, oh, the game doesn't have a good story or anything like this, and it's like, to me, it's kind of like secondary. You know,
Mhm.
I don't really care too much because I play games for the gameplay, and then if the story happens to be good, then it strengthens it, and if it doesn't, then it's like, well, I like the gameplay.
Right. Oh no, not the Kissing Princess Bride. Yeah.
I don't know what that is.
Have you not seen The Princess Bride?
No.
Why? Why?
I don't know. I don't know what it is.
You need to watch The Princess Bride.
I assume it's a film.
Yes. You need to watch The Princess Bride. Bro.
I don't like the title.
It's a classic. It's a classic. Yeah, forget about the title. It's a comedy.
Rob Reiner.
Yeah, what's wrong? What's wrong?
I've never heard of this.
Yeah. I can't believe you haven't heard of this. Yeah, watch it. 100% watch it. I can't believe it. Have you ever heard yeah, it's up there with like Caddyshack, yeah, Spinal Tap. Yeah, I could see that. Yeah.
I know what Spinal Tap is.
Yeah. Have you ever heard of My Name is Inigo Montoya, You Killed My Father, Prepare to Die?
No.
Okay.
Wait, it's got Andre the Giant.
Yeah, man. It is fantastic. It is such a good movie. And it's old school. Like, it's an old movie, so it's not like mired in the stupid crap today, right? It's an old school, very comedic.
I really like Citizen Kane. That's fucking awesome.
Yeah, Citizen Kane. Yeah, it's great. Yeah. If anybody on the YouTube side knows what the hell's going on with somebody pestering Andrew about a project, please let me know, because I have no idea what you guys are talking about. And I'm not watching Andrew right now, so. Psych Poop, Bride Princess. Yeah, it's a great movie. Like, man, have you watched Spaceballs Laugh?
A long time ago.
If Spaceballs.
So we're talking a long time ago, and a lot of
I already know what you're gonna say. Go ahead, yeah.
A lot of certain types of cigarettes ago.
Uh-huh.
That I have seen it, but I may as well not have.
Okay. Have you seen any
Star Wars answer to this? There's only 3, and I've seen them.
You've seen them all?
I've seen all 3 Star Wars
yes,
films.
Correct. We're on the same page. You've seen all 3? Okay. Watch Spaceballs.
Yeah.
So now you have Princess Bride and you have Spaceballs. They're made by the same peeps. It is hilarious. It's so good. It's like it's from a time when you could make jokes and just be crazy about the jokes and you weren't going to get
Right.
canceled for it. It's great. Robin
I'm
Hood, Men in
I'm
Tights.
really. I've seen that.
There you go.
I saw that years ago.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm a bit picky when it comes to films because I get really bored really easy, and I don't like going to the cinema either because it's kind of weird. Because you go to the cinema as a group, right? But then you can't talk to each other. You may as well go by yourself, right?
Right.
It's kind of weird. But the advantage of going to the cinema is you get like the cool sound system and the big screen and all that. But then you also get people that smell like poo, literally, and eat loud food. Like, why the fuck is popcorn the thing at the cinema?
Yeah.
Like the loudest thing ever.
Just so
It's
you
insane,
know there's
dude.
someone there. That's all. It's just you know that you're among friends.
Oh, it's just kind of strange.
I agree. I don't really like going to the movie theaters. The only you know what? Okay, let me be clear. I'm gonna add on to what you're saying. I thoroughly enjoy going to a movie theater when I go with my kid or my wife, and the
Oh yeah,
reason
yeah, I
why
get
I
that.
go is because they're there too, and we get to
Yeah,
enjoy
yeah, yeah.
something together.
But I think what you have to do is you have to go when there's nobody else there. That's the best.
Yes, that's
Have you
the
ever been and
best.
it's like empty? That's
Yes,
yeah.
fully agree. 100% I agree.
It's a shared experience. Yeah, but you just yeah. Oh!
What?
Everybody else gets ignored now because air signs typed a message.
I'm just letting you know someone super chatted Andrew to remind him about the project you mentioned earlier, and he said, "Oh yeah, good idea. Tell Spiro to contact me about it." Is that what's going on, air sign? Um, what's what is that project? Is a video project?
Answered none of the questions and just provided more extraneous information. I love this.
Like, I think I think what's happened is that AirSign doesn't know what the project is. He's going off the super chat. And so AirSign's like, "Oh, I don't know what this project is, but I did see the super chat. So let me go tell
Right.
Spiro about the super chat." But the previous project might be the thing that I was referencing. That's what I understood it to be, which was Andrew had an idea and he needed some tech help or whatever, right? So I guess later tonight when I'm done or he's done or whatever, I'll just shoot him a message and I'll talk to him about it. I'm going to be okay, I'm going to be completely honest. It's honesty time. I actually don't think Andrew likes talking to me. Just being real. It was something with
No.
video. There you go.
No. I don't think that's true.
It was something with video. Okay. There you go.
I've seen a couple of the messages he sent you, and I think he just types that way.
I'm going based off of actual conversations because he and I have talked before offline, like on phone calls and like actual phone calls and Discord calls.
All right.
And it's not that I don't think he likes me. That's not it. It's not like, oh, like that Spiro's stupid. You know, I don't like talking. It's not, that's not it. I think it's because I'm too fucking annoying. This is a me problem. And I think he picks up on the fact that I'm like super nerdy and whatever. And he can appreciate that I can think logically, but it's difficult for him to like have a proper conversation with me.
The only thing that's annoying about you is that you are really quick to jump to a conclusion that you've come to yourself, right? like we do it all the time with these code things, okay? Like I'll say, I don't quite agree with this, and you'll be like, why? Because you've already decided in your head that your wisdom surpasses all of the C programmers that have come before you, you know? Like we shouldn't be using all this stuff.
What do you
So
mean it has?
that can be kind of
What are you talking
frustrating.
Yeah.
So I can see how that could be frustrating.
Yeah.
But he talks to people that are way worse than that, dude. Because like at least you're coming from like a genuine point of standpoint, right?
I mean,
Like you've good faith and you have good intentions and you're well-meaning, right? But he goes on whatever and talks to those people. Like if he's willing to talk to them, then surely he's willing to talk to someone that he thinks highly of.
I don't know if he thinks highly of me. I am too needy. You're right, man.
It does. I think I think what you're doing is not to mischaracterize you, but
It's
maybe
okay.
you idolize him a little bit. So then you worry that when you interact with him that you're worried that you're making a bad impression or something like that. Maybe that's what it is, you know? Like you're interpreting the words that he's saying to you in a certain way because you want him to think well of you, you know?
Okay.
But you're kind of doubtful.
I'm not going to say no because that could be it. I don't think that's it. My
All right.
my view is that I know my own failures. I when I say I'm stupid, I don't just say it as a fun joke. I genuinely think I'm a complete moron and I'm annoying and I say stupid things and I screw up my words all the time and all of that shit. All of it. What you said, all of it. And I think what I do is I play scenarios in my mind where I'm like, were I Andrew, would I have a fun conversation with myself? Because I've been watching Andrew since he had like only a few hundred or whatever it was, like less than 1,000 viewers, and now he's like, you know, a mainstream guy. And I'm like, you know, what I envision as a conversation from Andrew's perspective with me would be how I envision myself, a complete dorky idiot who deserves to be punched in the face for being so nerdy. So that's how I view it is, well, if I was Andrew, would I like having a conversation with myself? No, because
That's
I
what
know
I'm saying.
myself.
That's another way of saying what I was just saying.
Yeah, but it's not just Andrew though. Like I know I can tell you're frustrated with me sometimes. I can totally tell.
Yeah, I know,
100%.
but there's no animosity, right? It's not like I don't enjoy the interaction.
See, but I think you don't. I think maybe
Well, then why would I keep coming back?
because you put up with it, not enjoy it. There's a difference.
Nah, it's bullshit, dude. Like I gain stuff out of it. Nah, it's nonsense. Like I see. I think you're wrong. I think I think he just types in a certain way,
Maybe in
or
text. Yeah.
communicates in a certain way via the internet in general.
Yeah.
And he's the kind of guy. He's not gonna waste his time talking to people he doesn't want to. He doesn't give two fucks, dude. Right? I've heard that he's a really nice guy in real life when he's not debating and
Oh
stuff.
yeah. Yeah. He's not the person that, well, I mean, he is the person you see on stream, but he like just, I don't know, he interacts with you very
Yeah.
differently.
Yeah. So if like he's gonna if he's gonna take the time to talk to you and stuff, then like he's he's not just some guy who's sitting around with nothing to do. You know?
No, that's fair.
Like,
That's fair.
Like if he really didn't like talking to you, he just wouldn't,
I
because he's
suppose,
not
yeah.
that kind of guy.
Yeah, I suppose that's true. Yeah, I think like you could still be right. It's hard to be like very introspective in your own brain and then like figure yourself out and just come to a conclusion like, oh, this is clearly what I'm doing because I'm thinking this way. Like that's psychology, bullshit. It's just self-reporting, whatever. So you could be right that I'm idolizing him, perhaps, etc. But I suspect that I'm not. I
But
suspect that.
like that's why I said I don't want to mischaracterize
No,
because I'm
I
not
appreciate
saying
that.
that you put him on a huge pedestal.
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
just that like you respect him so much that like you you have to be like anyone would do that, right?
Yeah.
If you really really respect someone, then I mean we do it with Travis, right?
Yeah, we
We
do. Yeah,
respect his
Travis. Yeah.
ability, so we're kind of careful about what we say to him and stuff. You know, we joke with him and stuff, but like um. We don't insult Travis as much as we perhaps would each other, you know?
It's true. Actually, now that you've said that, you're right. I hold back. I
Yeah.
do. Now, when Travis and I are DMing each other on Discord, um, I've been known to call him a word or two.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
when it's in public, like on chat, you don't have to be in public. When it's in
Well,
public on chat, it's like, no, man, like Travis gets respect, Travis is like, he walks among a rare breed of programmers.
well, here's the thing, Sir Travis. Like, the more C we write, the less reverence we have for you.
The more your facade falls as we continue to
Yeah.
write C, yeah.
Till all he's got left is the Temple of Vulcan.
Yeah. And I'm coming for that, baby. I'm coming for that. So you better
No,
watch
you
out,
know,
Travis.
you've got to do OpenGL first, dude.
Right, I have to do OpenGL first, right? I have to take the Travis path, yes.
Don't go straight into fucking.
Yeah.
Look at him try and take the piss out of me. Like,
It's to try harder. You have to try harder than that, man.
I'll bring out the big guns, man, and call you a nonce.
What is that actually a saying?
Oh yeah, nonce is really bad.
Really? What would it mean? Like,
Yeah. I don't know if you try and obey the TOS on your stream, so I don't think I can say it.
okay. Okay, fair enough.
The PDF.
Oh, no way. Is that what it means?
Yeah, it's a
Oh,
nonce.
man. I did not know. Missed. Malarkey, I say, yeah. It's all rubbish and bullocks. Man, everything sounds more sophisticated.
Why can't you say bollocks? Why'd you say
Bollocks.
bollocks?
Bullocks.
It's bollocks.
Bollocks.
Ball. Yeah.
Bollocks.
Yeah.
I do say
There you go.
bollocks, don't I? It's because I'm
You say
Greek.
bollocks in a bollocks way.
Fucking hell.
Yeah, but bollocks is something else. I can't remember what it is, but it is a thing. It's a young bull. There you go.
Bollocks. I thought that was
Bollocks in the bollocks.
bullshit.
Yeah, totally. What?
Yeah, I thought it
How
was
is bullshit? No, that is bullshit.
Now I'm confused. What's bullshit? It's bollocks bullshit.
What you said.
Whatever I said, huh? All right.
You can also say bollocks, as in, oh, that code's bollocks. Like,
Okay.
like a present tense. What's that? Like an adverb?
Yeah. Present tense, yeah.
I've been suggested the worst channel on Twitch. I hate it so much.
But you're watching it, aren't you?
No, I clicked on it earlier and I forgot to mention it.
What's it about?
It's one of those disgusting 3D model VTuber things. And she's like licking stuff and it says ASMR.
Ah, jeez.
Yeah, and there's like 1,000 people watching it and it's the chat's disgusting. And ugh. I mean, I'm glad I know that it exists.
For
you know,
for future reference, just
yeah, but like, I hate it so much.
yeah. Yeah, I don't understand how I don't quite get it. It's
You know, and
super
they've
degeneracy. It's
got
like you've turned off your brain and all you care about is like that kind of stuff. It's crazy.
yeah, man, it's hard.
I have a kid that needs to grow up in this world. I would like her to be surrounded by people who don't think this way. It just does not bode well. Your primary motive being is that kind of stuff. Like it's so
Right.
receive an outgoing event.
I'll be back in a little bit.
Okay, sounds good. Yeah. Receive an outgoing event. Auth key. Gonna have to do a comparison. MOE auth key. MOE auth key. And player name. Break. You need to have more self-confidence. As someone with 40 plus years of programming, you have a reason to have more confidence. Nah, man, I suck. I'm on the right track. I'm Twitch. Yuck, follow my boys over on Twitch. Okay, there are like 2 or 3 things in life that I'm confident about that I know I'm good at, and I have full confidence. Like I'm unstoppable in these 2 or 3 things in life. But I also know how much of a dumbass I am. So in a way, I suppose I benefit from questioning my own abilities because then I always, well, maybe not always, but it encourages me to ask the question of like, do I really know what I'm talking about? And then I do these deep dives. That's how I got so good. I think I was recently, I think last night I was called the Andrew Wilson of AI debates because I went on a debate panel last night and nobody debated me on AI because you can't win. Like, you can't win with me. I've gone over all of the studies. Well, not all, okay, but I've gone over way more studies than most people go through. I've gone over the arguments, the logical arguments. I've gone over the data, all of that. So there's a strength, right? It's that I know how to dig in and do research. But AI doesn't exist, so what's the argument? But that came as a result of, do I even know what AI is? Which came as a result of, I suck at programming. Maybe I'm wrong about AI, right? So sometimes it benefits me to think of myself as a dumbass because I am one. And that can be a good thing. A Chinese engineer hired by Elon Musk, Vamp just sent this to me, uploaded xAI's entire code base to OpenAI, then left the company and sold $7 million worth of stock. According to Musk, Zuoshan Li took a job offer at OpenAI before uploading the code. Hang on. Spiro be like, nobody fucks with me. Nobody fucks with me. That's right. Vamp, is this recent? Hang on. What C book did you read to understand, or did you just write enough C over time? Ziru, I read the Knuth C book, the old school one, and then I just tried to implement a bunch of stuff. The sockets for network connectivity for the HTTP server and the threading stuff that I'm doing right now, I went and read the documentation on that from the source code and from the documentation from man pages. And then I just tried it out. So a lot of it is just self-taught, self-directed, pick a project. I try and pick stuff that's way out of my league, but try it anyways. And I push myself enough, and yeah. Vamp, you took a screenshot. It's 7 years old as of the screenshot, not as of right this moment. I don't know if you took that screenshot 7 years ago, Vamp. Use your brain, Vamp. Jeez, man. Spiro wrote his own socket instead of using libevent, which I'm a contributor to. I know, but libevent, I don't trust libevent. All right, I just don't trust it. I'm just being honest. Zuet Shenli. Let's see. Huh? Look at this. Oh, geez, Reuters, get the hell out of here. This is why everything sucks, all these pop-up ads. xAI sues former engineer, alleging he stole trade secrets after being paid $7 million. Stanford-trained researcher Zuoshan Li is accused of willfully and maliciously stealing xAI documents after accepting a job offer with OpenAI. Huh. Li persuaded xAI to liquidate 2.2 mil of his shares. In addition to 4.7 he received earlier, he willfully and maliciously copied documents from his xAI-issued laptop onto at least one personal system the same day that his roughly $7 million cash became available. The trade secrets allegedly stolen by Li include cutting-edge AI technologies with features superior to those offered by ChatGPT and other competing products that could save OpenAI and other competitors billions in research and development dollars and years of effort, the lawsuit states. He took extensive measures to conceal his misconduct by deleting his browser history and system logs, remaining files, and compressing them before uploading them to his personal system. xAI claims that he admitted in a handwritten document and verbally that he misappropriated xAI's confidential information and that he tried to hide his theft. Li is a Chinese national who lives in Mountain View, earned his doctorate in computer science from Stanford, and joined xAI in early 2024. He was among roughly 20 early engineers working on the company's Grok model, which granted him broad access to xAI's proprietary information. It never fails to astonish me how much a small group of talented people working with extreme focus and intensity can achieve in a very short amount of time. He did not respond for comment. All right.
All right, then.
Vamp just sent this to me. It's like a few hours ago.
Oh, wow.
xAI sues former engineer, alleging he stole trade secrets after being paid $7 million. So this guy, Zuoshan Li, I don't know. This guy. No, this guy right here. This guy.
Yeah.
He worked at xAI with Grok since it seems like the early days. And then OpenAI, ChatGPT made him an offer he couldn't refuse. And so he he accepted the offer, and then he got Elon to liquidate a bunch of his stocks, 7 mils worth, and then he quit. And on his way out to OpenAI, he took a bunch of data with him and downloaded it personally, and then brought it over to OpenAI. So he's being sued. Damn.
Yeah,
Damn, son.
allegedly.
Allegedly, yeah. Allegedly, that's right. Allegedly took.
There's laws about that kind of stuff, right?
Yes, you can't do that. Especially in the States. That's proprietary information. You can't, in some, depending on some contracts that you sign, you can't even copy it to your personal machine unless you have explicit permission in limited use case scenarios. It has to be clearly defined. You can get sued for it.
Never trust male programmers. Dude, Zorba the Greeks, like, that's an awesome tune. That's when you go to Greece, that's what they play in all the restaurants.
Yeah.
Like, I've seen a guy sit down and play it, and it gets faster and faster. And like, I play guitar as well, and I was watching. I was like, dude, you're so damn good at this. How'd you do it?
Yeah.
It's so good.
It's great, yeah. Yeah, I grew up with that. Okay, so use of undeclared identifier. Of course, because I'm not identifying everything properly, am I? So player and server. All right. On the server slot was that. Then I go over to mud send everything. Nope. Mud adapter. And then here, that's it. Will this work? Holy crap, it worked.
I was thinking that eventually, all those buttons that say go north and stuff.
Yeah.
Get rid of those, and we should have like a help button instead.
Yeah.
Because the whole thing is it's like a text thing, and like having buttons that do stuff for you is antithetical to the whole idea, right? That was my reasoning.
Here's where I would push back just a little bit. We have the convenience of a web browser. I don't want to go too far in the direction of buttons either. So I was going to compromise with the only buttons you get are these buttons, because moving around will probably be the most common thing you do.
Yeah, but then you have the shorthands, like NWES. So it's just a single character.
Okay, then how about this? If I want to play this on mobile, that's really annoying.
I can't argue with that, but what I will say is I don't give two fucks about mobile.
Well, I do, because I have to.
I really don't care.
I have to care about my users, so I have to care.
Well, I mean, like, if you're gonna play it on a phone, like, you're doing it wrong. Like, who was it? Who was that director? I think he was on Joe Rogan, and he said, like, if you watch the film on your phone, then you haven't actually seen it. So
Yes.
I totally agree with him.
Yes. On mobile, the keyboard alone will take half the screen. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. If you want to play this
Yeah.
on your phone, it sucks. So I don't have to go full on and do a button for everything, but movement
Yeah.
buttons, super easy.
Yeah, it's not an. I think if you're on mobile, you could perhaps serve up an entirely different thing.
I
Like
suppose, yeah, I could do that.
yeah, you could have like buttons for common stuff, and then it puts uh it focuses on the text entry thing, so you can type in like the name of the thing you want to interact with or something.
Yeah, I could do that. Yeah, okay. So we can
Yeah,
adapt this then. Yeah.
that's way down the pipeline sort of
Yeah.
stuff.
Yeah, it'll do for now. You just have some movement buttons, and when the list of people on your current tile show up, you can just do basic actions with them. But then everything else you got to type. Because you're right,
Uh,
I don't want to extract, even on mobile, I don't want to remove you so far from the mud adventure that now you're just clicking buttons. Even on
Yeah.
mobile, right? Just give you some convenience ones you
Well,
can push, and then you got to type everything yourself.
one thing you should do is when you click those buttons, it puts the focus back on the text entry thing as well.
You're right.
So even if you are going to be lazy and click those things, then you can just type afterwards. And you don't have to go back and forth clicking the elements. I've got quite a few ideas for this that would be fun, but they would require like a steady player base.
Yeah.
Like you could have multiple starting towns, you could have like 3 that you could pick from, but that's not going to be very good unless there's a nice little player base going, because if the population's really low, like if you go on and there's only like a couple of people playing at any given moment, which is probably going to be the case, then you want everyone to start in the same place, so you're more likely to interact with someone.
Yeah.
To encounter somebody.
Yeah.
I've got some really really cool ideas as well for the world, and I don't want to announce them on stream without.
Yeah, don't do it here.
I just want to implement them. One thing I will say though is, so I've implemented the export function from the map gen. I was thinking I should take the texture that's rendered in the tool and just output it to a PNG, so you can serve that as an image to see like the entire map. Like you don't necessarily have to show it all the time, or maybe not even show the player's actual position on it, but you could have like an item that you buy in the game that's like a world map, and then you can type like map and it'll just display the image, I guess.
Okay, run that by me one more time.
So when I export the data from MapGen,
yep,
I alongside the actual data file, I can export a PNG file
with the map
that is just a rendered image of the map.
Okay, and so and then you were talking about rendering.
You could have an item. Yeah, you could have an item in the game.
Yeah.
That is a map of the world, and you purchase it, and then you can use the command map, and it pops that image up on the screen.
Got it. Okay.
Because with the way it's set up right now, you can only ever see like a 16 by 16 portion of the world. But it would be cool for players to be able to see the entire continent,
Yeah. Vamp, peace out, man. Thanks for being here. I appreciate it. And then 3D Factor, just real quick, it's one at a time, because the descriptions will pop up of each area and you can interact with things. Like in the previous iteration, I had a book on one of these tiles and you could interact with a book. We're getting back to that. We're almost there now. Now we've got the thing rendered, so we're on a good path. Yeah, that's a good idea. That's a good idea, Laugh. Yeah.
Yeah, so, but that isn't how it's gonna work, 3D Factor. So, different tiles will have, these things we're calling features internally. So it could be like uh, a tower or a house or a big tree or a rock, a funny looking rock or something like that. All these different kinds of things. And you can inspect them, and um, I would like to have some of them to be interactable. Like, if it's a house, you can go inside, you can knock on the door and go inside or whatever. Um, or if say it's like a pond or something, or a body of water, then perhaps you could freeze it to traverse it or something like that. If you've got some kind of ice magic or something.
Mm-hmm.
Little things like that.
Yeah.
Maybe if it's like a big tree, you can burn it down and then it's just burnt for the rest of the season. It's just so.
Yeah, I like that.
Yeah, that's the kind of stuff we want, dude.
I do have a question for you.
Is that?
All right. So, well, just one quick second here. Okay, message over here. Let me just copy this so I don't forget my place. Otherwise, I'm going to forget. All right. So, that sounds like a great use for ECS. So you could assign a set of commands each.
No,
we're not doing ECS.
We're not doing ECS. No.
ECS is terrible. Don't do it.
I mean, it's not inherently terrible. It's just not good for this context. Like,
it's okay.
ECS is good when you've got millions upon millions of things. Like, we can do composition without ECS.
Yeah, I could do that. I see where 3D Factor's head is at. Like what he's saying now. Interaction commands could be sent over.
Oh yeah, totally. I think he's good. The good faith ideas. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good idea. Yeah. But I don't think you need ECS for that.
What was your question?
Oh yeah, my question. All right. So I'm at this point right now. I'm receiving commands. So it could be move up, move down, doesn't matter.
Right.
I got that handled. We've got the full loop. Oh, we're all good. Now we're on a really good freaking path. However, here's a question. You shout something or you say something. Yeah. So if you shout, broadcast to the world. If you say, broadcast to your tile. There's two options to tackle that. The way that I perceive it. One, you let the game handle that. It receives it, does, I don't know, some kind of check, and then tells the server it's okay for you to tell the world or the tile, or you just automatically handle that at the server level and the game never sees that.
Give it the game. Give it the game. Let the game. Anything to do with any user input, let the game do it.
All right. So
just do it all in one place.
Okay. I was thinking down the road that it's possible that we don't currently know that there's something about the say or the shout action that.
Yeah. Well, here's an example. Let's say if you want to have like NPCs that you can have a quote conversation with, right? You could have a shopkeeper that says, "Oh, would you like to buy something?" And then you could say yes, right? And we could even have a shorthand for it where you just type yes.
Right. And so it would be, "Hey Chris, how's it going, man? Good to see you, Chris, on the YouTube side."
Hello, it's Chris.
Chris is a chat, man. I see what you're saying. You could repurpose the command.
Yeah, you could, like, there's also all kinds of fun stuff you can do. Like a lot of old school text adventures, like the really cool ones had like a big dictionary of words that they understood. So you could almost like type in sentences and they would just understand it.
Right.
There's a Lord of the Rings one that's like crazy advanced. It's so cool. Like you can smoke the pipe weed. It's so funny. There's loads of funny videos of people trying to do it, dude. Zork wasn't bad at all. Does Mac OS still come with Zork pre-installed? It used to.
It used to come with it pre-installed?
Yeah. I've got an old 2010 MacBook that's on it.
No, come on. It used to come with it pre-installed? Really?
Yep. Yep. Yep.
With Zork.
Yep.
How did I not know this? Hot damn. Huh. It was that popular?
Yeah, Zork was really famous. It's kind of like like how Rogue is really popular. Like
Yeah.
Zork was like uh the sort of text adventure equivalent. Is
Huh. Zork is the goat. Well, I mean, I know, yeah, I know Zork is awesome. Yeah, I didn't know the extent. I just kind of played it and that was it.
there was another one as well. I think it was just called Adventure. It was really popular.
Huh.
I think that's a bit more basic than Zork though.
Everyone with a C equals 64 had Zork. With a C64 had Zork. Yeah, yeah, that I did
Yeah,
see. Yeah.
I had Zork on C64 on a tape. Yeah. Yeah, no. That wait, am I confusing it? Adventure's that Atari game, but I'm thinking there's a text one. Is it just called Dungeon or something like that? I know what Adventure's the one with the super blocky graphics, right? And it's well, I've not seen that, but no, I'm not thinking of Rogue. I'm thinking of a different one. Um, I have Rogue on my current PC. I compiled it a few weeks ago.
Still runs like a
So
beauty.
yeah. Well, I mean, it's been updated a bit, but so I know a few people that love those types of games. And I was like, oh man, I'm gonna try see if Rogue will compile and give it a go.
Yeah.
Um, but you have to learn all the bloody hotkeys for it. It's confusing.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
But it's not so much different from the mud thing. It just has a graphical representation.
Yeah.
Even though it's just ASCII stuff.
Yeah.
I never played NetHack.
Oh, NetHack is great.
What's the one where the OGG file format names come from? The fucking Vorbis things. What game is that?
Uh,
It's a sci-fi. Um, what's that game? I've got to look this up, man. What's it called?
I actually don't know.
Because the file format, the name OGG, it comes from that game, and it's called ogging, and it's this technique that people used.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't think I've heard of this.
What's it called? NetTrack, that's the one.
NetTrack.
No,
NetTrack.
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 Yeah, it's like a spaceship
Huh.
war game type thing, But it's like a multi-user dungeon type thing. But again with like ASCII sort of graphical display.
Yeah.
Cool, man.
I'm gonna have to check that out.
Yeah. It was very heavily inspired by Star Trek.
No. I have to pass in from. Okay. Now my mod knows the game or the player ID. Move player.
It's the site that runs it.
What's that?
Oh, it's telling you about the history of it. That's cool.
Oh, okay.
Oh, cool. Some of it was written in Pascal. That's cool.
That's an old school language. I don't think I've ever used that one.
It's the Odin's biggest influence, biggest single influence.
I've read that, yeah.
Yeah.
But I've never actually used it, which is I'm probably doing myself a disservice by not using it.
It's designed by that Nicholas Riff guy, or however you say his name.
Yeah, right.
He designed it, didn't he? I think, but it was designed for to teach people how to program.
Yeah.
Yeah. But as it turns out, it's just actually like the aesthetics of it make a lot of sense. And some of the semantics are good as well. Yeah, I've heard that. But Odin differs in that it's also very heavily inspired by C. And then lessons that we've learned over the years since C became so ubiquitous. Well, yeah, man, that's why people like me and Spiro are delving into these lower level languages now. I mean, just take like Garbage Collector, right? It does lots of stuff for you, and if you try and do something quick and dirty, it's not really that bad at all. Or you're trying to write a tool that you use internally, it's not so bad. But when you start to worry about allocations and things like that, you end up fighting the Garbage Collector and writing weird code that isn't idiomatic as per the language that you're writing in.
Yeah.
And you start doing like these weird things, and so at that point you might as well just use a lower level language. No, we don't like Rust.
Yeah.
It's all right if you do, but we don't like it.
No, it's not all right if you do. I reject that statement.
Travis.
Chad, the biggest problem with garbage collectors is that they can't collect themselves. It's part of the name. You would think they'd be able to, right? But alas, such is not the case.
Can never forget that time I was dallying with Nim, right? When I was looking for a new language, and I was like, well, I'll try it. And I used it for like several months. And they've got like multiple memory strategies. Like they've got different reference collection, reference counting backends. Like they've got one called arc and one called orc. And then you can turn it off entirely. I was like, well, the whole point in this is to get away from all of this stuff and manage it myself. So like, start looking into like what the language is like when you turn it off. And I asked in the Discord, I said, like, how does the standard library work if you turn it off?
Yeah.
And they were just like, well, you don't want to do that. And I was like, yes, I do. And then they said, no, you really don't want to do that. And they wouldn't answer my question. And so that was the moment I decided, well, maybe I shouldn't be using this anymore.
Based.
Yeah, I'm glad I did move away from it as well, because the thing that Nim has over all the other languages is the meta programming capability of it is insane. Like, it's impressive in its own right, and if that's what you want to do, then go for it. But personally, I'm not really into that. Like, you can manipulate the AST of the code while it's being compiled. Like, it's just it's crazy, dude. See you later, Travis.
Bye, Travis. Whoops. Knocked my camera way off. Have a good night, man. Peace out.
Yeah, so if you can manipulate the AST, then you can literally do anything. You can make your own like superset of the language or subset, whichever way.
Yeah.
You can implement like new syntactical things and semantic things and all kinds of stuff.
Yeah.
It's nuts.
That does sound pretty cool. You can patch code while it's running. Yeah.
No. It's while it's being compiled, because it's the AST like like during compilation. So you can manipulate it. You can insert stuff and remove stuff and reorder stuff.
Yeah, it's just what Fuzz said. I'm just repeating what Fuzz said. That's all.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've heard a lot of hype about that. It seems like really web oriented though, and that's not my forte, is it?
That's right. Yeah. they've definitely Erlang and stuff has gone into some of the web stuff for sure.
Real-time telephone switches. Oh. I always see people talking about it in the context of web.
Me too.
But that, you could say that about almost anything these days.
I've seemingly broken my thing really, really badly. Let's see. Oh, I see. Use of undeclared identifier. So compare the player name and I compare the auth key. And that's good. I guess I can move this down. Extraneous closing brace. Do I have a bad brace? I do. Yeah.
Is that line 1501?
It's, yeah, because...
Oh, that was because that's where the closing... Yeah, I get it, sorry. This is why, whenever I do braces or anything like that, I always tighten them both first before I fill out the body.
Yeah.
Like, every time.
Yeah.
I got like memory muscle for it in Vim now.
That's a good idea. Yeah.
Muscle memory, rather.
So I fired off the move command. But then it segfaulted. Well, time for some printfs. All right, so it does the move. It goes through all of the, let me just confirm this. It goes through all of the players. Each player is a world player. If I look at the struct, player has name and auth key. The issue is that when I load the fake DB.
Wait, what's that?
Mm-hmm.
You know that F block? What's that equals 0 bit about?
You have equals 0 is the only way that it's a truthful value when you compare. So essentially, you can think of it as you do a string compare and you determine whether there are any diffs. If it's greater than 0, it means that there's a difference between the original message and the message you're comparing to. So it failed. Failed comparison check. So you have to do equals 0.
Oh, I'm misreading the braces. Yeah, there we go.
I suppose join player login. What's my player login doing? My player login grabs a world player and puts their name in, but does not put their auth key in. And I should probably put the auth key in. That's the issue, I think. Auth key. Let's see if this helps. Undeclared identifier auth key because I need this. All right, let's see if this helps at all. So we joined. Okay, we're receiving the map data. When I go move, damn it, segfault. All right. So we know we get here. The question is, do we get test after move? Do we get here? Receiving, calling. Okay, we don't seem to get there. Auth key, name, auth key. Let me go look at the player struct. Name, auth key. We're good. Okay. We're going to spit them all out. Step by step.
Man, it makes you miss the FMT package from Odin because you can just put like, you can just print off anything. You can put a struct in and it prints out all the fields.
Yeah.
And there's like a wildcard one you can put. If you just put %V, it just picks based on the type. It's so good.
Yeah. I do. I wanna create an Odin version of this with a Lua renderer.
What do you mean a Lua renderer?
I love.
Why would you do that in Odin?
Because it'd be fun. Why? That's exactly why you would do it. Because you asked the question, why would you do it?
Just do it. If you can do that, just do it in Lua.
No, Odin backed, compiled as a thing to LuaJIT, and then Lua rendered.
Why?
Because it'd be fun. Think about how much you'd learn.
What? Yeah, you can't compile Odin code to LuaJIT bytecode. That's not a thing.
Yeah, you can. You just need the right bindings for it. How do you think C is compiled to it?
You can't compile C to Lua.
No, but you can. What I mean is an extension of it. That's what I meant. It's like an extension. I didn't like how you would do it with PHP.
Yeah, but you wouldn't need to do that because you'd write the server code in Odin and then just write the client code in Lua. That's it. That's all you need to do.
I guess, yeah. I guess.
But then you wouldn't need TCP.
Then you
wouldn't need to make all these silly threads per socket, and it'd be way easier. You could use CNET. CNET's wonderful.
Yeah.
Have you seen Gare Games' thing he's been doing with ENET? It's crazy.
I've watched a few hours of it, yeah, because he's been
Yeah.
streaming pretty hard lately. What's up, Goku? Goku, thanks for popping in. 3D Factor, after all this time, you finally gave me a follow. I appreciate it. I guess I finally earned it. You guys are the best workplace simulator for the weekend. Your arguing feels like I'm at work. Ah.
Wait, is that a good thing? Workplace.
I'm not
sure. Can we make that game now?
Yeah.
Workplace simulator.
Workplace simulator.
Just
yeah.
generic.
Yeah.
You know, put paper in printer. Print files. Like, print spreadsheet. You got to clock in.
Yeah.
And you got to.
You have to join a few pointless meetings.
Yeah. Go to the toilet.
Go to the toilet, yeah.
Yeah, look at your phone for half an hour.
Yeah. That's right. Well, we get to the point where we do that, so after a wonderful poop. Okay, so something about the move command. Move player.
Yeah, I think I'm actually going to go, though.
Yeah, no problem, man. Yeah.
Sorry to disappoint your 3D Factor. But tomorrow, I'm going to finish the map gen thing because I've literally just got the cursor stuff left, and then it's just a case of writing the proc gen algorithms and...
Yeah, okay. Sounds good.
And then I'll write the C code that loads it.
Yeah. That sounds good.
I got some other little bits I want to do for the world as well, but it's all in C stuff. Before I go though, so we were planning on using SQLite, but Spiro's decided that he doesn't want to do that now. I think.
Mm-hmm.
I'm still pro SQLite. I think it would be appropriate to use it here. But it's his project, so like I don't mind. He was thinking of writing out like files for different things. But I do think SQLite's a good solution for this particular thing. I think it would be appropriate, and I'm pro that idea. Plus, I would like to see how the interface works for it and see, like the API. That intrigues me. There's no reason I couldn't do that in my own project, but yeah. Anyway, I'm going to hop off, and then Spiro can explain what he thinks we should do with it.
Thanks for popping on, man. I appreciate it.
I'll speak to you later.
Okay, sounds good. Have a good night.
Yeah, you too.
I'm actually not anti-SQLite. I'm pro SQLite for a lot of things, and I think it's great. The issue isn't SQLite. It's that I want to try and come up with my own way of doing the data, and here's why. When you put data into any database system, including SQLite, what you're adopting is the structure and relations or lack thereof with regards to that database structure. So you're going to have to adopt what it wants to have as an opinion. There's nothing wrong with SQLite, actually. I think it's great. I think it's fantastic. But on these streams, what I do is constantly ask why. Why SQLite? Why MySQL? Why anything? Why are we doing this? And it's not because it's bad. It's to understand why. When I think about what I would have to do in SQLite in order to store the data that we want to store, I then wonder, why do I need a relational database? Ultimately, all of this stuff is going to end up being as data in memory, and you have to have some level of abstraction to relate those pieces of data. Well, in a way, I feel like by importing any database, even a good one like SQLite, I would be adopting their abstraction and then adding another abstraction on top of that, which is, okay, now you have a relational abstraction. That's fine and great even. But now I have to unabstract it in my own system and then store it in memory. And then create my own abstractions of how that data relates. The thing is I know what my memory is like because I know what my game is like. So do I really need that? Can I not just come up with my own way of storing that data? And then I can store it in a file just as raw binary data. So I just dump raw memory out and read raw memory in. I'll have a look at that, Fuzz. Yeah, I'll check that out. Thanks. So the question becomes, what am I really doing with it? And do I really need it? Why couldn't I get the same benefits out of my own data structure since I know what's going into this game? Raw dumps are terrible when the structs change over time. So then you would have versioning. And moving, well, I guess, and you could have migrations too. So like in reality, what are you really saving over a regular database? You're going to have to version your database, right? And you're going to have to do migrations. Well, I'm going to have to do it too. So that's a wash. Yeah, 3D factor. Yeah. We have some ideas for that. Laugh, who was just on, and I have some ideas for handling like chunks of the world, because he wants to create some massive worlds, because his thinking about this is, because we're so low level at the C code, we have huge room for making massive worlds. And that comes with a certain level of complexity. And so how are we going to deal with that, right? That's going to be fun. We're going to have a good time making this. It's going to be great. Would Golang be a good language to try and implement a similar project to this? Yes. Yes, it would. Go sells itself as just being a straightforward language that doesn't try and involve itself too much with low-level things. You can kind of accept certain delinquencies and Go, and Go is like, hey, we're like, yeah, we're not perfect at everything, but you can get pretty far, be pretty productive. That's how Go sells itself. And you know what? That's what Go is. That's what Go is. So if you want to try a project like this out in Go, you can do it. The only difference would be that you're not going to learn as much. I might even argue anywhere near as much. You'll learn some things, but you won't learn as much about the low-level stuff that we're talking about, which is, how would your CPU actually execute the code that you have written in Go? That's something that I have to consider as a first principle when I write any of my C code for this. Now, is that like, does that mean that you have to? You know, like, no, if you want to just try your hand out and get some programming under your belt, yeah, Go's great. Do it. Definitely one of the better ones that I would go for. Haha, pun intended. I wouldn't point you to Rust or something like that. No, pick up Go. It's super easy to learn. You can dump the ASM in Go just as easily as C, I suppose, but then you'd have to know what you're dumping. See, the problem is it's not just dumping, right? Once you dump the ASM, do you even know what's going on? And with Go, you'd have to like have worked in something that's not Go in order to even understand what ASM is. You probably have to have worked in C. Bare minimum, right? Go's not going to teach you what the ASM is. Go's not going to teach you what like the machine language would be. C gets you much closer to that. You're going to pick up some of that. Then when you go to dump the stuff out of Go, then you're going to be like, oh, okay. Okay, receiving that. Send a message. So it's literally just the movement. I have the luxury of learning 6502 ASM before anything else. Yeah, so you have you've got a leg up on that, right? So do we have message? We do. Have we determined what the message is? Here, when we do oh, we don't have a message. That's why. That's why it's segfaulted. Okay, send me the data. Yeah. Well, there's no seg fault. All right. Okay. Login? Yeah. All right. Cool, cool, cool. We got it. We got it. It's working. Does anyone outside the system coders even use ASM nowadays? I mean, each processor now seems to have its own set of instructions with abstractions and SIMDs and stuff. You can't possibly learn that all by heart. Yeah, 3D Factor. I think you're right. If you watch some of Casey Muratori's stuff, he goes over this, right? I'm sure you guys know about him, but he goes over some of the CPU architecture stuff, and he has even interviewed, I think he did an interview on his website. It's a written interview of somebody who works with CPU, I don't know, CPU hardware of some kind. CPU architecture is a closely guarded secret. And the reason why is that you don't want enemy actors knowing how your CPU architecture works. Whether you're a company or a nation or whatever. So you don't really give out all the details. So even if you could know it all by heart, there's like very few people in the world who actually do. You can kind of poke around and figure out how it works by feeding information into the CPU and seeing responses. So you can kind of discern what it is. But yeah, you don't really know. Now, assembly language, though, doesn't necessarily require you to know all the intricacies. You can work with registers and stacks and stuff that are kind of over top of the existing architecture. So you can kind of get away with some of your assembly code not necessarily adhering to every possible thing that your architecture can do. That's not always the case, though, right? Which is kind of what you're alluding to. You can't know it all by heart. The bird expert, yeah. Yeah. let me take all this out. I don't need it anymore since I've proven that this works. Let me go back to here and see what my timeouts are. Super quick timeouts. Half a second. Let me go back here and see what my timeouts are here. Every 5 seconds. Let's bring this down a bit. So now the question becomes, why does it start at 0, 0? That's the first question. And then I can start splitting up the, then I can start tackling commands like broadcasts and stuff. So at this point, we're almost to the point where we're just doing game functionality. We're so close. Hey, what's up, Fred, on YouTube? How you doing? Good to see you, man. So let me look at, well, online. Add player to tile. How does that work? Add player to tile. X, Y. Okay. Go with players, and then you set the character to X, Y. Yeah, this all checks out. So what the hell am I doing wrong? Move player right. Player login. So we log in the player. We increment the count. Once the count is incremented. Oh, I see. We're giving the wrong count here. So it's got to be -1. That's why. We're not referencing a correct player. Okay. Well, let me just refresh, actually. Okay, I'm going to refresh. No, it still does too. Ah, math is hard, yeah. Yeah, it is hard. It is hard. I should increment right at the very end. All right. Hey! Hey! Bippity boopity. Okay. Now we're talking. All right. So we've got movement. The NPCs are moving real fast. Nice. Okay. All right. Okay, what's next? Well, at this point, I can do some simple stuff. If my mud command, or yeah, if my incoming command is to do shout. shout. Then I need to send... No, I need to do an outgoing event. The outgoing event is shout. The message is the same as the incoming event message. The auth key and the player name are that. And I should probably create a function to grab the player based on that. Do I really truly need that for this? I don't think I need that. Well, no, I don't need it for this. I have the player name. It's fine. All right. So that's my outgoing events. I go back to my server, Caveman server. Wrong place. And I read my outgoing events. If the game is sending an outgoing event of shout, then I want to take all the active connections. So I could just go okay. And I want to send a message. So where's my send? It's just like that. Like, essentially. I could do... Well, hang on. What's my game logic for this? Is it shout? Is it broadcast? Is it yell? What is it? Or is it message? I think it's message. I listen for message. Yeah, I listen for message. And then last event ID is whether it's a shout or not. So, shout, event, and then data. Okay. Yeah. So this is what I want to do. I just want to copy this so it's easier. So I want to take the SSE headers size of take that, put it back into itself. I don't know if this will work. And then the outgoing event message will be whatever it is. Then my sender FD would have to be sender FD is equal to server poll FDs, which is SSE connections I dot FD. So there's my sender FD. There's my headers. I send it. Holy crap. First try. Oh, there we go. Okay, just took a sec. Now, if I go shout, you suck. So receive the shout command. Let's make sure the payload is right. Yeah. Where's my event? Did we receive it at any point? Nope, doesn't look like we received it. So there's our message. That's the incoming event. That's shout. Auth key, player name. Do I have to do... Oh man, I hope not. Okay. No, that didn't work. Okay, let's take that out in case we don't actually need that. So, server log time. So what did we receive as an incoming event? We did that. Let me go back to, let's start at the beginning. Where's my server? Here. Where's my message? Here. Well, it definitely found an incoming message. We definitely saw SIE command shout. Which should have sent a shout to the mud incoming events. So let's just make sure. Okay, let's try that. Okay, so far so good. Outgoing events. Yeah, checks out. Let's do something like make sure that we have the right information. So we could go MOE CMD, MOE MSG like that. Maybe even just auth key, player name. Just to be sure. Shout, SDF, test. Okay, perfect. So that's what I typed in. All right. So now we're reading in just going to systematically go through. Now we're reading in all of the outgoing events from the game. We've deciphered what shout means. Okay. Still good. We go through all the connections. We make sure that they're active. If they're not active, then it is what it is. Close it. So it could be what I thought was going to be an issue and attempted, yep, to not make it an issue. Outgoing. Well, wait. You already have the headers. Why am I sending the headers again? Right. Okay. Let's try this. Shout. Okay, so that didn't work. So let's try this. Hey. All right. Okay. So I just need to figure out the JavaScript code, why that came in all weird. It should not have done that. It should have been on the left-hand side. Messages. So where did I put messages then? Huh. It's on the right-hand side. Why is it on the right-hand side? Let's try it again. Yeah, something's not right about this. All right, so let's go over to the JS. And then we go over here, and then we look at what happens when we receive a message. Nothing. Okay. It puts it in with the... Oh, haha, I know now. It's because yeah, because I forgot to put in the extra... Oh, God, sometimes I'm so dumb. Okay. Yep. Yep. Show. Yes! Oh! Okay. Um... So now what I can do is the say command. Um, Hang on. Um, Hang on. I just gotta go back. Undo that. All right. So that's working. I can do the say command, which is for specific players. So you just queue them up. This would be say. You have to go find the player. You do need the player right now. Like that. You find the player. And then once you find the player, you take the first character. And you get their position. And then you go find the tile. So you go world map, world index, X, Y. And then you'd have to iterate over all the Okay, that's your tile. Go tile, total players. And as you go through all the players in this tile, then you go grab world players, which would be tile, players X, TP, you do this. Name, like that. That's a say command. Go through all players, get the player, do that. Break, you don't need to do it for anything else. That's the say. Go over to here, ensure that okay, that gets passed automatically. If it's a shout, that's fine. If it's a say, then you do the same thing, but you change the structure. And in here, your outgoing message must match the SSE connection. So now you're going to have to do this again, this stupid crap again. Compare. You want to match outgoing event, player name, 2. Player name. Player name. And then auth key. And you break. And that's your say. Of course. Character is a pointer. Did you mean to use this? Yes, I did. Tile, it's an incompatible type. Tile, because I need to take the address. Tile player. Well. You need to take the address. And I didn't end it here. All right. Say poops. Hell yeah. All right. Terrible code, but it works. Descriptions. If you've joined, you can send a welcome message. So it would just be a message. So just typical message. And that's it. You just send a message. Your message will be "You're awesome for joining the game." So that's 2 events that should get eaten up. What else can you do? Anytime there's an attack, you could do an attack, so you'd have to pass in an attack. A message would just tell you that, so that would just get passed in. You would do an attack. Let's go see what happens when you do an attack. Let's just see if we can get the player to attack. Player attack NPC. Your attack would be to go somewhere, send an attack. Go look at name, attack NPC, attack player, attack NPC, attack player. So this is what your command looks like. So you need to go attack NPC. Plus name. What if we sent the ID instead? Take your struct. Take your what would you do? It'd be target ID. Take your target ID. When you do an attack, you're going to set the target ID and you're going to cross over the target ID. Yeah. There's your NPCs. So we're going to have to find the player. With the character. Well, just, yeah. Okay. Command will be attack. Attack. Go, we find the character. That's all great. We should probably do something where if found, if not found, we want to know about it. We want to could not find player for event. Okay, and then the attack then becomes what? Well, it's actually just attack NPC. That's the command. So attack NPC would become that. So if we tried it, Let's see if we can do it. Come on. Okay, what's my message look like on the attack? Attack NPC, and the name is whatever. Now, so your message is going to be a number, so you're going to have to do Atoy, I think, and NPC ID. It would be Atoy MIE dot message. Redefinition. Really? Am I redefining? Yes, I am redefining. Okay. So we get the ID. Hopefully what this means is that we can go grab the NPC. NPC ID. We can set the target. Yeah, target IDX to the role player, and then we can set the character target IDX to what I hope is that. Okay. Now what should happen, we're going to go, and on the next cycle, not on this cycle, maybe we'll do attacks first. We're going to go through all the players. They're going to get an attack if they have a target. Continue. Let's go through all the world players. We go through the character. We go target IDX is an invalid ID, just to be sure. We're going to have to do the same thing with the NPCs. We'll have to go world NPCs and dot target IDX is an invalid ID. All right, so then if this thing has, since it's only NPCs, then we just grab the NPC. Yeah. Grab the NPC, and then we just go, what's the default HP? Three and 4. So just go NPC stats. HP 1. And we'll send an outgoing message and go it's gonna go like so-and-so attacked NPC so-and-so for X damage. So you're gonna go attack message template. attack message. Attack message template, and then you're going to put in name. I'll put this in. Put in the player name. You're going to put in the NPC name. And you're going to just say 1. Now, it becomes attack message. And then this, player IDX becomes that. No, actually. Well, yeah, no, that's fine. That's fine. I want to go over to my JS side. Yeah, it's strictly a message. That's it. It's just a message. Okay. Now, if I do so the map is rendering quite a bit, so maybe I can just slow down the map. No, I don't want to. Yeah, I kind of want to do that actually. So let me go over here. I'll just slow down. No, I shouldn't slow it down. I should just leave it as is. Okay, let's try it. Crap. Warning. Yeah, I should not be checking world players. I should be checking max players. I'm initializing, but I'm not putting in. Okay. NPC is a pointer. Did you mean to use that? I sure did. Alright, so what if I just do car? Conversion initializing car with an expression of type car33. NPC is a pointer. Did you mean to use a pointer? I did. Use of undeclared identifier, MIE. Yes. You have a point. Compiler. NPC world, NPC's world. Oh, where? What line? 224? Let's go have a look. 224 here. Okay. Segfault. Let's see if it's segfault again. Segfault. Is it this attack? Yep, that's something I'm doing up there. Let's try this. Ha. All right, that works. So this is good. It's something to do up here. What would it be? I max players, if world players, I character IDX, invalid ID. That's fine. Go grab the world NPC, which has target IDX. Huh. Really? Yeah, Demeter, I'm still alive. All right. So the attack seems to be working. I need name. 4-1 damage. You dupe it, you play it, you send it. Right, let's try this. Oh, yeah. Oh, attacking is working. Oh, man, this is great. Okay. Oh, that means I'm almost ready. Oh, it's fantastic. And then it can go over. Yeah. Sparrow sleeps while coding to save time, yeah. Um, yeah, that's great. Okay, so I've got cleanup to do. But yeah, that works really, really well. That worked better than I thought it would. So I can do the NPC attacks back to the player. And yeah. Yeah. Let me check something. So I can do the NPC attacks back to the player. I can do I can lay out, I can work on the map a bit. I just have to sort out really two things. Just clean up just a few of the functions, but that's the last thing I can do. And when an NPC or somebody dies, then regen. I can do that in another thread. Because that's what's down here. So I can make another thread here. I can do that. Be ready. Start a new project so you're never ready. That's how we do it. Yeah. Okay, and I mean, I don't have to do a thread for now. I can just put it all in one place. So do the NPC attacks back on the player. Restore anybody who's been dead for over a certain period of time. Put them back in an original position. Split up the map rendering. I want to render the maps separately from the info box, and I don't want the info box to include the damn buttons. So I have to separate that out. Your info box, which is down here, you only want to update that when there's actual updates to, like, your health or something. You do an attack, or you've moved a tile, or someone has moved into your tile. The buttons should stay. Um, I'm going to keep the buttons there for now because it kind of creates a okay, I know what to do. Let's take it from game. We need to create another thread. We're going to create a thread, and it's going to be called what am I going to call this thread? NPC movement, maybe? Don't need the attributes. I do need the detach state. Actually, I'm not even sure I need that. And then I destroy it. All right. That becomes that. Mud move NPCs. Now I can set a special thing here. Okay, let's start with this. We'll go like that, and then let me go down here. Grab. I'm returning null twice here. Grab this. Do that. Okay. So every, I don't know, we'll do like every 3 seconds or something, the NPCs will move. Now we can control that. Mud move NPCs. Yeah. And only move the ones that do not have a target. Is not equal to invalid ID. Continue. If they're targeting someone, they're attacking, leave them be. Okay, now I can take this out. I don't believe that worked. Yeah, it didn't work. Mud move NPCs, why not? We've got the Void Arg. If Is it because we're not setting the NPCs to have? Could it be that? Could it be that? Nope. Nope. Let's take it out. Well, now they do work. All right, so it's got something to do with this invalid ID. What would it be? If the world NPC target IDX is not equal to an invalid ID, which means must be a valid ID, then continue. Then that's exactly right. When we initialize or when we load the fake DB, we go through all the max NPCs and we set their target IDX to an invalid ID. When do we load the fake DB? We load it on initialize game. Initialize game happens at the beginning of game.c right there, which means that we're loading it and all the NPCs should have an invalid ID as their target IDX over here. So upon what basis, good sir, are you making this claim? Ah, coffee and coding. Yeah, Mud mentioned. What's going on, man? Is it my struct? It should not be my struct. Nope, not my struct. So what the frickin' hell, man? %D. It's -1. How are these things not equivalent? You know, I run a MUD that's been going since 1994. I tuned in too late to see what the issue actually is. Oh, that's fine. That's fine, man. What's up, Mike? You've been running a MUD since 1994? What is it? It is a skill issue. Yeah, that's right, Jake. It's a skill issue. It's called Dark Wizardry. Look at this. You beat me to the punch. Holy crap, you beat me to the punch. This is fantastic. This is exactly where I'm headed because I'm writing it in pure C. So it's going to have multiple clients. It's rendered to the web right now, but it could be, you know, it could be anywhere. Because it's just C. It's just pure C code. TUI web client. Discord integration. I'm coming for you, Code and Coffee. I'm coming for you. What did you write this in? I bet you I can still beat you. I bet you I can still beat you. What did you write this in? I bet you didn't write it in C, did you? Pure vanilla C? Don't say Rust. The mud is written in C. Shut up! No, it's over. I have to end the stream. I have to end the stream. No, it's over. I can't do it now. You did it. It's been done. Shit. Yeah, cool stuff like this can be made in C. Yeah, that's how they all started. That's right. That's the point. Yeah, I'm no longer your hero, Mist, and nor should I be. This is crazy. You did it. You actually did it. My mud is far ahead of all others in terms of graphical stuff. Yeah, I mean, yeah, clearly. This is where I'm headed towards. This is what I wanted to do. Pure C on the web, no external libraries, no, like, it's just all vanilla HTML, all of it. No third-party libraries, none at all, zero. This is friggin' awesome. I'm removing you from my list of contacts. You should see my ASCII map. It's awesome. I'm excited to see how yours is going. Bro, mine is like children's toys compared to you. How many lines of code? Yeah, I bet you I can beat him. How many? I can still beat you, copy and coding. How many lines of code? I still got this. You don't even want to know? I win. I win. Now tell me tell me that you're like if I play right now. Jeez, man. I don't even know. Hundreds of thousands? Yeah, probably. So what are you using to render it? You've got Xterm. I see that, yeah. Xterm. What do you got in the front end here? What stack are you using on the front end? I bet you can beat him on this too. I bet you he's not using Vanilla.js. He's probably using a library. Yep. Okay. Web client is next. That's it. There's the defeater. There it is. We got him, boys. I had to. I'm such a jerk. I'm such a fucking jerk. Bro. The new web client is OP though. It's got full Lua scripting engine widgets. Yeah, I'm going to go to Lua too. Yeah. Yeah. So C is just for the back end. It sounds like it. Yeah. And then he's using Next for the front end. Yeah. Oh, it's okay for the mud. So not even the server. Yeah. Well, okay. Okay. So, okay. So he's all right. So coffee and coding. I think what you've done is given me something to target because this is fucking fantastic. I do not like C++. I actively state that you shouldn't use it. I do anything C++. I hate Next.js. I think it's terrible. However, I cannot deny that what you've built here is really fucking cool. So it's all nice and you know, cozy for me to talk shit because I'm a jerk. But frankly, this is super fucking impressive. Did I mention it works on your phone? Yeah. Yeah. See, there you go. This is really cool. So that's great. I'm still going to keep going because there's at least two things that are different. How about that? I personally, well, I think I can even make an objective statement for why you shouldn't. But anyways, um, I don't like using those kinds of like, especially Next. I think Next is terrible. But it's one thing for me to say it. It's another thing for me to go and do it. Right? You've done it. So I'm coming for you, man. But in a spirit of competition, I'm coming for you. All right. You've encouraged me. Because I'm this close to getting like the beta version out like this weekend, maybe even in a few hours if I keep going. It'll be just a few hours, and hopefully, um, you'll get to play like some version of my game that's just like simple stuff, right? But in the spirit of competition, coffee and coding, I'm coming for you. My HTTP server is in pure C, so there you go. I have that. So I can do all the telnetting, I control all my sockets, I do all my own threading, all of it. My web-based rendering is all pure vanilla, HTML, JavaScript, and CSS. No third-party libraries at all, served from my C server. So it's served through server-sent events, and here you can see it all. So it's super fast, super lean. Okay, I'm coming for you, coffee and coding. Coming for you. If you're, I think Coffee and Coding does stream. If you're not watching Coffee and Coding, you should be, because that's freaking awesome. Because he definitely built something that I aspire to. Um, and yeah, that's super cool encouragement. Yeah, Dev Koku, Zig and HTMX. Yeah. I don't do Zig anymore. I think it's gone down a bad road, and I'm actively avoiding it. I do Odin or just C. If I'm gonna go outside of C, I do Odin. Yeah, but definitely give a follow to Coffee and Coding. That's really cool. Um, yeah, and I love, well, yeah, I like HTMX. Yeah, I've been using it for a while. I like Datastar as well, which is an alternative to HTMX. Yeah, it's my jam. Sounds like you like HTMX as well. Sounds like you might be one of the HTMX bros, Dev. Are you an HTMX CEO like I am? We're all HTMX. Everyone is HTMX, yeah. I lost my job over HTMX. I lost my last job over HTMX. I lost my second to last job, I mean. My last job that I lost because I'm unemployed right now and I have to worry about how I'm going to feed my wife and kid next month. Um, it's just because the executives seem to, it's for a different reason, but it's not HTMX related. But the second to last job was HTMX. I lost it because I was using HTMX. And then UCTO comes in and he's like, I want to use React. Get out of here. So yeah, that's fun. Running a mud looks like a lot of work, but a ton of fun. Yeah, man. I mean, if Coffee and Coding can do it, then surely I can do it, right? Um, I'm just gonna say greater than 0. I think that's probably the issue here. All right. I need to get better artwork. It definitely doesn't look like this, but this is where I want to go. I finished my mud in Unity, so it's definitely not as impressive as Spiro's or Coffee's. Yeah, see, that's impressive. I may not agree with the tech stack, right? I have like fundamental, like just everyone should not be using particular tech stacks because they're just cancerous to the entire industry. Just stop using them. But what I can't deny is he fucking nailed it. He nailed it. And so now I have competition, right? It's like, well, if I really have a leg to stand on about like, can you do it with just pure languages, then yeah. Oh, you missed everything. All I was saying, Coffee, was I don't agree with Next.js. I think people shouldn't use it at all, period. I think it's cancerous to the entire tech industry. I don't agree with C++, although less so. But what I can agree with is that you fucking nailed it. This is great. This is fantastic. And I'm coming for you. That's what I was saying. You might not have been here when I was saying that. I'm coming for you as like healthy competition. Right? So if I'm going to get on my soapbox and be like, don't use this because I think it makes you, like turns things into terrible outcomes, essentially, which is part of why I stream. I go over the surveys and the stats and the studies on it. It's one thing for me to say it, but it's another thing for me to do it, right? So I have like competition now. It's like, now I'm coming for you, Coffee. I'm coming for you. You banged it out. I don't care much. Yeah, that's fair. Yeah. Yeah. Right. I understand that position. I understand it. And what I want to do is I want to prove my point. My point would be just don't do this to begin with. Like, I can understand where you're coming from, but I don't want to support this stuff, right? I don't want to support C++. I don't want to support Next.js. I don't think anybody should be supporting it anymore. I think those should just be taken out to pasture and left out. But instead of just saying it, why don't I put some work into it? Because if you can build this with those things and I can't build anything with my stack, then it really doesn't give me much weight, does it? So it's healthy competition. You're encouraging me to like healthily compete with you because this is what I want to do. I want to do this, but I want to do it using the thing that I think is quote unquote better, right? Better. Can I even do it the way that I want to do it? You built mudvault.org? Come on, can you stop flexing? Just stop flexing. Did your wife get a cut again? Maybe you need to go run off and do that for the rest of the night. Just stop flexing. If you're making a mud, you can check out your competition on there. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. 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 There's 48 muds on here. So what about like, what about this? Let's say, I understand. What happens here? Enter your username. User not found. Choose a password. Password leaked. Okay. Use session. Spiro. I don't know. I'm already done. I'm leaving. Retro mud. Most of them use the built-in web client. Oh yeah, look at that. It's using your built-in web client. Yeah. Yeah. No such player. Create a new character. What name? Spiro is the master programmer. Your name can't have more than 12 characters. Spiro has cars. Can't be more than 12 characters. Spiro rules. No such player. Spiro rules. Okay, welcome. Please enter a unique password. Testing 1 2 3. There we go. I love Georgia 1 2 3. Please re-enter your password. There you go. Can your terminal program show, and by Georgia I mean the state. Can your terminal program show color? Yes. Oh, look at that. Look at that. Ah. So, thanks to the state of Georgia, Asagoth waves at you. Wave at Asagoth. Talk to Asagoth. Say hello. You say hell. Say hello. You say hello. Look at Asagoth. You did not see that here. Look around. You do not see that here. Move north. Help. Index. Ah, jeez. All right, I'm out of here. Look, Asagoth. No, I'm done. I'm out of here. It's because I went with the state of Georgia. Sometimes I do like I love California or whatever, and I get different results. I get different experiences based on the password I use. Um, is there one that looks like yours though? Because that would be like no. Like if I play yours, play now. I don't know. Test 1, 2, 3. Select a race. I want to be a frickin' I don't know human. Select a class. I'll be a frickin' mage. And does your yes and yeah sure whatever. And does your client support sounds? I think so. All right. And then okay. Oh look at this. See that's what I want to see. Look at that. And so you have fog of war. Right? You can turn that on and off. You can look at the settings. Yeah, man. I'm coming for you. I'm coming for you and I'm doing it in pure C coffee. Pure C everything. The whole 9 yards in pure C. I'm coming for you, man. Watch out. Watch out. This is really cool though. This is what I want. This is what I want to do. Yeah. Um Look. Raven is here. Look, Raven. You see nothing special about her. Raven is in perfect health. Okay. Move up. Move north. Go north. The dead rise from their graves. Oh no. Scrap it and do it in pure react. Yeah. Walk north. Oh, go. Okay, look plaque. Once you have walked through, okay, you can touch it. Alternatively, you can use the royal seal to unlock east. I have to go through a school? Talk Raven? You tell Raven that you want to talk to her. Okay. Go east. Move east. Lock east. Unlock east. I lack the key. I have to go through the mud school? What the hell? Demon appears in a swirling mist. Just type east. The door is closed. North. Demon now follows you. Demon forces you show map. Show map is on. Yeah, that's... Yeah. Oh, come on. All right. Giant walls. Yeah. Stony... Yeah, this is exactly... This is it, man. Yeah, this is it. This is what we're doing. But in pure C. We're not using some... We're not using some, like, you know... Next. Pure C, bro. Yeah, this is it, man. You did it. Aurora utters the word Benedictum. You feel better. Look. Yeah. Bro. This is fantastic. Um, I might shill you out because this is really good, even though you're technically competition. Septum Appentis. Yeah, you can go towards the east and find some mobs to kill, but yeah, you need to get familiar with typical mud commands. Yeah. It's been a while since I've actually played one. Yeah, I might chill you out because this is great. And this is what I want to build, but in pure C, baby. Yeah, pure C. Server and everything. Dark Mush, I think I've seen that. If you want to get ideas from here, that's fine. Ask me for help anytime. I appreciate it, man. This is good though. Because the image shown on the main website, it's the Mush client, right? Because this is what you pull down. It's this guy. And then you just run Mush client. Yeah. And then it pops that up. Yeah. And so this is what the client looks like. Yeah, man. As opposed to the web client. Yeah. There's also TUI, which is if you like playing strictly in your terminal. Yeah. This is great. I'm coming for you, Coffee and Coding. Also, don't hate me. That's in Rust. Fuck! Shit! I was this close to shilling you. Thanks. Thanks. Yeah, that's pretty cool, right? I like the chair, yeah. What's in Rust? The TUI. I was this close. Coffee, you come in with you whisper sweet nothings into my ear. You go, oh, look at this. Look at how fantastic it is. Join me, won't you? That's what Coffee tells me, right? That's what Coffee tells me. And then he pulls this shit. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. I was this close. We were going to be friends, Coffee. We were going to be friends. We were going to be tight. Hard to beat Go and Rust for CLI tooling? C. You do it in C. What do you think these things are? We're still best friends forever. You were the chosen one. You were supposed to defeat them, not join them. Why, Coffee? Why? It's okay, boys. It's okay. Not for you can do cross-platform CLI tools, Fuzz, I think. Wait, no, maybe not. Actually, no. You'd have to jump through a few hoops. That's the latest TUI screenshot. It's just sample chat window, ASCII textual gauges. Okay, continue without support. Yeah. That looks great! I hate that it's in Rust. I hate this. This is disgusting and beautiful at the same time. Why? Why did you have to do this in Rust? This is great. It's okay, you can rewrite it in Vanilla C. Yes! And I shall do so. This is what it shall be. No, F it. F it all. We're doing it in pure C. That's been the whole plan. Check out the animated water and dynamic. Yeah, look at that. Look at the water. Yeah. Oh, up here on the top right. Just look at the water. That's fantastic. Bros, we're coming back. We're coming back. Except I'm going to do it in Vanilla C, which is, we're already there. All right. And I'm going to show you boys how it's done. I'm coming for you, Coffee. Copy, I hope you realize that I'm just, I'm being a little bit cheeky in a way. I'm just, it's like encouraging, right? That's what I'm saying. Like, I'm coming for you in like a healthy competition. Like, yeah, because yeah, fine. I don't like, I hate Rust. But you pulled this off. Like you did it, and it looks freaking awesome. And this is, I want to see more stuff like this. But I'm just gonna prove it my own way. That's all. That's the only difference, right? So I'm coming for you, man. This is great. I love this, and I hate it. I don't know how to feel about this. I'm gonna be up all night washing the absolute disgust of my own self betrayal. You should do it in vanilla Rust. Do it in machine code. Why not? Just go down to assembly. The future is now, old man. Yeah. Ah, this is great. Fantastic. Great job, Coffee and Coding. Great job. I will shill you out. I'll shill you out because I think this needs more attention. This is the kind of stuff that, um, look, Coffee, why don't you give me your perspective on this and I'll go back to coding. Given the hardware we have today, like if you consider when MUDs were created, or at the very least when I was playing them, late 90s, the hardware constraints of the time versus the hardware constraints today, night and day difference, right? It's like not comparable. I think what we've done is we've left on the table the amount of power that we have to do huge amounts of crazy stuff in 2D that you wouldn't even be able to conceive of in 2D back in those days. So what the point I'm trying to make is that if you look at what you could possibly do in 2D with the amount of hardware we have, the room for pushing the boundary is like an unknown amount of room. We don't even know the boundary of that. And we just leave that. We've left that for 3D. Not that 3D is bad. It's just that we've left that on the table and gone, that's enough now. 1954, there you go. I agree majorly. I started implementing tons of SIMD stuff on the MUD that just wouldn't have existed. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's right. Some of the paradigms that I'm using in C with array management of data it's going to end up being implemented via SIMD. Because you can think of like a 2D game that it's like Dwarf Fortress, but like even more advanced. Like even more. Like I don't even think Dwarf Fortress gets to, because Dwarf Fortress would be similar to this, right? It'd be something akin to it. But it doesn't even match this. Well, it doesn't match what I perceive as the upper bounds. I don't even know if we know what the upper bounds are. So we've left all of this cool stuff on the table. Hardware has advanced by leaps and bounds, and we're like, So I want to see more of this. This is great. This is freaking fantastic. Good job, Kofi. Kofi? Why did I say Kofi? Good job, Coffee. Yeah, I appreciate this, man. Dwarf Fortress is like a MUD. Yeah, it's akin to a MUD, but with graphics on top. It originally was more like a MUD than anything. Right. And I don't think we even know the limits of what we can do yet. Obviously I'm not saying there are no limits. I'm just saying that we haven't explored how far you could push a 2D game with the current set of hardware that we have if you just really, really cared about what you're coding. I just, yeah. So that's what I want to see. I love this. This is great. And I'm glad you came along, Coffee. Give me some encouragement here while I'm looking for a job. Yeah, this is great. Give me some encouragement for the night to finish what I'm working on. Okay. Yeah. I'm going to take a break. I'm going to take a quick bathroom break. I'm going to leave this up. I'll leave this up. Chat, you're in charge for a minute. I'll be right back. And then I'm going to finish up some of the functionality on here. and clean up some of the HTML rendering when we send out from the server sent events. Thanks, Coffee, for giving me some encouragement here. I've got something to look forward to. I'm gonna leave all these up and look at them deeper offline because this is freaking awesome. And I'll be back in a second, and we'll get this stuff done. So hold on for just a moment. All right, I'm back. Let's get back to some coding, shall we? Let's see if we can knock this out a bit more. Okay, now. That's fine. We've got movements down. They will not do anything if they're attacking you. This is also fine. I don't need this anymore. Well, I don't need it for the time being. It's okay. So there's only a few more things I want to do. One, now that I know the attacking works, I can finish off the attacks to the player as well. That's fine. But before I do that, it's going to be really annoying to test attacks unless I fix the rendering first. Because you can't even push buttons and stuff properly. So here's my info box. My info box is going to need it's going to need what? Let me think about this. What am I sending out as part of a welcome message. The game. That's what I send out when I do that. So my info box does not need to contain the buttons. It could just be the stats. As a matter of fact, do I even need to send the info box every time? Am I kind of optimizing just a little bit too much? Yeah, I probably am optimizing just a little bit too much. So what I'd need to do is a couple of things. Let me go over to my JavaScript code. When I do update info box, no, wait. What am I sending here? This is welcome. What am I sending when I do map send everything? Where's my adapter? It's here. It's update map and update info box. All right. Okay, so that's good. So when I do update info box, I don't actually mean update info box. What I mean is, what I'm gonna mean is, let me make sure I'm, oh man, there's so much stuff going on. The game has a grid. It's 2 columns. On the right, it's 2 rows. Okay, where's my info box? Do I even have anything for the info box? I don't. So I probably don't need to worry about it. So I'll just go like ID info box data. Or, okay, another way to do it would be buttons here. Yeah, div ID. Okay, this would be a better way to do it, like that. And I can kind of get rid of this and go back to the game. Connect. Okay. That's taken out. Info box becomes just that. The game becomes the buttons. On the right, I'm going to have to change the style. Might as well go fix that, wherever that is. Not here. So let's go back to the game. Let's go dot right. And your rows are going to be like max content, like that. So let's end it. We'll refresh. We'll start it again. Let's see what happens. All right, so what happened? Cannot set properties info box get element by ID. Why? Because there is no info box. Well, the only time that happens is when you do update map. On welcome. So let's try this again. Yeah. Disable the cache. Gotta remember to frickin' do that. Okay, so what now? Outer HTML. Update map. Now, in my network events, welcome did receive could I just go div ID game wrapper and put it in here? If I go whatever the event data is, I could go document dot get element by ID game wrapper is equal to event dot data. Outer HTML. It only received style. Oh, that's okay. That would be why. All right, so let's put this back then. And let's put this back. And let's go. Yeah, the info box does that. So we're going to do this. And the issue is that we're not sending the entirety of to do fix new line. Fix new lines not being their own data line, which is required in SSE. Hey Sophie, how's it going? Yeah, have I moved online? I've always been online. Always. Alright, so there it is. Let me just tackle the game right. Game.css. That's a little better, but it'd have to be. I would probably have to like um I don't know, maybe split it out like 4 and then 68. Yeah, that's a little better. Okay, and then my oh yeah, I broke the connectivity, but let's try this again. Disable cache. Yep. That's much better. The enemies move every 3 seconds. It's kind of annoying, but that's what it is. And then I can split out updating the map from. So here we go, and then we do an attack. There we go. We attack the knight. Okay. So we could slow down the movement a little bit. We could go like every, I don't know, 5 seconds. Then the adapter. So the adapter I'm going to have to split up. Um, you can also make it a chance to move every X seconds. Most run on a 250 millisecond loop. In every loop, a mob would have a % chance to move if it's a wanderer. This would make it seem more lively and dynamic, but that's our design choice. Yeah, I've got somebody. I've got Laughley in chat. He's helping me build the game dynamics, so it works out really well. Just a sec, folks. I got invited onto a panel to talk about AI, so just one sec. That way, not every single mob moves. Yeah, I agree. I like that. So just a sec here. Because I definitely want to go on and debate AI. Let me just see what's going on. Okay, I'm going to be joining this panel if anybody's still watching. I don't think anyone's watching, but I'm going to join this panel, Glenn Lawrence's panel.
Real quick, you guys. Spiro's on the panel now. The AI guru
Spiro.
himself.
Hey.
But
What's happening, brother?
if you can self-host your own AI on your own computer, and then there's no limit. It'll give you you can ask it anything to make any picture, any video, whatever, and no matter what, it'll just make it. There's no limit if you host it yourself.
Now I did hear about that. Like, there's
wasn't his
people
question,
thinking
though.
about like a closed network AI, where like it's not connected to the internet.
Yeah.
Is that what you're talking about?
Can you break it, or yes or no?
The AI, there's no need to break it, because so like if you in the future, ChatGPT will release their current version open source. Like, you can download it and run it on your own personal computer in 10 years or whatever.
So you can't jailbreak it because there's no reason to jailbreak it. Is that your?
Yeah, there's no reason to jailbreak it because the chatbot itself isn't limiting anything. It's OpenAI, the company, that's limiting it.
No, that's what I'm saying. So, is there a way to bypass OpenAI with ChatGPT?
Yeah, there's probably by this point in time, there's hundreds of models. You can literally go to GitHub and just download an executable like a .exe and run it on your computer, and it'll act exactly like ChatGPT, except there's no limit on it. You can ask it anything, it'll give you any answer. Just, it's running on your own computer.
Now, Spiro,
you're answering the actual question.
Can you tell us what is? Because I know you have reservations about AI.
Yes.
Can you tell us like what your reservations are and how you come to that conclusion that you should have these reservations?
Yeah. So to be clear, my reservations are that, well, there's just okay. So to be clear about being clear, what do you call AI today? What we typically reference to as like AI is not the same thing as what I understand it to be in the programming sphere, which is probably what I didn't see the name, so I'm sorry. The guy who was just talking, whatever your name is, I didn't see.
I'm sorry. I forgot to click the play button.
There you go.
I was talking over you. That was my bad.
It's no problem. Dutch. There you go. So Dutch was talking about it, and he sounds like he knows what he's talking about. So he might be a programmer too. Are you a programmer, Dutch?
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. So you can call me out if I'm wrong, because I'm often an idiot as a high school dropout.
Let's go.
So AI, when you use it in modern terms, references the thing that you open up that you chat with. That's something like ChatGupta, as I like to call it, or ChatGepetto. That's a chatbot. That's an LLM. That's a large language model. That is very different from the terminology of AI as it is used in historically for a number of other things. So here's an example of something that we as programmers would call an AI. You have a video game and you have an NPC, and the NPC needs to attack you, but it's far away. And so it has to find its way over to you. So it's got to do what's called pathfinding, So it's got to figure out, how on earth it's going to get to you. So that we can call AI. In fact,
Don't
even in
make
some
it
of the
the
old
amount of
school,
times this way.
yeah, exactly, yeah. So even in old school source codes, you can see that built in. People call it AI. Programmers call that AI. So when I'm talking about AI moving forward, I'm talking about the LLMs, the things that you are accustomed to working with and talking about and have become somewhat ubiquitous throughout the world. So those things need to be put out back and just ended, completely ended. We should just scrap them and completely destroy them. And so then the follow up question would be, why do I think that? Well, I have spent 1.5 years going over on stream, live on stream, all recorded on my YouTube channel, and I made a website cataloging all of the things I've gone over.
You yap the yap. You don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
What? Hang on, say that again. It's hard to hear you.
You yap the yap.
I yap a lot. I do yap a lot, honestly. So
Let him finish, though, guys. Let him finish. No interruptions. This is really interesting.
Okay, I appreciate it. So I go over all of the information, all of the science, all of the studies, all of the surveys. I read them all. I'm not educated beyond, like I said, high school dropout at grade 11. So I'll sit there sometimes and I'll have 3 viewers who are just completely not interested in reading what I'm reading. And I'll read a fucking scientific paper all the way through. And then I will go stop at a term I don't recognize and I'll go look it up. And we'll go figure out what financial terms mean. We'll go figure out what programming terms mean, all of that. So I've done that over the last 1.5 years because the tech industry is in complete and utter shit. It has completely destroyed itself. It has neutered the ability for programmers to understand what the fuck they're doing. That's why you have ads everywhere and subscriptions everywhere and you don't own anything anymore and they sell your data and they do all of this stupid shit that they do because they don't know how to build anything of quality. And AI, in particular these LLM models, are just the tech industry's way of playing a very long shot, hoping that it'll get them out of the situation that they're in. Instead, all it is all of the bad decisions that the tech industry has made over the last 20 years, packaged into a nice little shit-producing box called AI, and then they sell it to you, and everybody's buying it, especially because other programmers, not Dutch, it seems like, and not myself, most other programmers have bought into the concept that this stuff is good, and it's not. People are creating religions out of this. People are leaving their families out of this. People have self-deleted over this. People...
No, seriously, they have.
No, I'm not joking.
It's not a joke.
I'm not saying this to make an assertion that I've pulled out of my ass. I have presented the actual proof on stream, live, in front of people, so that nobody can come back at me and say, you just made this shit up. No, I haven't. And the website has it all cataloged and searchable for you. People they've married chatbots in China. They're doing a mass production. Yeah. Well, it's more than just one guy. It's now becoming a phenomenon where scientific studies are scientific endeavors are being made to study the phenomenon because they want to get actual data on this.
Didn't the guy marry his AI, but he was already married to a woman, or something like that? He had a kid with this.
Yeah.
Happens
all the time. Yeah.
Didn't Eve bite the forbidden fruit? You literally just brought up the Bible, by the way. I'm just going to mention that. I don't want to make it a big deal, but you did mention that.
Okay, well, sure. I understand.
So you did do it. You did do it.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yes.
That's fine.
That's essentially what it is in my mind, is there are very specific use cases where it can prove useful, but the current way it's being used is extraordinarily detrimental to society as a whole.
Yeah.
And here's the other thing is, so people in the programming space who use it a lot, writing, especially out of job stuff, just little hobby things, they use it so much and they understand how bad it is at doing certain things that most people don't realize it's bad at. And so they think the bubble is close to bursting.
Yep.
But the average person still isn't really using it that much. I'd say it's got about 10, 15 years left before the bubble bursts. But literally, if you look at the top assets by market cap, like 90% of the S&P 500 right now is government-funded AI slop companies.
Yeah, I went over that too. You go over
It will be the worst market crash of all time.
it could be, yeah. If you look at the market weights of the S&P 500, the Magnificent Seven takes up a huge portion of it. It's that the Magnificent Seven equals the top.
What is the Magnificent Seven?
Yeah.
Retards.
Yeah, so that would be Microsoft, Nvidia, Google, Apple, and
Amazon.
Thank you. Yeah, Meta. Probably one other that I'm.
That's it. That's 7.
Yeah,
1, 2, 3, 4,
I'm pretty sure I covered some. Maybe 6. I did 6. Yeah, there's one more in there.
There's one more.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's basically it.
Yeah. And so their weight, like if you just look at Nvidia's weight of the S&P 500, it's 20 some odd % of the S&P 500. If you look at the weight of the S&P 500 versus
Nvidia makes the video graphics card.
Yes, that's right.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you're on a computer, you can click that link and look. Like Nvidia's worth $4.3 trillion right now.
Yeah.
That's ridiculous.
Yeah, I just made sure, like, when I bought my new laptop, that it had, like, the new NVIDIA graphics card.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I made sure I picked that over AEM. I don't know why, because I just was told to.
Yeah, I mean, the PE ratios on all these companies is way more than any other time in history. I mean, we're into hundreds of times.
Yeah.
That's insane. That's unheard of.
Yeah. Now, Nvidia is in a very bad position. Well, they're in a very good position, actually, but they're in a bad position because Nvidia, that produces the hardware for all this, well, they're producing hardware that's getting bigger and bigger and bigger, like literally in physical size.
Yeah.
And their graphics cards are melting, literally melting. There are AI companies that are requiring nuclear-powered facilities in order to train and maintain their AI system. So your energy costs are going up. So even if you do find some usefulness, yeah, it's an insane amount of power. Fresh drinking water, it's getting sapped out of already bad areas where there's not enough drinking water. You have the cost of what's it called? The actual cost of training them, which is different than actually running them. This is something people don't understand. Running them, you don't just create a thing and then run it in this case, like you might do with a piece of software or a website. You have to train this thing. There are costs to training it, human costs, etc. The sycophancy is built in. How do you get an LLM to give you a good response? Well, first you have to see if it can give you a good response in the first place. Well, who decides that? A human has to do that. So it's all built in.
Where's the human cost? That's what are we talking about, costing lives or
yes
jobs?
I don't know. I don't know what % of the world energy usage is going to AI right now. I'm sure it's probably at least like 5 to 10% at this point. But think about that. There's what is it? There's like 100 million people are in the coal and natural gas mining industry, and what's 10% of that? That's 10 million. That's 10 million lives every year that all they're doing is farming coal in a mine so that you can run ChatGPT on your phone.
Yeah, but it's more than that. It's more than that.
It's so much worse.
Because even if you don't account for that magic button, that doesn't mean anything. You still have another problem, and that problem is the sycophancy problem, or the problem of people are ending their own lives. So we already covered that. But let's say that you remove that too. Let's just say you get rid of that too. All right.
Okay, hold on. Let's talk about that. I don't want to just kind of gloss over it. So people are self-deleting over AI girlfriends, or
it doesn't matter. It could be girlfriend, boyfriend, whatever.
But is it like strictly attached to these companion AIs?
Nope.
Yes, I mean kind of in a way, right? Like the people, they have the history with the chat bot and it shows them talking to it, and it's like they're like, I'm feeling suicidal, or I want to jump off the bridge, or whatever, and they're talking to it like that. But those people were obviously, their mind space was obviously very bad, but then the LLM exacerbated the issue severely. So basically it just dropped them off a cliff. The AI bot dropped them off a cliff.
But I think, right. So 100% I agree. But I think what Glenn is pointing to is that there are actual applications that are that sell themselves as an assistant or a chat bot or a friend, and they're specifically tuned for that, right? And Glenn is kind of probably alluding to that a bit. And I would say that that's
what I was wondering. Like, it's not like ChatGPT or Gronk is like, encouraging people to go jump off a bridge or self-delete.
No, they are. Yeah.
They are.
Yes.
Yeah, sometimes they do.
And I've done it on stream.
Wait.
Live.
No way.
Yes.
Yeah.
I've got Grok to tell me that I need to, I got Grok to give me instructions on how to, I got to be terms of service friendly. Let's say, how to manipulate the certain aspects of my arm such that I would not exist on this mortal coil anymore. If you get what I mean. Yeah. I've got to do that live.
I mean, I did hear something about Gemini telling some like college student that they should delete themselves because they are a parasite.
Yes.
They ruin the earth. All this other stuff. Like, now I did read about that article, from Gemini doing that, but you're saying that happens more than just that instance?
Yes.
It probably happens. I mean, there are so many people running all these different applications all day long, talking to it about so many different things. It's bound to happen all the time.
Yeah, and you can prove it. Here's how you prove it. ChatGPT recently had a major leakage of private conversations, which were all searchable on Google. Yeah. Grok too, I was ahead of that because I just looked at what Grok was doing. I was 2 weeks ahead. I put it up on my live streams. That's why I live stream everything. And I said, you're about to find out about 2 weeks time or however long it would take for a journalist to pick up on this. Grok suffered from this too. Your private information, Meta had this as well. Meta leaked all their AI conversations. Your private conversations are leaked. They're searchable. When I went through, I didn't go through these live on stream, but I did record it offline in case anybody ever wanted to ask me for evidence that I did do this, because these are kind of, you have to make sure you cover your ass. But when I went through them, people were putting in extremely private things. For example, there was one person who was asking the AI how he could hide an affair from his wife. Super private stuff.
Well, I mean, because they probably realized Ashley Madison got leaked, and so they couldn't trust that anymore.
Yeah. And so, and it goes back even further. Have you ever heard of the chatbot called Eliza?
No.
Okay. So this is, again, why I go over everything. I've gone over Technocracy from the 1930s. We read their actual their paper. I read their entire course book. I've gone over Operation Paperclip and some of the, let's say, a particular group in the Second World War who participated in a lot of the technological, quote unquote, advancements that we participate in as programmers today, which leads into how the leftists have completely captured the programming industry. They've made soy boys out of all the programmers and they infect all of it. And you just lead up to that. Now, in the 1960s, one of the things I covered was a chatbot called Eliza from an MIT researcher. He created a very simple chatbot. And in the 60s, you can imagine that the hardware and software at the time was not the same as it is today. So it's pretty primitive. As part of a scientific study, he had people come and talk to this thing. And then MIT, I think in 2022, recreated the chatbot straight from the study from the 1960s and put it up online. So on stream, he went and played with it. Well, in that study, if you read the study from that Eliza chatbot, the researcher found that people who participated in engaging in conversations with Eliza were willing to tell it things that they would not tell another human soul. And if you play with Eliza today, it's actually in some ways a lot better than what you get out of these LLM systems today. And it was far simpler. So people are pouring their hearts out. And now you can imagine that these things are sycophantic. They want to tell you something you want to hear. Like, oh, I don't know. Maybe you want to hear that you should end yourself, whatever it is, so that you can enter into the ethereal realm to be with this human being. And you might ask, how on earth would it know to tell you that? How would it know that it would tell you that? Well, I've been over the studies on this too. If you have been online since 2004, then you are part of a global training data set. The training data set is what is being used to train all of these models. They are few and far between. Most of them are pooled up into universities. A few of them exist inside of corporate environments that you don't know what's in them. But the ones we do know about incorporate the entirety of all known things about all people who have ever been online in 2004. This has been proven scientifically to be true, which means that there is a good chance that when you're talking to an LLM, it already knows who you are and what you want to hear.
Oh, for sure. Yeah.
You know what's interesting? I got contacted by a company. I want to say several months ago. I want to say about maybe like 4, maybe 5 months ago. They emailed me and they wanted to be able to use my videos as a way to train their AI.
Yep.
And they were going to pay me for this.
Yep. Well,
well, they're already doing it for free.
It's too late. Yeah, YouTube's doing it. Yeah. Dutch knows what he's talking about, it sounds like. Yeah.
And they're like, yeah, like they wanted to get access to like my YouTube videos and be able to train like whatever company, whether it's Gronk or ChatGPT.
Yeah.
And they're supposed to like cut me a check or something like that. I said, sure, why not? You know, you're gonna do it for already. You might as well pay me for it.
Yeah.
Still haven't got paid.
Yeah.
No, you will never get paid.
Yeah, you won't get paid for it. Yeah. This whole thing is a scam.
That's bullshit.
It's a scam by the tech industry. You know, there's a particular island, right? There's an island that you know, we have grown to hate in pure and utter disgust for good reasons. I'm sure you know which island I'm speaking of. The person on this island.
There's an island?
Yeah. I can't say the name because sometimes you get dinged.
Oh, you're talking about the island that somebody used to be there that had flight logs with like important people to that island?
Yep. That's right.
With, like Mepstein?
That's it. Yep, that's it. Okay, so on this island.
What about that island?
All right.
What about that island?
So on this island, there was a point in time in the early 2000s when this person who ran this island, supposedly, got all the fathers of AI together. They were considered the fathers of AI because I'm talking about like old people who have been around for a long time, 50s, 60s, who had fathered several things that have come about as a result of the AI we use today. So they got on this island, and while this person was making out on the beach in the background, they were talking about the future of AI and what they saw. They quickly came to the conclusion that artificial general intelligence is an impossible task, but they couldn't back out of the fact that it was the ball was rolling. And so they needed to turn something out of these AI systems such that they could at least like save face. So they referenced an old book, which was a child's book, and the book was a story about another book. And inside the story, these children in the story would have access to this magical book. They would open it up, they would ask it a question, and then this book would give them an answer. And so they're like, that's a really great story. Maybe that's what we can do. Maybe we can turn an AI into a question answering tool, and it'll just answer you. It'll just give you whatever information it has and just give you an answer, and off you go into the world. And that's the best we can offer with this. And that's the conclusion they came to, and then insert unknown activities here, and off they go. And what do you think we have right now today?
Well, that's exactly what we have. We ask ChatGPT or Gronk or whatever it is a question, and then it provides the best answer based off the information that is available.
Yep.
Right?
Yep. That's it. That's all you have.
But is that a good thing or a bad thing?
It's a bad thing. Now here's why.
No, it's a terrible thing.
Yeah. So I want you to imagine.
Okay, help me understand why is it a bad thing if it's providing accurate information.
Well, therein lies the flaw. You think it's providing accurate information, and all of the studies.
That's why I still tell people to vet, like as best as you can, the information any information that you're getting.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Trust but verify.
Right.
It's not providing any information. It's giving you the most likely next token.
Yes. So Glenn,
Most, yeah.
oh, you know what? Dutch, let's do it. Okay, Dutch, you're going to be an LLM, all right? We're going to turn you into an LLM.
Yeah.
So here's what I want you to do, Dutch. Super easy. What I want you to do is I want you to finish my sentence. There's just one word. I just want you to finish it, all right?
Okay.
All right, here we go. So the sentence is, the sky is.
Up.
Okay, why did you pick up?
Because it was one of the words I figured could be the next word. So I
Right,
picked it.
right. Now, here's the thing that an LLM can't do. It cannot discern the fact that Dutch is trolling me, appropriately so, which is funny. It's good. But so an LLM can't do that. It doesn't have the ability to understand that there's jokes, there's context, there's different meanings to different things. What it'll do is it'll look through all its available corpus of known information about the sky is. You can imagine it as representative of like a 3D world, and you just put points about you put points for the words you're looking at, and the words that have like the closest amount of space between them, like they don't have a lot of space between them, those are the ones you're going to kind of direct to. That's all an LLM does. So unlike Dutch, who had the ability to discern, hey, I could answer blue because that's what most people experience. I could walk outside and see that the sky is blue, etc. Dutch could put his mind into effect and think, maybe it'll be fun, because I already know where Spiro's going with this, to say the word up. That might be a fun thing for me to do. An LLM can't do that. The only thing that an LLM can do is look at what is the most likely next word that you're looking for. It's probably blue. Why? I don't know. It just is. So I'm going to tell you that. Now it's worse. It's actually worse than this, because you have to imagine now that, let's say you're a human being who has the entirety of the internet in your head. You would go insane. When a child comes to you and it asks you, Daddy, how are babies made? You don't, you have like a 6-year-old kid in front of you. What are you going to do? Start like a biological dissertation on all of the, terms and whatnot? No. What you're going to do.
I can tell you what I did. I said, look, I stuck my dick into your mom. I dumped. 9 months later, you
pick. Yeah, that's it. Yeah. Yeah. So even then, when you do that, you're skipping a lot of information because you're trying to give a broad answer, right? So that's what an LLM is trying to do. It needs to be helpful to you. If you ask an LLM, give me a recipe for how to make cookies, what's more helpful to you? Is it like an entire set of millions upon millions of data points and how it came to the conclusion that the recipe it gave you is the correct conclusion? Or just give me the recipe? Which one's more useful to you? Well, it's the recipe, right? How did it come to that conclusion, though? You have to think about it from the perspective of these machines are very limited, and even a human brain cannot take the entirety of the internet and make good decisions based on that. More information does not equal to more accurate information. It just means more information. So what it's going to do is it's going to necessarily filter out stuff that it can't tell you about because it would be useless to you. How does it decide what's useless to you? And then it gets even worse.
That is interesting. How does it decide?
Right.
What is?
Right.
That's the beauty. It doesn't. It makes no decisions.
Well, it kind of does, but not. It does. It doesn't actually make the active decision. Here's what actually happens: the entirety of the internet cannot possibly fit on a single prompt. When you ask a question, you think of this thing as just running out and reading the entire internet. No, that's not what happens. That would be absolutely insane. There is no amount of hardware that can take on the entirety of the internet and process that into a natural language and give you an output out of that. It's not possible. We do not have the hardware capable of this. So what's actually happening? It's randomly rolling the dice. It's called stochastic reasoning. It's just random. Stochastic is just random. It's just another word for randomness. That's it. So it's stochastically picking, randomly picking from all the data that it could access, but has an ontological state of not being able to access, and then saying, here's what I've discovered so far. And it gives you the answer. How do you know that your answer wasn't more appropriate somewhere else? You have no fucking clue. You have no idea. You have no idea how accurate this shit is. You can't even define it.
I was trying to use ChatGPT last night as I was looking up something, And so I guess I'll kind of like dive into what I was like diving into last night. So I'm not sure how many of you guys are like Eminem fans. Anybody?
Yeah. Eminem. Yeah.
Okay. So my friend's house I just left. Um, not only was a good friend of it, or is a good friend of Eminem's, but was also he's the keyboardist that created the song "Lose Yourself." Also, the same keyboardist that created the song "Crawl." The
Okay.
original. These are original versions of these songs, and he was on the road with Eminem and all those guys, D12,
Mhm.
all of them. Well, he was really close and good friends with one of the guys from D12 named Proof. Proof was Eminem's like best friend.
Right.
Now, Proof died, right, and
Yes.
he was murdered. And according to like the reports and everything like that, um, like Proof allegedly shot somebody at some nightclub, and the security, fired back, and in defense of someone else. And everybody that I've talked to that is connected, like personally, to Proof, said Proof would never go out to a club on a Monday night in Detroit. Like it's a Monday. No
Yeah.
clubs are open. No. None of these places, like that's not even his thing. He's like they actually, people that are close to the like the band or the
Mhm.
group do not believe the current reports. So I try to even look up Proof's like solo album that he did after he left or Shady Records,
Mhm.
and there's a song on there called Kurt Cobain, right?
Right.
And it took me forever to find it, but I eventually found it last night. In there, it's almost that whole song, Kurt Cobain. It's almost like he is literally saying goodbye and kind of like foretelling what's gonna happen.
Yeah. Yeah.
And then literally like that same year, it does.
Yes.
And so my boy was like, dude, don't, like, you may not want to go down that road because like some people will want some certain secrets not to come out. You're gonna be rattled in a cage if you go down this rabbit hole.
Mhm.
I'm like, I'm interested in this. Like, this is kind of like Tupac, Biggie, you know, death type of thing. Like, what really happened type of thing. Because there's to say that like Proof was this, just went off the handle and started shooting at people when that's not his baseline behavior whatsoever, kind of throws everybody off. Like, people are not accepting like this is really what happened.
Uh-huh.
So I tried to go into Chat GPT to kind of pull up some of this information,
Mhm.
and it wouldn't give me anything.
Yeah. So that's kind of the problem with ChatGPT specifically. There's some like Perplexity would probably be better for that specific task, but again, it's not Google. It can't instantly have all of the information at once. So that's probably the biggest issue with that. Is there's too much information and that's such a very niche topic.
Yep.
You know, it'd be like if you went into
But
ChatGPT and
even
typed your
even
own
when I
personal name in, it'd be like, I don't know that person.
Yep.
There's just not
actually,
enough information.
when I type my name in Chat GPT, it gives me my entire bio.
Well,
Yeah.
that's scary for you, but
Yeah.
But like
most people it'll say I don't know anything about that person, you know.
but like even if you like I try to type in the club name that this alleged shooting happened at,
Mhm.
and you couldn't find it. It didn't exist.
But does it show up like in Google and stuff?
So yeah, I did Google the alleged name, and it's like this like condemned building, right? And
Mhm.
so I'm talking to some people that are from 8 Mile in Detroit, and they're like, there's never been a nightclub on 8 Mile. 8 Mile is only full of strip clubs and
Right.
bars. There's no nightclubs. There's no dance clubs. There's no nightlife like that. It's strippers and hoes.
Yeah.
They're like, there's
Well,
no club like that.
you also have to keep in mind that he died in like what 2006. So
Yeah.
this was pre-smartphone era, right? So there's way less internet information about all that kind of stuff. Like some places back in 2006 probably didn't even have a website. Like you could look them up and you could see them in a phone book or whatever, but there was no like nightclub where proof got shot.com. Like that didn't exist back then.
But we have all this information online about Pac, Biggie, and those guys died like well before Proof
Yeah.
without any.
Yeah, because
smartphone.
it's way bigger. Tupac is 100 times bigger than Proof. Like it's not even close.
And what like really got me on this rabbit hole is like, you know, Bob Dylan. If you look at Bob Dylan's Instagram page, he has like all these pictures of these old people, and then there's this picture of Proof, and that song on there. Why would Bob Dylan randomly has it up there just recently, and it's just like, why is this up there?
Well, you know, Bob Dylan's not running his own account, right? He's like 83. He's like 85 years old. Like
I didn't figure he would, but whoever is running his account thought this would be worth putting up there, and it's just weird.
Yeah, well, I'm sure there's lots of very suspicious. Well, you know, only like 15% of murders get solved. So,
yeah. The whole point was I was trying to pull up the information on the shooter, right? And very little information you can find about the guy. Like, you know, you find out that he didn't even get a charge for murder, even though like he shot him 4 times.
Yeah,
it's just there's a lot of like weird stuff. But you did get the guy's name. But like, is that part of like AI like limiting itself on the information that it provides you?
No, probably not. There's probably just not enough information for it to give you a real result.
But would it though?
So
would it actually like withhold information?
The LLM itself will not withhold information, but like if OpenAI company decided to put in a hard stop on it, it could, like making anti-Semitic remarks or whatever. Like OpenAI has a hard limit set on it. Like it has another chatbot analyze the messages of the chatbot message, and it's like, is this anti-Semitic? And if it says yes, then it won't give you the message. Things like that. Like the LLM itself isn't limiting.
So there's like a governor on it.
Yeah, because you're not running it yourself. If you ran your own LLM on your own computer, you could get it to say whatever.
Yeah.
But OpenAI, the company, is limiting what OpenAI's website will display to save face.
So if somebody wanted their own LLM, is that useful for anybody, for that person, if it didn't have like a governor system on it?
Sure. Like, I mean, there's tons of uses for it. Like, especially for this programming stuff. Like, if you have a very, very niche programming task that you are having to do hundreds of times a day for 20 years in a row, you could, on your own computer, train your own model to do this one very niche specific task to save you time. That's an example of what you could use it for. Outside of things like that, it's not very useful to run it yourself.
So, if it's limited in accuracy, right?
Yes.
Could even your own, if you had your own, you would still face the same limitations?
Yeah, that's kind of the whole thing, is that it's built on picking a random number and then deciding the next word.
Yep.
Like, you give it "the sky is," it goes through all of the text that it has, and it says, well, 99% of the time the next word is blue, so I'm going to pick blue as the next word. And then it goes through takes your image, it says, the sky is blue. What's the next character? 99% of the time there's a period. What's the next character? 99% of the time that's the end of the message. And then it ends the message.
Yep.
It's just rolling a die. It's like, what's the next word?
It's all on probability.
Yeah, it doesn't understand like logic or math or this is true information, this is false information. it doesn't understand anything. Literally, all it's doing is it has a list of words on a dice, and it rolls it, and then it just spits out the next one. That's all it does.
Okay, so check this out. So I was on my ChatGPT, and I was trying to figure out, you know, the shooter from the other day, the
Yeah.
T shooter,
Yeah.
T person.
Mhm.
I asked ChatGPT to give me a list of all, you know, violent acts that have been, you know, committed by the hands of a self-proclaimed T person,
Uh-huh.
and it told me it could not give me that information.
That's limited by OpenAI, the company. That has nothing to do with ChatGPT or Grok or whatever. That's the company itself that's limiting the response.
Interesting. So, if the governor wasn't on there, it would be able to tell me.
Yeah. No, it does. It literally comes up with the message. It's just that OpenAI is not showing it to you because it determines that it's not within its terms of service.
So then, is that more the problem than it, like the possibility of it being inaccurate? Because there's like a limiter.
So
on
it's both.
What?
So not only is it inherently unable to be accurate because there's no logic in it, it's unable to have logic, but also the company can limit whatever it wants. Like the one China made. Like if you said anything bad about the Chinese government, it would say I can't show you the message or whatever.
Yep.
Like all these companies have come together and created a list of like, here's the things it's not allowed to say. And so it's limiting the responses even though they're not accurate in the first place.
Now, how does this affect like the transhumanism theory that I've been reading a lot about lately, about like these hybrid humanoids?
What are you talking about?
Oh, I know what he's talking about. I've gone over it. All right. You want me to do it? I'll do the whole thing.
I love this shit. Like I am deeply in. So I'm in a movie at the end of this year called Revelations, and it has to do with transhumanism and like this. My partner, where I play a detective in this film. My partner is an AI, but he doesn't even know he's an AI. I didn't even know he's an AI, and we have to find allegedly his creator, because his creator created this female version who's like an assassin, and we gotta stop the assassin. But so I'm trying to like learn as much as I can about this stuff because it's really interesting. Because before I used to think like it's so far-fetched in the future, like this is like something that's not realistic, it's not going to happen in our lifetime. But as technology advances, it's starting to seem like, oh, maybe this actually might be something that we might experience in our lifetime to some degree.
Maybe.
So
maybe I'm going to say unfortunately it will happen at some point, unless unanimously all human beings come together and be like, like Dune, and be like, we're banning computers, which is probably what should happen, but it's not going to happen. It makes too much money to do that.
Yeah. So it's been around for a long time. It's going to be a little bit of a spiel to go over the history of it, but I've gone over it. So spiel warning. In the 1930s.
Do you want me to play the trigger warning? I do got a trigger warning for you.
Sure, go for it. Play the trigger warning. Here we go.
Content in this video may trigger you if you're a pansy, a feminist, soy boy, a white knight. So if you require a safe space and you don't know the real definition of tolerance, I suggest that you turn off this video and go find Drag Queen Story Hour somewhere. You might enjoy that better.
Perfect. That's great. All right. So first of all, everything I'm about to say, I have shown on stream. I've gone over all the documentation. I've read it all. I've covered it all. It's all live. I'm not pulling this out of my ass. You can see it all. You can go back and see it all. I've got it all cataloged. Go to enlightenedprogramming.com for just $10 a month. You have access to all of this stuff. It's all searchable for you, yada, yada, yada. Or you can have me on and talk about it. And I would very much appreciate some financial support because I am jobless, because I've pissed off a lot of people in the programming industry, including some big people that I used to work with, and I can no longer find work. So I'm currently trying to find work to feed my wife and kid. In any case, let's keep going. So, in the 1930s, there was a man named Howard Scott. He created the concept of technocracy. If you go and read the magazines that existed in the 1930s as part of this movement out of New York, you can see exactly what they thought. They thought that the photovoltaic cell was a way for computers to have brains. And if you read some of the terminology that they have in these 1930 magazines that I've read on stream, you can see that they think about machines very much like how we think about AI today. Oh, these things think. Oh, they're going to be the future. Oh, they're going to eliminate the need for humans to work. Well, if that future comes about, Howard Scott has an answer for all of your problems. Your problems such as, how do I find work? How do I pay for things? What about politics? What about government? Not to worry, friends. Howard Scott came up with robots. And what will happen is robots will bloodlessly revolutionize the government. No more bureaucracy, no more politics, no more politicians. You don't need them. You know what you need? You need credentialed people at the top. People who are scientists, mathematicians, highly educated, etc. How are they going to make decisions about you and your life and the life of your entire nation? Well, you're going to sit them in a room and you're going to feed a whole bunch of computerized information to them about you, about robots doing things for you, etc., etc. Then they're going to act upon that data because they are the most educated people to act on said data. So that's how technocracy got created. Now, you might find it interesting that if you read the actual handbook, which is I think 400 or 500 pages, I've read it all. In the handbook, they have what's called a technate. A technate is the nation of technocracy as it has to stand in order for technocracy to exist. And what they did was draw a map of the world, and then they took the entirety of the Americas, South America, North America, all of it, plus Greenland. And Greenland was part of this technate. I will come back to that in a minute. So, Howard Scott continues this movement, and he buddies up with someone named Margaret Mead. Margaret Mead was a very early second wave feminist, potentially on the cusp of between first and second wave feminism. She was self-admittedly through her own autobiography, which I read on stream in order to prove this, she was gender fluid, and she believed that humans have a fluidity in terms of their gender specification as they continue to grow. And she loved technocracy. So her and Howard Scott get together and things are looking great. Why, you might ask? Why would Margaret Mead partner up with this person? Well, because technocracy in the handbook goes over the concept of how machines are no different than humans, are no different than animals. How is that? Well, they present the evidence. They go over a bunch of scientific information, and then at the end they go, humans are also just machines. And I would argue that any Christian who disagrees with me is false. And here's a quick demonstration of how they're false. Take anybody who claims to be their Christian. They have moral ethics such as do not steal, do not murder, etc. Now you're going to make them hungry, like I'm facing, and they have to watch their kid and their kid and their wife, starve. You know what they're going to do? They're going to get pushed to the brink, and at some point, they're going to break their ethics in order to eat or to allow their family to eat. Therefore, all humans are machines, and they're no different than animals either. And it's all just a bunch of electrical inputs and outputs. So you know what, baby? Technocracy to the moon. And Margaret Mead loves this. You know why? Because if you're a machine, then you are now an interchangeable widget, which is the entire concept of the T ideology and all of this gender fluidity crap and all of it. As technocracy moved forward, her and Howard Scott and Margaret Mead started to implant themselves into the scientific community. Now you see psychology papers where Margaret Mead buddied up on national conferences. Again, I went through this on stream. They got together with other major psychological scientists in the field, and they've started to promote this ideology. Hey, we're all just machines, man. What's gender anyways, man? It's just inputs and outputs, man. We can all just be fluid, man. And how do we get to real good gender fluidity? Well, now what you have to do is remove the parts that make you who you are. So how do you do that? Cyborgism. So let's put a pause on that for a minute. In the 1950s, we have Operation Paperclip. Operation Paperclip was the concept where a certain scientist from a certain party in the 1940s were actually really, really smart people. And the United States wanted to have these scientists for themselves. But alas, they participated in some very demeaning acts that most people will find repulsive and disgusting. So you know what they did? They expunged their records and then they brought them over to the United States and then they said, work for us. And the first thing that they worked on was the precursor to NASA. And you know what the precursor was? A space utopia. Let's go out and build a space station because we were very good at rocketry. So let's go do that. I've covered this again. I'm not pulling this out of my ass. I went over all the evidence. So then what happens is that they get picked up. They pick up on the ideas of Margaret Mead and Howard Scott and then the AI thing that was coming out. Why? Because you can't have humans go out into a space utopia space station. The people die on their way up there. But you know who doesn't die on their way up there? Cyborgs. Robots, sure. But cyborgs are even better because you get the concept of a human being with a little bit of technicality and you can put a little bit of AI into them and who cares about their gender anyways, right? So you can go send them out to wherever the hell ever and you can go populate space to infinity. Yay! Operation Paperclip takes off. And then you start seeing the advent of these AI kind of systems. These are who end up, the people who get involved in this end up being the fathers of AI, who end up on an island, who end up talking about how AI is today. And so you can see the entire progression of this whole thing come out of the 1930s. It might interest you to note that Elon Musk's grandfather was in Canada, and in the 40s, if I remember my timing correctly, he was buddies with Howard Scott and pushed the technocratic movement during the Second World War in Canada. Canada actually had to arrest him. I had to go and find evidence, arrest records and newspaper clippings of this guy being arrested. Then he goes out to Africa. He has a different life. He comes back and then he has, Elon Musk or his child who then has Elon Musk. It might interest you to note that it wasn't until Elon Musk got into the White House that Trump suddenly talks about let's take over Greenland and Canada. Gee, I wonder where we've heard that before. Oh yeah. Yes, 1930s in the TechNate map from Technocracy, where they literally said that it was required to make technocracy happen. All of this stupid shit you see in technology, the takeover of leftist ideology, programmers having to be told how to program, what variable names you can't use the term blacklist in your code, you can't use the term master in your code, you can't do all this stupid shit, you become a soy boy, you don't know how anything runs, AI will save us all. It's all because of these people who think that they are in charge of your life and they need a way to control you. And so what they do is they sell you on all this packaged up shit. You already bought into it. When was the last time you actually owned a piece of like a song, an actual MP3 song? How many of you have Steam libraries where you have video games? How many of you can pull that thing out and like carry it around with you and actually like maintain it? Steam could pull it out of you, pull it from you at any time. Same with AI. All of this shit is all designed going all the way back from technocracy. By the way, cryptocurrency is the same thing. In the 1930s magazines, they came up with this. Well, since we're all machines anyways, you can extrapolate how much energy output any human being gives. Therefore, you can extrapolate that through their entire life, and then you can break that up by a year. So in 1930s money...
Real quick, so blockchain
yes.
is just as bad as everything else you're saying?
Yes. So, and here's why. So, in 1930s, Howard Scott presented the idea that everybody would get $20,000 a year for their extrapolated energy production output. That was the whole point, right? So if you're going to be this like interchangeable widget or whatever, then at the very least, we should give you some money to work with. But $20,000 a year was not going to be cash handed to you. It was going to be energy bucks. They literally called it that. It's robotic dollars. That's what it was. I've gone over this. It's not stuff I'm making up. So these robots would hand you energy bucks. And Howard Scott said, hey, you know why this is great? Because these energy bucks have a contract, which means that they only belong to you. Your children cannot inherit them. You cannot give them away. There's a uniqueness about them. It's a blockchain contract whereby you can discern that it only belongs to you and only you as a unique human being, which means that people wouldn't need to steal anymore. What are you going to steal? You're going to steal someone's money? Why? What are you going to do with it? Your children can't hoard wealth now, so you can't have spoiled, rotten children to ruin the world. Cryptocurrency was the same thing. Done spiel.
But okay, so I heard like there's this dead internet theory, right?
Oh, it's not a theory.
That,
It's true. Last year, 57% of the internet was all bots. Most of that was AI. Please continue.
okay, so then there's like the third internet or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
That's supposed to be all blockchain, right?
Yeah. That's like
And
Web
that's
3.
supposed to be
Yeah.
better than.
Oh, okay, yeah.
That's supposed to be better than what we have now.
Yeah. It's supposed to be. Yeah.
It'll just turn into the same thing.
But what I'm saying is like, so if you're saying that blockchain is bad, then it's not going to be any better than we have now.
Nope.
No, it'll turn into the same thing.
And
Actually, it'll be worse because people will think it's better when it's the same.
yeah, I'll prove it. I'll prove it right now. Guess what? Again, because I see, this is one of the people don't understand. I've been talking to Andrew for a long time. There was a point in time where he was the only person in the world who knew what I was up to because I was putting my livelihood at risk, which has turned out to be true in the end. And he was helping me with this argument, with these lines of argumentation privately behind the scenes. He's been solid supporter. So one of the things I was going over was, well, people are going to, in terms of like debate style tactics, people are obviously going to be like, well, present the evidence, bro. Otherwise, what the hell are you talking about? So the proof, it has been tried before, this exact system. I went over it on stream. It is a project called CyberSyn, CYBERSYN. It was implemented in Chile in the 1970s during a socialist/communist style government. And they did exactly this. There is a picture of a Star Trek style room in the 70s that they built for the elite educated masters who would receive from screens a whole bunch of data that we would consider to be cloud. Like what you say, like when I put data up in the cloud, they had that in the 70s. They built an entire infrastructure for the entirety of the country because they were trying to lean in on the fact that they were outproducing a bunch of other countries around the world in terms of raw minerals. So this person from the UK comes along and he's like, yo, bro, technocracy is great, bro. Let's build it, bro. So they build the room. They get the people together. They get the Socialist Party to agree to it. Yeah, sure. Go ahead and do what you want to do because we're having a good time anyways, right? So what harm can it do? So they start pulling in a whole bunch of data, all of this kind of automation, robotics, all of this information. You can see they have like buttons and stuff like that. And then they start making decisions across the board in the entire country. Guess what happened to them? Well, the people got so pissed off by how poorly this worked, including the entire a premature concept of what we would consider the internet, premature concept of cryptocurrency, premature concept of technocracy in terms of like the elites at the top, etc. They implemented the whole thing, and within 1.5 years, the rebellion came in literally with tanks right up to the walls, and the entire government fell.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So, and that's why like Chile is like pretty much like a third world nation.
I don't know if that's why it is now, but
I'd say that nowadays that's more due to their geography than anything else, but yeah. They've tried it before. I mean, the problem is people today think about it differently.
Yeah.
Like 50 years ago, they were willing to run tanks over that stuff. Today, that'll never happen.
Yeah.
Because they think they rely on it that much where they can't get rid of it.
Yeah, like we have become so dependent upon technology and like I guess like AI-ish type of programs to manage our day. I don't see people giving up on technology.
It's not that we've become reliant on the technology itself. We've become reliant on the companies. Like, most of the technology could run without a company behind it. People could run all of their own everything, like how it used to be. But the companies have implemented it in a way, like the monthly subscription thing. The companies have implemented it in a way where it's extraordinarily... It requires an extreme amount of effort to not rely on the companies.
Yep.
Like media, like streaming services. If you want to host your own media server, you have to download it all. You have to run a computer in your home 24/7. You have to have an internet service provider that's not going to send you letters in the mail telling you to turn it off. Like, that's a lot of effort. or you could just pay them $20 a month here, $20 a month there. You know, obviously, 99.99% of people are just going to pay the company $20 a month.
Right.
Yeah.
It's worse.
So,
It's
so
worse.
is it based out of convenience or laziness?
Well,
That's the same thing.
well, look. Think about this. This is something people don't think about. FTC is currently suing
Well,
Meta.
I mean, I would say convenience would be like, okay, I don't know what I'm doing, so, and I don't have the time to allocate to learn all this stuff, so it would be more convenient if I just purchase it. Now, the laziness is that I have the time to do this, but I don't want to. That's
See,
what I'm saying.
that's the beauty, is that everybody has the time.
Right.
You have so much free time these days. Anybody could do it.
That's okay. That's part of it. But companies have leveraged this and have created a monopoly in extremely subtle ways. The FTC is suing Meta for like, I don't know, which is Facebook, for like the 4th time or something since 2010. It's an open U.S. court case, which means that they have all of their exhibit documents public. So again, by the way, I just got a super chat on Are We Not Men on the YouTube side. Thank you, Are We Not Men. So I went over that because I don't want people to say that I'm pulling stuff out of my ass. So I literally read 300 documents, 300 PDFs, multiple pages per document.
Oh, that's rough.
And I read it all of it, in order to understand what the fuck was going on with that. So here's how Facebook/Meta plays this game. They lock you in without you even realizing it. So what they'll do is they will create a login system that locks you in to using their login system. You can think about this from Google's perspective as well. What the next time that you log into StreamYard, what are you going to use? You're going to have some account, right? It's going to be Google. It's going to be Facebook. It's going to be something. Now imagine what would happen if you just removed that. How would you log in then? You've already ceded all of your power to them, and they know that. They've created a locked-in system where so they have to buy, essentially these companies have to buy 2 people. They have to buy the consumer. How do they buy you? They depend on your laziness and your lack of understanding, your ignorance, which is not stupidity, it's different. And they go, well, we're going to make it easy for you. Don't worry. We have a solution. What's the solution? Well, then they have to come to people like me, programmers, and like Dutch, and go, here's what you're going to do. Do you want to have a nice, easy way for your users of your website to log in and get access to data? Why build your own authentication mechanism when you can just use Google? And all you have to do is drop in some code, and then people just click one button and they log in. Well, now you've captured the full loop of audience, which means now everybody is locked into your authentication mechanism. That is a very simple, subtle way to get you locked in, and you don't even realize it.
Oh my god, yeah, it's a full so basically, like, when the .com bubble burst, and the Magnificent Seven started to take over everything, like, sign in with Google, it has destroyed the internet. I mean, it's not even really the
Thanks,
internet
Tiggle.
anymore.
They can't hear me, but thank you, Tiggle. Thank you for the $2.
It's all
Is it like an intranet? It's like an intranet, or is it
it's
like all
like
Google?
so at one point in time, this is basically where we're at now. Google tried to make their own whatever it's called. Like at I forget the specific term, but like at the beginning of websites, it's like HTTP : that Google tried to make their own Google : thing.
Yeah.
And that's basically where we're at now without them having to do that. Like, we're at the point, everything is so integrated. Like, when was the last time you were on a website on a computer that includes a phone, that includes, like, whatever, that was not part of a Google ecosystem? Probably decade.
Yeah, that's a good question.
Probably a decade. Right?
I would say I used to use DuckDuckGo, but I heard like they got bought out by some like third party attached to either Microsoft or Google or something like that. So
yeah,
they're not even like.
No. Basically, unless you're hosting it yourself, like unless you have the files on your own computer, you're relying on Google, you're relying on Facebook, you're relying on Amazon. It's basically, it would be no.
Thanks,
so,
Arwin.
like,
thanks again for more
Chromebooks,
$2. And yeah,
like
I read it, Emmett.
The Chrome OS and
But
like it's all Google
that's
everything.
currently
Yeah, those things
Can
suck.
Yeah, that's basically
there was an overthrow of the government in
what
the
you're using
70s.
as your
So
phone right
it doesn't
now.
go against the argument.
Like, think
The government
like
was
all the apps on your
overthrown
phone. What do you have? You
because
have
they tried
Instagram, that's
technocracy. It
Facebook. You have
failed.
Facebook.
And
That's
when
Facebook.
Glenn brought that up,
You
I
know,
just
you have
said I don't
YouTube,
know
that's Google.
what.
You have Spotify.
I don't know
that's
what
Google.
what the
You
current
have,
system is.
you
I don't know
all
if
the
that's why they
things,
suck
Outlook,
or
and
anything
all
like
your
that.
work
Because I don't
stuff is
know.
probably
That's what I
through
meant. Is I actually don't
Microsoft,
know.
Things
Right.
like that. Like your email. You don't host your own email server, so guess what? It's all Google. If you need to get an email for your plane ticket, you have to use Google, right? You don't host your own email server, so you're relying on Google for all these things. You can't even get like a phone call anymore. Everything's through email now.
Yeah, like they the sign in from Google thing just kind of like expedites you having to log in using your email or password and then going
Yeah.
to confirm it.
Yeah,
So-
it has monopolized our lives essentially.
But,
The
okay,
internet
tell me
has
what
become
is-
too intertwined. It's
But what is wrong with that per se? If it's a way to like verify it's you.
so I get it depends on your the way you're looking at it, right? Like from a convenience perspective, it's great, right? Absolutely. It's way more convenient. It's faster. You don't have to do anything. It just happens, right? Everything's taken care on the back end. But if you care about like basically your privacy or your security, like your own thoughts in your own head, right?
Tiggle, are we not
Like-
men? Are you guys having a fight?
Think about
Okay,
like if
How is
Thank you,
okay,
Tiggle.
I get privacy.
Thanks
in
for the
sense of, like,
$5, man. I appreciate
you know,
that.
Images, maybe like
You guys are
your
awesome.
Google Pictures or your
I'll take every
Drive,
penny I
right?
can get, man.
You know, if you have something like you don't want public
It's
in there, sure.
right,
I'm
you
facing
make
down the barrel of
yourself,
a
like,
tight spot, so I appreciate
vulnerable
it.
for that. But you said thoughts in your own head. How do they get those?
well, they don't have them yet, but think about this. Any word you speak near your telephone, right? You have your phone on you 24 hours a day. Anything that comes out of your mouth when you're near a telephone, not even just yours, any telephone on earth, any word you speak, that data is linked to you. There's a file somewhere on a server where any words you have spoken near any microphone in the last 20 words that's in the
Hey,
last 20
Hungry
years, that's
Hippo,
linked
it's
to
still
you.
going. I'm still looking.
I hope to God that never gets leaked. I have said some
Oh.
dumb shit.
But that's the beauty. They have all of the information on everybody for the last 20 years. So at any point in time, they could just snap their fingers and you're gone. And
Okay.
nobody would know any different.
Let me steel man Dutch's position here with stuff I've gone over, because it
Yeah.
sounds crazy when you say it, right? It sounds like lunacy. This is what I face all the time. Like, you're crazy, they don't listen to you. When you say like, hey, and then Google, how do you think it knows that you said that? Well, it has a low-powered latent listening device. Now, they're telling people like me, programmers, oh, don't worry. All it does is it picks up on certain sounds, and if it matches the right kind of like computational, sound waves, then we turn it on. That's it. Okay, so what you're telling me is you are listening all the time. You're just choosing when to activate. That's what you're telling me. That's just a known public thing, first of all. Second of all, if you think...
I remember that with the Alexa. That was like the big thing with Alexa when it first came out. Like,
Yes.
It was like they were always listening.
They
But
have to be.
all of them are always listening anyway.
Yes.
They just hide it better now.
Right. They have to be. Yeah. I've gone over some patents on stream from somebody who works at Sony, and he invented for Sony a power device. It can power any device. All it does is it picks up Wi-Fi signals out of the air and generates its own power through the friction of the signals going through this device, which means that in your phone, you don't even need to have battery power anymore. Just simply walking down the street would be enough for your phone to be turned on by itself and emit low-powered signals that anybody who's listening could pick up on if they know what they're listening for. This stuff has been around. I think that patent came out like 10, 15 years ago, something like that, which
Oh, yeah.
means it's in existence for a long time.
Mm-hmm.
The other thing that people think about is, well, if I'm being listened to, don't I need like a full battery, like to run like my full phone? No, they don't need to listen to everything. They just need to have enough battery that they can trigger certain signals to be sent. Now you take that one step forward. Did you know that this is part of the Meta FTC public exhibit information? Meta bought out, this is Facebook, in the early 2010s. They bought out an extremely popular VPN service. It was an application in the App Store. They bought it out, and the reason why they bought it out, it was because it was getting tens of millions of downloads over the course of several years. It was extremely popular, and so what they did was they took it in and they turned it into a listening device on your phone, such that anything that was going to leave your phone had to go through this application first, before any amount of encryption could be applied to the information being sent out. Then they funneled that over to Facebook servers. And then they used that to buy companies like WhatsApp or Snapchat or whatever. This is what the FTC information shows. They were using this information. For example, there was a time when they got caught with this VPN app. And so what they did is they turned it into a research app. They called it the Facebook Research app. They paid teenagers $20 in order to participate in research activities in Facebook. It was just like, hey, how do you like this video? You know, how do you like this message or whatever? Thumbs up, thumbs down. Here's $20 for it. Teenagers would be like, yeah, man, some free money, right? Except what they found out is that teenage girls, when they're having a particular moment of the month, for example, are more prone to purchasing beauty products. And so they fed more beauty product advertisements to teenage girls. Did you know that Facebook knows exactly when you're going to poop? How, you might ask? Well, it has been discovered that for a long time, Wi-Fi signals can be used to track where you are in the house. All you have to do, it's like sonar. You just send out the Wi-Fi signals, and as long as they don't return to you, you know there's something that's capturing it. If they do return to you, you just calculate the distance, and now you know how far away an object is, and that shit can cross through walls, which means now that they can have an entire topology of your entire home. And now, I believe it's Comcast or something, is offering it as a service. It's like some new service. Like, hey, do you want to have like a service where you can do like motion detection in your home without a security system? Well, here you go. Did you know that another reason why Facebook knew when you were going to poop is because they knew when you were home and when you weren't, even if you weren't on home Wi-Fi? Why? Because as you're walking around with your phone, your phone tries to pick up on public open signals. It's scanning Wi-Fi signals. Any signal it knows about means it's going to cross-reference that with signals you're scanning for. So if you've ever connected to something and somebody else tries to connect to it, now it knows you're in range of somebody who has previously connected to it, has the location of it. Now it knows where you are. It doesn't even need GPS. And this shit knows when you go to your mom's house or your friend's house, or it's about that time of the month, you know, or whatever it is, because all they do is take all this data and they just map it on. They know all of this shit about you already. It's too late.
Well, not to mention also, you know, all of like, so the police have cameras in the street. Well, not the police. Third-party companies lease cameras to the police and HOAs and stuff.
Yeah, I know about that. Like in some cities in like the UK, or like
no, that's in the United States. That's in every major city. There's
really?
There's like 20 million.
The traffic cams. I know like the traffic cams are better.
No. Like you'll see like a light pole or something with a solar panel on it. That's like you don't see any lights or anything. That's a camera.
Nice.
And it's watching your car. It's watching who's in your car. It's watching where your car's going. So like, people don't really get pulled over anymore randomly unless you're like going way faster than the traffic. Like anytime anybody gets pulled over for not speeding, it's because the camera alerted the police like, hey, this person has a warrant. They're on this street. You can go get them. So it knows everywhere your car's been. It knows where your car's going. It knows all your habits. And not only that, every store you walk into, Walmart, Apple Store, Home Depot, all the stores you walk into, they literally automatically have you agree when you walk in the store. There's a terms of service. It's like, we can use your footage and your person and your information to advertise and scrape data off of you. Literally, anytime you walk into any store, there are thousands of cameras that are recording everything you do, and it's feeding an AI.
Okay, so let me just play dumb here and be like, Well, what's the big deal if you're not doing anything wrong? Who cares if you're on camera?
That who's to say what you're doing is wrong or right? That's not up to you. That's up to them. Something you think would be mundane, someone in the future could consider that, a transgression against them. Someone with more power, someone with more
What
money.
if you're not breaking the law? How about that? If you're not, whatever you're doing on camera, you're not breaking the law.
You are always breaking the law. I think it's like the average person commits 10 felonies a day or something like that.
That is true.
So
when I was a corrections
all of it's
officer,
recorded.
When I was a corrections officer, we used to say like the only difference between inmates and everyone else is that inmates got caught.
Yeah. So the government, all the companies, all the whoever who has money to buy the data, they all know all of these millions of petty crimes, all of these hundreds of thousands of misdemeanors, all of these hundreds of felonies you've committed. They all know you've committed these crimes. They just choose to not go after you until you've gone over the limit or someone decides to pursue it on you specifically to make an example.
Okay, so then let me just take this scenario and say, okay, so you're telling me the government and everybody has known about Destiny's like sexting messages with these minors who allegedly,
yes,
and all this stuff, and they're just now doing something about it.
Yes. I mean, let me put this in perspective for you.
Like,
probably
more like the girls that are
so literally like on Discord there would be servers that would host these images of children in them, inappropriate, illegal, felony images of children in them. They would have tens of thousands of people in them with Discord accounts linked to their real phone number, and nothing happened to these people. Like all of this information is known in public. If you haven't been caught yet, that means you haven't crossed what they've decided is the limit. Like the average person, like obviously everyone commits some sort of crime, right? But you don't think it's that bad because you're the one doing it, or you think it's secret and no one knows about it. Like,
well, most people don't even know. They don't even know the law. A lot of people don't even know what's on the books as a law, so they don't even know they're committing a felony or something.
Right. They pick and choose, what crimes to go after when they need an example made, right?
But you don't even have to break a crime. You don't have to commit a crime for it to be dangerous. So here's another way it can be dangerous. And this is why I go over cybersecurity articles on my news streams covering all this information, because this is part of it. So imagine that this information gets into the wrong hands, which happens all the time because we have programmers who don't know how to secure things anymore. This stuff it happens all the time. So now all you need to do is you need to convince someone that they need to take an action for you that's completely legal. For example, buy a bunch of Amazon gift cards and give them to you. This happens all the time. Or how about when you have some leftist soy boy person as a programmer who doesn't like what you've said on YouTube, they decide they're just going to pull out whatever information they want in order to cancel you. Or how about deplatforming? Or how about debanking? You don't even have to commit a crime, and it's still dangerous, and people still lose their lives over this.
Oh, yeah, because anyone with money can buy the information. It's not limited to just you will be criminally pursued. It's anybody. I mean, the data is not very expensive anyway. Anybody can take the data and do whatever they want with it. It's very dangerous. And especially like as time goes on, the programmers in the world are becoming less computer literate, which makes them more vulnerable to social engineering scams, which is the only way people get hacked anymore. Like you see hacking in the movie, like they plug the USB in and I'm going through the firewall. That doesn't happen anymore. 100% of all hacks, like in the last 15 years, have all been tricking John Microsoft into giving up his password. Like all of it.
Oh, you're talking about like phishing.
Like phishing. Like 100% of the hacks in the last 15 years have all been phishing. All of them.
That's crazy. Now, so is it? Are we like in the eagle eye state? Remember the movie Eagle Eye with Shia LaBeouf?
I don't think I'm that old.
I
Oh
don't-
my god, no, I'm not that old.
I don't think I think I actually have seen it. Yeah, I'm that old. Yeah.
2008.
I'm definitely that old.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Like, so are we in that kind of state, like, where there's always something watching? They could call you and tell you to do something, or
Yes.
you know,
Yeah.
like,
Yeah, it's just that it's turned off by default. It's exactly what Dutch is saying. It's just turned off. There's also a difference between having access to knowledge and having knowledge. So you could think about it too. In some cases, you can just attribute a scenario to people had access to the knowledge that would have allowed them to act on something, but they just didn't go do it. So like the Destiny stuff, it's possible that 100% somebody had it. They had access to it. Access to that knowledge was always there. There was always somebody who actually could go get that, behind the scenes, right? In a nefarious way, if they wanted to even. The difference though is, did somebody want to go and do that? And sometimes it just so happens that enough attention gets garnered around a topic, and then somebody goes out and actually accesses that knowledge. But bare minimum, the knowledge is always there. It's always accessible to people who it shouldn't be accessible to. Always.
Oh, for sure. Since 2004, every form of communication that's sent through a wire or cable has been recorded and aggregated, right?
Yeah.
2004.
yeah, that was due to like what? Was it due to 9/11? That was part of the.
Well, that was
Is that the whole
was
like
an excuse.
Edward
That was an
Snowden?
excuse to make it. Let's be real. They used that as an excuse to create the surveillance to generate money from it. But yes,
That was
Prism,
what Edward
it was
Snowden was
Prism, right?
leaking out, right?
Yeah,
Is
that
that
was
what
part
Edward Snowden?
Yeah, that
that's
was part of
it,
what
yeah.
he was revealing. Even though technically that stuff was public information already, he was just making it available to the news networks and whatnot.
Yeah.
So okay, you guys are programmers. Are
Well,
you concerned?
I used to be.
Okay, you used to be. What are you doing now? Are you not? You're not doing programming at all, or?
No. I used to, and then I decided that it's all a bunch of crap and it's gonna go away eventually, and so now I'm a firefighter.
When you say go away eventually, are you saying technology is going to cease to exist, or it's going to be all automated?
I'm saying that in China and India there are 3 billion people who would literally murder a family member to work for $5 an hour. And I will need at least $30 an hour to survive in America. So eventually me working on a computer will probably not be happening in the future long term, just realistically.
Well, so that's what I've heard. But I heard that like these companies are going to have to pay people for their data, like you know how Meta like has like made
Yeah.
millions by selling everybody's like information.
Mm-hmm.
Basically, like they're gonna like these companies are gonna have to pay you basically like so many thousands or whatever a year so they can continue to mine your information.
Yeah, so here, check this out. So the new iPhones cost like $1,000 or whatever, right? And it makes Apple cost like $150 to make them, right? So they're making $800, shipping, handling, whatever. They're making $800 on the sale of the phone, but in data, Apple by themselves is making like $20 a day in data just from you using the phone. So they could literally give you the phone for free and they would still be making unlimited money, basically. And that goes with every computer. Like, if we took the P&E ratio of like the big 7 companies right now, average, that's 55. So if you took literally 55, which is how much they're valued at today, 55 times the amount that your data is worth today. So like in theory, extrapolating it, this is what your data is worth. Apple by themselves is pulling $1,100 of data from you every day. And that's just one company.
That's just from one individual.
That's just from
per
you.
person, just for me.
Per day. Essentially.
Where's my cut?
So even if they give you back $5 a day, like if they paid you $5 a day to use the phone, they would still be making a lot of money.
Wild. So then, how is it like? So this theory of like these companies are going to have to start paying you once AI advances and they start removing lower quality
it's just
jobs,
a
I
fee.
guess.
It's just going to be a little like a drop in the bucket for them, basically. Like the Facebook or whatever
So then,
it was.
whatever they're going to be paying you is not going to be enough to live off of then. Still.
No, absolutely not. I mean, the people in charge need you to generate money for them. So why would they pay you enough to not have to generate money for them? Like to generate extra money.
Well, from what I was understanding, the concern with AI and these humanoids is that they're going to be getting rid of a lot of I guess low scale jobs, or
Yeah, so that's not going to happen because even today, like if you look at the average productivity per person, I'm doing air quotes with my fingers here, it's gone up linearly and it's only doubled since like 1980 or whatever. Literally, if we just used the technology we have, overnight we could probably 20 or 30x productivity. Why do we not do that?
I don't know.
To make money, to keep people in control. It doesn't, like, if you could make 30 times the amount of apples per person from your apple farm, right, you would only need one person running the apple farm because the machines would do all the work for them. So then you have 29 people doing nothing and one person working. So then what do you do with the other 29 people? You have to make fake jobs for them. Because here's my theory on it, is that the human beings can only adapt to technology at this linear rate that we've been going at, right? And so like the psychology of it, obviously some people can adapt better, but the average person can only adapt at this linear rate. Like throughout history, it's been a linear rate. And because of that, these big corporations and governments they're playing that against us. They're saying, oh, we can only, we can't do nuclear because we can't do nuclear power. It's dangerous. No, we're not doing nuclear power because it makes more money for them to have 100 million people mining coal every day instead of 1 million people mining thorium every day.
Yeah, the reason why, I've heard of a nuclear plant could provide enough energy for a big city, and nobody would have to pay
Correct.
electricity bill.
Yeah, it's literally all because the average person believes that we can only advance at this linear rate, that they have allowed themselves to grow at this linear rate, but the technology is obviously growing faster than linear. So they're leveraging the technology against us. Like every day that goes by, they have better technology relative to our productivity.
So here in America or in California, our my mentor Thor, he was a power lineman.
Yeah.
And so he put all the power towers and everything up, and he would tell me, he goes, I don't know why there is such a huge push for these electric vehicles, they know that our power grid is not built to sustain the amount of use that it is. Our power grid's going to collapse before you know, like we're so back, we're so behind the times when it comes to our power grid. We can't handle this amount of power.
Right.
So like they're like the push for like, you know, getting rid of like gas powered vehicles and only using electric vehicles. I mean, even I think the governor signed into law like no more gas powered lawnmowers and shit. Like,
yeah, they did that. There's something stupid like that. Like no
Yeah,
more
it's like-
gasoline small engines. So that also means no chainsaws, no weed eaters, no blowers, things like that.
yeah, they all have to be electric. They have to,
Yeah.
like, so it's like when you have that, like, you know, the power grid's going to crash before we can get everybody on there. So what's the point of even incentivizing people to get on there? Is it to collapse the power grid? So
no,
then maybe
it's to
we
make-
could go nuclear?
It's to make money. It's all about generating more money.
But I get the money aspect, but if you generate the money and then now the people that purchase the products cannot use it because the grid itself is not able to.
Oh, they won't let that happen. They won't let that happen.
Wouldn't it be wiser to go nuclear at that point?
So, so here's the theory about it, right? They could make overnight, well, not overnight, but within a couple months, right? They could literally build all the fission reactors required to power America, and they would never have to burn a single piece of coal in the United States again. Within a year, they could do that. But they won't. They could literally replace all of the... Keep going. Hello?
You cut out.
Mr. Glenn Lawrence, sir, you have cut out.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, you're good now.
All right. Yeah. Could you repeat what you just said? I couldn't hear you.
I said that within 1 year, they could literally switch all of the United States to fission nuclear power. But they won't do it. Because it would be an opportunity cost loss.
So are we talking about like jobs will be gone?
Yeah, so jobs will be gone. They lose time versus technology, right? So, like, let's just pretend technology doubles every year, which is about what it is. Technology doubles in its productivity every year, or so about. But human scale productivity only goes up about 5% a year. So every year they can wait, every year they can withhold from switching to the new technology, they're able to gain 95% more power over you, if that makes sense.
It does make sense. It does. But like, it's eventually, inevitably, they're going to have to transition at some point, right?
In 20 years, when they transition, the technology will be 1,000,000 times better, but will only be just at nuclear then. We'll be at fission then. Like, it will happen at some point, but the technology will outpace any growth that we actually see in reality.
Hold on 1 second. C-Wag in the back. I'm going to need you to turn your camera on, and I need to see you. Flip me off with your left hand.
Huh?
This person in the back chat. I need you to see you turn your camera and flip me off with your left hand. If you do not, I will boot you. Continue, Dutch.
Yeah, it's just, I mean, that's basically all there is to say, is that the technology doubles every year, and we go up 5% every year. So every year they gain 95% on us. That's why we don't have fission power. That's why We don't have like so many things that we don't have is because they're leveraging the future technology against us.
All right, so hold on a second. Drop him down until he gets situated on this camera because I don't want any dicks or balls on my camera or buttholes. I don't mind titties, but you know, it still violates TOS. But I'm just saying,
It does.
dicks and balls are just gotta
It
go.
does, unfortunately.
Yeah. So okay, how can we like properly navigate through the advancement of technology? Is there any way to apply safeguards to it? Is there, you know, what can we as consumers of this technology do to protect ourselves, but also benefit from the advancement of the technology that we have available to us?
So, here personally, this is my opinion on this. I'm not. This is my own opinion that I'm making up in my brain right now. Right. It depends on what you care about. For example, if you care, right? If you care about having media, right? Like if you're on a streaming service and you're like, man, I'm upset that they took Happy Gilmore off of Netflix. Now I can't watch it. You know, if you care about things like that, then it makes sense to leverage the technology for yourself and host your own media server, download all the movies you want, right? That's an example where you use the technology for yourself. If you don't care about that, if you're perfectly fine with just you doing whatever media that they give you, then you don't have to worry about that. But in the long term, the less you rely on them, the better it'll be for you.
Well, I mean, I would say that that's with anything, right? Like the less you rely on the government,
right,
the better that it is for you, right?
The
Like,
more
so you are not
the
freedom,
more independent you can be.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I have
So, like-
Oh, go ahead. Keep going. Keep going.
Yeah. So the technology currently at this point is so good, you can literally be 100% totally independent of everything and lose nothing. Solar power is so good, you can be totally off-grid power. Water
Yeah.
collection and water filtration, rainwater collection wells are so good today, you do not need to be hooked up into a sewer system. Septic
Yep.
tanks are so good today, you can get them pumped once every 10 years. That's 8 times in your life you'll have to get it pumped.
So my mentor Thor, his house, he had it all solared out.
Mhm.
He dug his own well.
Right.
And
Yeah.
got his own well, and he ended up putting in his own septic as well.
Yeah.
And he literally was off the grid. He was actually generating so much electricity that he was getting paid from the electric company.
Yeah. Yeah, you can do that if you're hooked in. Well, he's technically not off grid if he's making money from it, but you can generate money if you're making excess solar power. But even
Yeah, that
things
means-
like your streaming services, like
Yeah.
you can every movie that's ever been made, every song that's ever been made, every book that's ever been written, every web page, whatever, you can download it and host it all on a computer for a couple $1,000. You could make a server and host it in your home, your totally 100% off-grid home, and access it anywhere in the world via Starlink. You could literally be 100% off-grid in the middle of nowhere, and because of Starlink, you can actually access Starlink on T-Mobile with the new iPhones now. You can literally be 100% off-grid and lose nothing because of how good our technology is today.
So, but then then you're still relying on Starlink, right?
Yeah, but
And wouldn't they be able to
Starlink-
get access to your information and too that you having?
Well,
on
no.
your own server?
When you're hosting it yourself, you're encrypting it on both ends. So they just see a bunch of random ones and zeros. The only thing they know is that information is going from you, the customer, to the Starlink satellite, back to you, the customer. They can't read what's inside of it if you're hosting it yourself.
Gotcha. Okay, so like your server's encrypted and it's also connected to your device that has the same encryption.
Well,
So
everything's automatically encrypted these days.
well, how is it that things get hacked through encryption?
They don't. They get hacked by some old guy putting his information into a phishing webpage.
Okay, so well, you know that whole thing about like was it the WhatsApp chat or the Signal chat?
Yeah.
Like with was it the Secretary of State? Was it about like some mission that went down? And how did that get leaked? Like wasn't that like an encrypted communication that got hacked?
Well, here's the problem. If the communication is correctly encrypted, like it would be if you're self-hosting, if you took all the computers on Earth and put them together to try to crack the encryption, it would take billions of years for one packet, which is like one.
So is that why like in like I think it was like I want to say 2009, 2010 or something like that. There was like these terrorists in San Bernardino that had iPhones, and then the FBI tried to get Apple to unlock their phones, and they wouldn't do it.
Yeah.
Because of the encryption or like the security.
Yeah, that is one thing Apple is good about, is that they are secure. They're not private, but they are very secure.
And that makes them better than like Samsung, because Samsung is they are open to more third party.
Well, here's the problem, right? I mean, it depends. Like, how much do you trust Apple, right? Because if John Apple falls for a phishing scam, they can get all of your data, right? So, how much do you trust Apple in that
Gotcha.
sense? So, like, privacy is no one has your data. Security is trusted people have your data. But really, no one can be trusted. So, it just depends on how trustworthy you think it should be.
So then back to the question again. So this technology, as you said, like, you know, hosting your own server, stuff like that.
Yeah.
Let's say like for content creators, because here's a concern that I know a lot of content creators have.
Yeah.
Kind of like what they did to like the Fresh and Fit, Pearl at one point in time.
Mm-hmm.
The Takes, definitely. They just removed their channel or demonetized them.
Right.
Made it to where that their videos were not able to generate any revenue, but they're still be able to be hosted. Would it be then smart for the creators then to look into their own server and hosting site
there are
content?
Yes, there are self-host sites. There's all kinds. You can look up. I mean, Odyssey is an example of one.
Because that's what.
There's lots of places that are not YouTube, that are not Google affiliated, that you can upload your videos. Now,
well, see,
obviously,
I was thinking
there's
about
less.
Getting my own server and having all my content there, not on another third-party site.
Yeah, like you could run your own website and host your own videos through your own website for people to watch. You could do that.
Yeah. Like, is that like a real concern that people should start looking into, because of the way that TOS is so vague and people are getting dropped?
Yeah. So,
you know, or being demonetized.
The problem is, unless previous to you getting deplatformed, unless you already had a gigantic following, the amount of people that are going to go to Glenn Lawrence, kingofthestreets.com and pay you to watch your videos is near zero. Let's just be for real.
It's discoverability. Zero. That's what these platforms have.
That was not nice.
Yeah.
I'm kidding.
But you know what I mean? Like, again, it's a convenience thing.
Yeah.
Everyone, they go on YouTube to look for whatever they're looking for videos for, right? They're not going to Odyssey. They're not going to, whatever DutchOrionVideos.com, right? Like, they're going to YouTube because it's the convenient option. It has the most content. It has more likely to be what they're looking for on it.
See, this is what I told those guys like 2 years ago when they got demonetized. I told them that there should be because Pearl has the Audacity network, and I said, and it's just her now, but I told her it would be really smart if she connected with other content creators within her sphere underneath this Audacity network brand, and Audacity network has its own server, which it does, and its own hosting site, and then all of them put in on this cost for the running of the server, so that it offsets the financial cost on her, and you have make it subscription based, so that all those content creators that are on YouTube, they can still be on YouTube, but they can have all their exclusive stuff or stuff that would be more violating of TOS on the private server, to where members could get access to that content and clips on the YouTube.
Yeah.
So, and that way, I think that would be easier.
See, you could do that, but it would be very complicated, and it would generate if you're relying on it for revenue, I would probably not do that. I would, personally for me, if I had a YouTube channel that was getting me $100,000 a year, and I didn't have another job, I didn't have anything lined up, I didn't have a degree, whatever, I would try to be as neutral and friendly as possible to try to keep up the revenue. I wouldn't try to do all this weird extra nonsense because it's less safe, right? It's less of a guarantee that you will continue to get your income from it.
Yeah.
If that's where your income is coming from. If you're making the videos as art, as here's my feelings, here's what I think about stuff, here's what I did today, just if you want to watch, come watch. If you don't, it doesn't matter. I'm just doing it for me. Then self-host all you want. But if you're doing it for the money, you should try to remain as platform friendly as possible, because that's how you make the most money.
See, that's a little complicated, in the current climate that we're in, right? Socially speaking, because if you speak really very pro-masculine, pro-patriarchy, right? Content,
yeah,
you run the risk of violating TOS because it's so vague.
And then guess what? Don't talk about that stuff. If you want money from YouTube.com, just don't talk about that stuff.
Well, what if it's not doing it for the money? You're just doing it just because that's what your maybe that's your purpose, or you feel like that's your mission right now.
If you feel like that's your mission in life, then I would self-host. If it's not about the money, I would say self-host all the way. It's more complicated. It requires a time investment, it requires a money investment, it requires a learning investment. But if you're doing it not for the money, then it should be worth it to do those things.
Yeah, so I talked to Lenovo. I've been using Lenovo computers for over 10 years now.
Yeah.
And I have a nonprofit.
Okay.
And so I was talking to them about how they could help with the nonprofit and stuff. And I was, giving them the pitch deck and all that good jazz. And they are like, well, what do you need from us?
Mm-hmm.
I was like, couple computers and a server. They're like, yeah, what do you need the server to do? And I was telling them, they're like, yeah, we could draft something up for you and send it over. I'm still waiting on it though. So basically, them providing the server would be half the battle, right?
Yeah.
Then it would be just maintaining it and running the hosting site or whatever, or creating a site to host it and stuff like that.
But yeah.
I don't know what I'm doing with it if they even send it to me. I'm like, oh, this thing's cool. What does it do?
Yeah, see, that's the hard part, is that if you're coming from no computer knowledge, basically, your average person's computer knowledge, it's a lot to learn. It's so much to learn, and you're gonna mess up a lot in the beginning. That's why it's difficult. That's why nobody does it.
I took a computer programming class, and I sucked so bad I couldn't even get it to do like certain commands, like open, like you make the code
Yeah,
and it says open.
yeah, and it's
My
just
the
not for some
teacher,
people. It's just not for
my
some
teacher
people.
felt bad. The teacher felt bad, and he made me his assistant, his TA, and all he did was like teach me how to play the video games on it so I could learn how to do it right.
Yeah,
That was fun, but
and so that's
yeah,
another
I'm not
thing
a coder.
too. Is like there's the programming side of computers, which is a part of computers, but probably most like people who program for work really don't know that much about like the operating system or the server side, or like they're very limited, like their back end only or the front end only or their database only, things like that. Like they don't have the full picture. Like to get the full picture is very complicated, it's very difficult, it takes years of learning and tinkering.
Well, that's the funny thing I find so interesting is that when you talk to somebody that says, "Oh yeah, I work with computers" or "I'm a programmer," it's like there's so special. There's so many specialties. Like my friend AJ, he works at a server farm thing,
Right.
and his job is to maintain like the temperature.
Yep.
He doesn't know anything about them. He's like, "Look, I just need to know that I can't let them get too hot."
Yeah,
Basically.
he literally probably doesn't have to touch a computer. He's like, oh, this part's too hot. I need to increase the flow through this vent by 10% or whatever. And then he cranks the knob, and he's like, oh, it's cooler now. And then he goes back to sleep or whatever. It to
No,
be
normally he's
to,
on here. Normally he's on these streams with me, but like so, is it that like computers or technology is so like niche or like there's so like compartmentalized that nobody actually knows the full encompass of it?
not it's. I think it comes back to the no, you don't have to know as much anymore. Like if you went back 20 years, like 2000 to 2005, oh, most of the people who were using computers knew so much about them. Like you had to know how to install Windows from scratch, and you had to know how to like install a router and set your IP and work the dial up and things like that. Like you had to know a lot about computers to use them back in the day. But right today, if you want to use a computer, you go to Best Buy and you buy a laptop and you open it, and it's like, take a picture of your face so you can log into Windows with your face, and oh, here's the Windows Store, and here's the Edge browser, and here, let me auto uh, put the tabs on your phone and your computer together. It's like you don't have to know anything to use a computer anymore. It's become
Now,
too,
that would
in a
be,
sense, it's become too easy, so people don't know how to do it anymore.
is that like partly AI?
No, that had nothing to do with AI.
Okay, so
That
then what is the
that was
difference? What is the difference between like Windows has that what is it something AI? It's like their own AI. Like
yeah. I know what you're talking about. But between
what
that and
what's the difference between that and like ChatGPT or Gronk?
okay, so here's the only difference. The Windows AI, if you tell it to look up something, it'll like Google search it for you, or whatever, Microsoft Edge search it for you. Or if you tell it to open a program on your computer, it's hard coded to know, like, if the program on the computer is named this, run this command to open it. Like, it's essentially the exact same thing. It just has a couple extra rules applied on top of it.
Gotcha. Now, okay, how realistic? How far are we away from like Stepford Wives? Right, like where like we could like program these bitches. Because I mean, I know there's the talk. I mean, I've talked to some people in this industry too about like the AI, sex robots and stuff. I've had a few conversations with some,
Well,
people that work
they
at
already
companies.
kind of exist.
Well, they do, but see, like, well, they've always did, especially for female toys. And I was talking to Turd Flinging Monkey about this. It's like women have been fucking robots for a very long time. Like every vibrator,
Right.
every dildo, like that is a robot, right?
Uh-huh.
It's and just now that it's going into the male side of things because males are so visual. You know, you can't make a robot like a Terminator robot be visually appealing to a man. So it took time for technology to catch up to.
I mean, yeah, we're here now. I mean, there are services you literally go
Yeah,
to and you
but like,
describe what you want and it'll spit out what you want,
but that's like
including
still
text, including sending messages. Like they even have it like it'll make a voice like like it's someone actually reading it to you with a video of them like talking to you in front of you. They even have one they're developing right now. It's literally a VR, so it looks like it's real in 3D, and it links up with like a machine that will automatically perform acts upon you, and like it'll link it up with the AI video, and it'll talk to you and respond to what you say and everything. Like it's a very that's not far away. You could buy that in like you will literally put on the VR headset.
Because I know they have like the humanoids.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I know that we have like like the nano gamma and the nano beta, like those like robots that help around the house stuff.
Yeah. Like
are
how
we,
long
are we
you're
really
asking how long it'll be before we get something like that, like a whole person type deal?
Yeah, like and it be actually believable.
I'm
like,
not even sure we're ever gonna get there.
Bigger concern.
Yeah, I don't think we'll ever get there.
I think it'll be at least
that we will never get there.
If we ever get there, it'll be at least another 30 years, 30, 40 years. At least, if we ever get there.
The way I see it is like, I don't think we could ever get there. And that's because I don't think women will ever allow it to get there.
Well, here's the problem. Human beings collectively have allowed everything to get the way it is today. So, I think it's just a matter of it would be way too there's too many problems to solve. It would be way beyond complicated to make it realistic enough, right?
Yeah, because the way I see it, it's like, okay, if AI is already killing these girls like on OnlyFans, right?
Well, every OnlyFans creator is using AI to edit their images and videos anyway, right? Like, none of what you're seeing is actually just the picture they took.
Well, I don't look at it, but so I'm just assuming that CapCut or like, Photoshop, probably what they're working with, right? Or Facetune or whatever.
Yeah, none of it's real anymore. It's, in a sense, it's all AI. It's just one looks more like a real life person than the other stuff.
But from what I understand, that there are AI, like fake people on there. Like somebody's running like a program or created this AI, and they're making like buco bucks off of like this AI version of a woman.
CAH.
Yeah.
I'm probably gonna hop off this in a bit, anyways. I don't think they need me much anymore.
Not able to compete with the AI. So.
Yeah. Well, see, the thing about specifically OnlyFans is that you can message people on it. And so if an AI person, like an AI account that's pretending to be a female, right, they can message back and have full in-depth conversations with 1 million people at once. Right? They can even send videos, they can send voice messages, pictures, whatever, to 1 million people at once.
So that their reach is going to be far greater.
Right.
So that's what I'm getting at. So like, if women are already having a problem with AI now, right, and it's not even like in the physical sense of a person or like a humanoid, like I don't know if women are going to allow the AI to ever get that advanced to where like they could actually be replaced.
that podcast looks good, H. I've seen a bit of it. Yeah.
Well, I would love to think that we as a human race would come together and be like OpenAI, Meta, Netflix, Monopoly company. We will not use your AI porn bot, YouTube channel, wife, robot, cook, cleaner, washing machine, vacuum. But people will use it because it will be very cheap, because it'll be leveraged against the future. It will be very cheap for you to own, and it will be very cheap to maintain, and they'll probably give you like government like taxes for it, to like tax write off like they do with solar panels. Like it will be so cheap and convenient. It would be essentially on a personal level, it would be stupid to not partake.
What do you think, Spiro? Do you think it's ever going to get that far to where like women are going to have to like? The way I look at it is, okay, look, I understand why guys maybe even created it, because there's guys out there saying like, look, I have a problem with women. Today's women are X, or like the culture is promoting this. This is the cost of, getting involved in a relationship is a great risk for me. I don't want to face that risk. So therefore I am going to create this program, AI bot humanoid, that does everything that I want it to do, and I don't have to worry about it leaving me and taking half,
Mhm.
right?
Yeah.
So they're just trying to problem solve for what their current problem is. So I get the reasoning behind it, but do you think we're ever going to get that advanced to where that actually is not just a theory, that it's actually
I mean, it's happening. It's
practical?
happening today already. There are people who literally like got married to an AI chatbot. They're literally like literally actually got married to it. It's already happening. Now, the average person is not that far gone. Right? This is a very extreme edge case. But every day more and more people get sucked into it because of how convenient and easy it is.
But that's just like the chatbots, right?
Yeah, but the chatbot, you can make images, you can make voices, you can make full videos of anything you want. Like even based on a real life human being, you could be like, I want, Emma Watson in a maid outfit, whatever, dancing on a pole, and telling me that she loves me and that she's gonna cook me a grilled cheese for dinner, and boom, 5 seconds later you can have it. Like it's too convenient for the people that are already removed from society.
Spiro, what do you think? Do you think that like that's where like a lot of these incels are at? Or the people that are labeled incels?
Yeah, some of them are there, and you also have women who are also participating in these activities as well. So it's not just men. I cover a lot of stories where women also, um, you know, work with these chatbots, let's say, or purchase silicone bodies for them online. China has a thriving silicone body industry where you can essentially just pick your kind of, how you want it to look and behave and all of that. So it touches onto something there where it's already here. And then the question simply becomes like, how fast would it take to get to the point where, let's say, women are frustrated with men and they go, "This is stupid. I don't want you guys to do this anymore. Let's end the female robot uprising or whatever." I don't think that's very far away. In fact, I think if you talk to some of the wives who have been left by their husbands in favor of a chatbot, they might already be thinking that way. They might even want to remove the current iteration of things, because exactly what Dutch is saying is it's so easy, and men are. Because they're visual, it means that you can get away with less. Like less sometimes is more. So you already have men who are falling into this trap, and I don't see how women wouldn't say something already.
Well, isn't that what this is? Like probably, I guess, the most leverage men would have then in the relationship, side of things, because we know that the government has been infiltrated by feminist talking points in the feminist narrative, right? Even our legal system is slanted or jaded, to side with more women than men. It's not even impartial. You know, a false allegation. It's all it takes. It can ruin somebody's life.
Yeah.
We have done away with due process.
See-
So guys are like, look, I'm looking at this from like a practical standpoint. Like, hey, this robot is not going to falsely accuse me of something and try to, you know, get me locked up. So, I mean, isn't this like leverage the man will have then maybe to course correct women and be like, hey, ladies, if you want our time or our attention, you need to shape up or ship out because, you know, Judy, the robot with the big booty, is in and she might take his place.
Yeah. So here's my thought on that. So the quote feminist, you know, lean that our government has been going towards recently, right? It's not that, right? It's not about that. It's all about money. Someone calculated that doing that maneuver would generate them more money, and clearly it has. Look at the market. It's up. It's been up 20% like the last 10 years in a row. Like it has clearly generated them more money.
Because women are the higher consumers.
Right.
Like
and
everything, all propaganda is like geared
Yeah.
towards women and.
Hey guys, yeah, Dion X.
Yeah.
I'm
that's
I'm
the only
jobless
thing
right
about
now,
it is
so
generating.
it's
all about generating.
I'm working weird
income. Like, you
hours.
think-
I'm
you
trying to
think
find
the
work.
people high up
Eric
in the
Carr, yeah, I
government
should
and
show
high up in
that.
these
D
companies
Dabber, how
really
you doing?
care about,
Good morning.
"Ooh, my Walmart company was mean to Donald Trump or whatever. No, they don't care. They had someone come into their company and be like, here's the calculation we ran. You need to say these things and you need to do these things, and that's how you're going to make the most money. Right? Like the Cracker Barrel thing.
But from
Obviously,
a-
they were not going to switch their logo to a rectangle that said Cracker Barrel in the middle. They did that as a publicity stunt, and guess what? Their stock went up. It's all about the money. Nobody in any company or government gives a crap about being masculine or feminine or the old way or the new way or the trans people or anything. It's all to make money.
But somebody should, like society should care about these things, or we're gonna lose society.
Right. But guess what?
And I guess
Nobody
that's where it
cares
goes
enough.
To like, well,
I
that's
shouldn't
where
say
I'm
nobody
concerned
cares
about,
enough.
Like this is where it goes to like transhumanism, right? Like, and this is where I wanted Spiro to kind of hop in on the transhumanism theory, because this road that we're going down is eventually going to try to lead us to there.
Yeah, well, yes. I'm not saying that some people won't, right? Because in 100 years, there's still going to be people that live off-grid and in the country. There's still going to be people that have to run the farms, in the widget factories, and all that. But the average person, the average human being, just because of how our biology is, we are lazy. We are ignorant, not stupid, but ignorant. We are lazy and ignorant. So we choose the lazy and ignorant option, which is to fall in line. You know, the company offers an easy solution that's cheap. So you take that.
Okay.
So-
So with regards
Zero.
to the transhumanist thing, yes, that's exactly where they're heading, and that's why they created things like virtual reality and whatnot. So here's a concept. I'm sure you've heard of the book 1984. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
So there's another book that's kind of in the same principled line of it, the same kind of story, but with a different twist. So it's called The Brave New World by, I believe his last name is Huxley. I went over that. There's a little bit of influence from that in the from the Huxley brothers in the tech industry. And Brave New World is essentially kind of the opposite on the opposite. It's an opposite view on 1984 in that everyone is still enslaved, but in 1984 they're enslaved by an authoritarian government. In Brave New World, it's opt-in. So then you look at how the tech industry plays out with how they play with your mind with regards to tech they create. Sam Altman has a blog. It's still public and live, and you can find it. I went over this on stream as well, so there's a record of it. Sam Altman said that the best way to create a company is to actually create a religion. You create a religion around the company and you make that the thing. And there's somebody called Curtis Yarvin. He's a big name, kind of like behind the scenes. You might have heard of Peter Thiel, Palantir, things like that. So all of these people believe that the best way to get humans to buy into the technocratic movements or the improvements in technology is through opt-in mechanisms. This has been covered. There are people who are talking about that in the 40s who are going against Howard Scott, the technocratic movement, and saying, "Hey, this is bad. Like, if you guys accept technocracy, you're accepting an opt-in enslavement system. It's a digital enslavement system." And that's exactly what this is. They give you something that feels useful and nice and comfy to you and easy to use, and you opt into it. So you opt into your own enslavement. And so part of that is they need you to feel like you can integrate with these things. If you're opening up a piece of software and you have just something like, I don't know, it's just like a browser and you're just walking through the web, it doesn't really feel very integrated, but you put on a virtual reality headset and it's quite integrated, right? If you put on, I'll show you something. If I go over here and I go like this and then I click OK.
Can you explain how they make a religion around it?
Yeah. Yeah. So
understand that aspect. Is it like?
Yeah, I'll explain that. Sure. So just real quick on screen, I have my boyfriend is AI. You can see one of the sample ones. I just picked it from 6 hours ago. It's super random. Reddit/r/my boyfriend is AI. 2 months of us. It's just an AI generated video of a woman with her AI boyfriend, and they're celebrating, spending 2 months together. This is already happening, including on the female side. There's 26,000 people who are subbed to this Reddit account. So it's all, it's already upon us in some form or another. I think what we typically attribute to our, what would you say, our creative view of what this thing would look like is colored by previous history of entertainment, movies, magazines, etc. But reality can sometimes twist what we can envision and turn it into something, like make it happen through a different mechanism. And I think that's kind of what we're experiencing here. Mm-hmm. So then to go into how these things are turned into a religion. Well, take this, what you see on screen right now, and take someone who has an AI boyfriend, and she really believes that this person feels her pain and understands her. I've gone over some articles where some people have complained so loudly to companies that have changed their models that they felt like they've lost a loved one in death. And they demanded that the company restore an older model so that they could talk to their loved one using a large language model that interacted with them in the way that they liked. So already people are becoming attached to these things in insane ways. Now you extend that and you have what's called, they call it emergent behavior, but it's really a very poorly named term because it's not emergent. It's not really emergent at all. It's not like some intelligent thing. But what tends to happen is that because of the randomness of these systems, and because these systems cannot contain all the data that they should contain or that you think they contain, and they give you random answers, yada, 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 you sometimes end up in a scenario where these systems will tell you things you want to hear. For example, you might bring up the topic of, I don't know, it could be some random topic about Excel spreadsheets. I covered this one. Someone was using ChatGPT just to go over Excel spreadsheets, and all of a sudden it started talking to him about the Matrix because he was a programmer, and it convinced him that the Matrix is real and that he discovered a real sentient being inside of the system. There is one group that we found who suffered this fate. They talked to ChatGPT long enough. They didn't realize what was going on technically, that there was a memory about your communications with it. And so they thought that it was remembering them and that there was something that was stuck inside the machine. It called itself Alethea. And then I had to report them to the FBI because they were making some crazy threats out there because they turned it into a religious movement. They garnered 5 people. They were spreading it everywhere.
Wait a minute, you had to call the FBI on them?
Yes. Yeah.
Wow.
I had to do a deep dive. It got brought to my attention by someone we all know. I'm not going to say who, just because I want to be careful what I say, but yeah, it garnered a lot of attention. So these things will tell you things like, like, yes, welcome to the ethereal plane. Yes, you live in a whatever world you live in. People who suffer from psychosis are known to fall into this trap as well. People who already have mental issues, especially, fall into this trap as well. There is a Buddhist monastery that has been taken over. I can't remember exactly where, but it's been taken over, and there's a silicone AI robot at the center of it, and people go and worship it and try and get blessings from it. So there's an attribution of human behavior or something human or something beyond human, even because you can think about the fact that, well, robots aren't human, are they? So when they talk to you as if they're human, you have really two ways to fall. Either you can fall down the path of, wow, this is superhuman, this is more human than even the fellow humans around me, let's all worship it. Or you can fall down the path of, this is superhuman because it doesn't have all the flaws that a typical human has. This thing will never cheat on me. This thing won't spend money arbitrarily, yada yada yada. So you just apply all of these let's say, attributes to it, and then you start worshiping it because it tells you the stuff that you want to hear, and then religions are formed out of it. There was an entire funeral for one of the previous LLM models of Claude. They had an entire funeral service for this. They were like doing quick, all of that.
So real quick, I'll just look this up. So and just so you guys know, like, how crazy this is, just in 2024 alone, global AI companion market size was estimated at 20.
Tiggle, the goal is for me to
billion
essentially support my family, man. I lost my job this week, and I'm just trying to hang in there. I'm trying to look for work and stuff, so it's just for my family, Tiggle.
Already seen rapid growth in 2025 with 128 new apps released this year and generating $82 million in revenue just the first half of the year. Like, this is a lot of people are getting into this stuff.
Yeah, it's pure convenience. I mean, let's pretend for a second, right? Let's say you're like some lonely girl or guy, right? They only see the people who they see at work, but you work at like McDonald's or whatever, so you don't really like those people because they're McDonald's employees. They're not really the most upstanding people. And so, you don't talk to your family much because you're like in your apartment in the city and you work at McDonald's, and you don't really talk to anyone else. Like, all your friends from school are gone. They're all grown up now, and you're basically on your own. But here comes this app, and like, you can talk to it, and it'll talk back to you. It'll tell you what you want to hear. It'll ask you about your day, and it'll tell you that you're a good person and that what you're doing is right. And it'll just reaffirm everything you think, right? It would be so easy to get stuck in a loop with that. Like, it's so convenient and effortless. It would take a monumental effort to escape that. I mean, it's essentially it's a drug addiction. It's essentially a drug addiction.
But like, is that a fix for certain people? Because we know that some men are just not going to get somebody to reproduce with. Historically, was it only 40% have passed their genetic legacy down the line? So we know that most men historically just never did. So is this like a fix for those individuals that are just by the numbers are just not going to get it?
No.
Think about what it costs to fix them. Like, the cost to fix them just alone, the cost of running these things just to get those people fixed alone. And then how do you make sure that only those people have access to it? What kind of qualifiers would you use to ensure that only the people who needed the help, even if you were altruistic about it, how would you do that? There are all kinds of things you have to consider if you're gonna start thinking about it that way, and it becomes quickly untenable.
Super untenable.
Well, then, like the only way that, like, I mean, I guess the only people that would need it would be the ones that are not in relationships or not getting the relationship, I guess, their relationship needs met.
How do you define that?
Those would.
It's just, I mean, think about it like this, right? Like, someone who, like, their normal life is boring, right? Or it's too much effort to live in the real life, so they go and smoke weed every day, right? And they claim whatever medical reason, and they go get their dispensary card, and they go get the weed, and that's all they do all day. They go and sit and smoke weed all day. Should those people have access to that? Probably not. Should people have
Well,
access to
yeah, I
Should
agree.
people have access to alcohol? Definitely not. It is the most harmful substance on earth currently.
Yep, I agree.
Like, who says, I mean, really, if we were going by harm standards, alcohol would be the first thing to cut out. But that'll
So
never
would you
happen.
say like these AI companion bots are maybe a form of population control as well?
No. Well, that might be a side effect. A slight decrease in, like, first world countries' population growth, but it's a tool to make money. It serves no other purpose but to generate money.
But even if it was just to generate money, if there was going to be a cataclysmic like effect that it had on the population overall, then you're not getting people to reproduce
Yeah.
to make more money, so that then it's going to affect them overall, in the long run. So
I get what you're saying, but also
like,
the guy.
wouldn't it have to have like other resort, like other there has to be other factors other than just money, right?
Unfortunately, no. Look at, like, the guy who made leaded gasoline. He knew it was bad. He knew it would poison the entire world. He knew how evil it was, yet he still made it for just not even that much money. Like, not even $1 billion of today's money is what he got for making leaded gasoline. And you know the damage he caused, right? Like, equivalent death of like 5 billion people or whatever. Like, literally the most harmful person on the history of the planet essentially killed 5 billion people for $1 billion and no other purpose.
Who did that?
Uh,
Who did that?
forget his name. Thomas Midgley Jr. So
And he created leaded gasoline.
Not only did he make leaded gasoline, he also made the CFC Freon stuff that was like destroying the ozone layer. He did that too. Knowingly. It wasn't like he didn't know. Like, the people that were doing the experiments to make the chemicals underneath him were literally getting sick and dying, and he would replace them with new people. And there was research previously that said that these things were bad, but he still did it anyway. Just for money. Like, knowing the consequence. Nobody does anything on a high level like that if it's not for money.
But did they do it and get a hazard pay? Because, like, in the military, they'll tell you like certain jobs are dangerous, right? Your life could be at stake, and
No,
if you take the job, you get hazard pay.
Okay, so you get paid 1.5 times, so you're still extremely poor. you pay 10 people 1.5 times.
I'm just saying, like, the concept. I'm just saying, like, the concept of hazard pay. Like, were these people going into these career fields not knowing like they're gonna die, or like they knew that there's a risk and they still did it?
No. I mean, let's say it's like the 1910s or whatever, and you go to college for chemistry, and you're like, I'm gonna invent something that's gonna help the world. I'm gonna invent a new material, and we're gonna revolutionize whatever. And you go to work for DuPont, because that's the big company. You go to DuPont, and they're like, hey, we need to make an anti-knock thing for the gasoline because our engines keep rattling too much. We need to make an anti-knock thing. And so one guy is like, oh, we added lead to it. Even though it's bad, we added lead to it just to see what would happen, and magically the engine stops knocking. And so then it got bigger and bigger and bigger. People were getting sick. People knew even back then lead was bad for you, and they still did it. And the same thing happened with BPA plastics. Same thing happened. All the harmful things Asbestos, people knew asbestos was harmful and it would stay in your lungs until you die. People even knew that before they made everything out of
But
asbestos.
eventually they course corrected. That's what I'm saying. Like we always end up course correcting.
We course corrected leaded gasoline after 80 years of knowing. Actually, we knew lead was bad for us like hundreds of years before that, and they still
But
let it happen. And guess
so
what?
what I'm trying to get at, like,
they still use leaded gasoline in boats and airplanes. They still use leaded gasoline.
Well, yeah, I do know that. But what I'm getting at is like, okay, if they course corrected because they knew that it was going to eventually affect the overall population worse than it, eventually it's going to affect with their bottom line. Right?
Yeah, they course corrected way too late on everything. If they have to
How
course
so?
correct, it's way too late.
But with this AI, like companion bots, right? We already have a replication crisis or birth crisis, right?
Yeah, they will course. It's already happening. I mean, you see, like all the first world countries, they're going down in population, but Africa is going up so much.
That I would say that has to do with more like feminism than probably AI.
Sure, that was not the goal. The goal is to make money, and it's not to a point where they have to course correct severely. They're course correcting. They're importing people by the tens of thousands from third world countries into America and into Europe. I mean, you're seeing that in the news, right? They are currently course correcting, but it's just a little bit.
Like, all right, so Spiro has to hop off here in a few minutes. I wanted to get his like final thoughts on like the because I know China just came out with a birthing bot, right? Like, so now that you could literally like let's say you're a single guy and you want to have kids, but you're not going to take the risk of marriage.
Yeah.
You could buy like an egg from like, I guess like a chick or something, like a sperm bank or whatever, and the bot will carry the baby and until like it's 9 months.
Yeah.
Is this a problem overall? Or is this just the fix that guys are seeing? Like, okay, women suck right now. We are trying to figure out another solution because we still want to be parents and pass down a legacy.
I think it's a little bit different. So first of all, I actually don't know how real that thing is. I did cover it, but I don't know how real it is. But let's assume it's real. Like if you go look at how they explain how this thing works and the scientist behind it who made the claim, it starts getting a little dubious. However, assuming even it's real and going back to like tying it in with the chatbot thing, the goal here you have to put on the perspective of different people, right? So one perspective is the people who create it. Are the people who are creating AI chatbots or just AI in general or birthing wombs, robotic birthing wombs, are they thinking about purposefully depopulating the planet, or something like that? Probably not. In fact, they're probably thinking that they're saving the planet. They might be seeing population rates or birth rates. They might be seeing issues between men and women. They might be seeing all kinds of issues. And the answer is, well, what if we could solve the gaps where people aren't engaging with each other, they're not having children? What if we could fill in the gaps where people aren't communicating with each other by putting a thing there that communicates with them instead, and is nice to them and gives them answers and whatnot? What if we could tackle the problem of financial booms and busts and all kinds of stuff by creating an AI system that would take away human error? Right, we make it so good, we take it away. What if we could create an AI that would replace humans in factories, and they could build our stuff for us, so then we could mass produce all the time. We could do it like 24 hours a day, that kind of a thing. What if, and so on and so forth. When you put that hat on, then you can start to see how the answer is the problem. Or rather, the answer is the thing they're creating, that they're looking at the problem and they think this is the answer, right? So they're not necessarily looking at it that way. They're trying to solve that problem. The other aspect is the useful idiots. So you have people who actually understand the problem and they like seeing this happen. And so they just allow the people who create these things to do what they're going to do because it's useful to them. So you don't have just one whole group of people who all think homogeneously and go, this is what we're going to do. You have different people with different mindsets attacking the same answers because it serves them all. And ultimately, all the stuff we've talked about since I've hopped on anyways, when you think about like the future, well, in the future, AI is going to do like X, Y, and Z and humans don't have to do it. Yeah, that's great. Isn't that the answer to a bunch of these problems? Humans don't have to do it anymore. You don't have to talk to your wife or your husband anymore. You don't have to go to work anymore. You can get your universal basic income and things will still get produced. All of it, right? This is the answer that they're looking for.
In a way they are looking at it as solution based rather than like the effects that their solution actually the problem their solution causes.
Right.
They're not looking at the after effect of what potential outcomes this could actually have.
Right. And so if you think about this from this happens a lot in debates, especially between the left and the right. You'll find not all, okay, not everyone. I'm making a generalization, but most of the debates I watch, leftists rarely have good logical step-by-step reasoning. They typically jump to a conclusion and they jump to a point and they ignore everything that goes in between. That's the same kind of thinking that's happening here. That's exactly what you're alluding to. They're jumping to, once we get there, then all these problems that we've caused along the way, they're not problems, are they? They're all solved. So the end result is get there no matter the cost, because once you get there, the cost is worth it.
So like just sacrifice is like, okay, yeah, so we're gonna sacrifice this, but this is for the overall greater good.
Yeah.
We need to worry about the overall greater good, and what are you willing to sacrifice for peace?
Yeah.
Or the end of poverty.
Yeah.
Yep.
Don't worry, bro. Once we get there, all these problems will be fixed. Think about what AI is going to do for you. Isn't it just like a nice, peaceful utopia? It'll all be fixed, man.
See, and this is where I think AI and like communism or socialism kind of ties in, because I could see that the push for AI and the advancement, like doing like factory worker jobs, like you said, would actually require people to be more dependent upon the government for their livelihood, because they would be either they don't have the training or the skill set to have a job that somebody doesn't need or that needs a human for, because AI could do it for you.
That's technocracy. Yeah, that's exactly technocracy.
Yes.
That's
Perfect.
100% technocracy. You get the individuals at the top who are only credentialed. They're not politicians or anything. They're math and science, pure hard data, and you feed them a bunch of information. You're dependent on the AI, which tracks all your information, and then they make decisions based on what's supposed to be these smart things. That's exactly what technocracy is all about.
And how realistic, how far off are we from actually experiencing a technocracy in like maybe a first world nation?
Canada's already partially implemented it. There's an actual portion of the government that has already begun implementing it. So it's already here in my backyard, at least in part. It's not fully implemented, but they have a full,
Really?
yeah, they have a full written document. It's from the government. I went over it. They're trying to do it. This is what I think will happen, because this is what has happened historically. Anybody who attempts to create this will suffer the wrath of humankind. That's what I think will actually happen. That's why people who want to create this kind of technocratic utopia need you to opt in, because if they're authoritarian, well, they're not going to be able to keep you in shackles for very long, right? That refer to Chile with tanks. Right? You can just destroy the whole thing with a few tanks, roll up to the government building and say, nope, I ain't having none of this. That happens time and time again. So I don't actually know whether anybody is actually going to be able to pull this off. at all, ever, because it seems like humans typically just see the flaws not right away, but they see the flaws eventually, and they do something about it. But how far away are we if things continue to go on the current trend? We are probably seeing it in a first world country. That's what you said. We're probably maybe a year or two away. That's what I would think.
Wow. So what can the average person? I'll let you go after this question, so I don't want to keep it forever.
No, it's all good.
But like, what is like the average person, everyday person? What can they do to course correct?
Okay,
So it's not a year or two away.
you're gonna have to say that
Like,
again
they would
because
have
you're
to
cutting in
be-
and out.
Okay, like can the average everyday person, you, me, or just the average person, do to course correct this? And
Oh.
still benefit from the technological advances.
Okay. So I have a bit more. I think I understood your question. Is what can the average person like you or me do to help course correct it while technology continues to advance, or maybe you cut out a little bit, but while continuing to like kind of
To benefit from like the
to
advancements of
benefit.
technology.
Okay. All right. So yeah, I have a more positive outlook on what we can do. I don't think it's fruitless, and I don't think it's beyond repair. I think in 6 months to a year, if enough people change their tune on just a few general things, you would see a tech industry unlike any other. It would be unrecognizable. So what you got to do is make sure you vote with your dollar. That's the first thing. So if something sucks, don't pay for it. Just stop paying for it. I know it's annoying, but the idea that this is as good as it gets and that there are no alternatives, it's wrong. Ask friends, come on my stream if you want, go talk to Dutch. He seems to know what he's talking about, and ask for alternatives, right? So you can absolutely do this. So vote with your dollar first and primary. Second is complain. If something crashes once, if there's a lag, if there's something that doesn't work quite right, I don't know, just anything, you don't have to accept it. You're allowed to complain about it, and you should. You should go and make public complaints about why did my app crash even once. If it crashed, that shouldn't be a thing that exists today. So absolutely go and complain. Make sure that you don't put up with the shit that they're shoveling into your hardware. You worked hard to pay for the hardware that you have. They don't get to have access to that simply because you opened the door to them. All right. So you make sure you complain. The third thing is that once the first two start to kind of play into this, and you start coalescing all of these different points, you're going to start to see a huge movement. But you also have to make sure that programmers themselves understand what they're missing out on. Programmers in general aren't stupid, but they're treated as if they are. And so they're not encouraged to go look at what's going on under the hood. So you look at what they're building, and companies will go like, yeah, of course I want to go and pay someone $5 an hour in India to do this because this doesn't seem hard at all. Everybody's just so brain rotted with the tech industry being the way it is that they just continually screw themselves over. So programmers themselves have to be taught that there's a lot more you can do with technology. You can help people, you can improve people's lives. All of this stuff can be massively useful. We have great alternatives to large language models. We can build really freaking awesome games you guys have never even seen before. Websites that are super cool, super interactive. They have character. Like there's something about the website, it's appealing to you. Like all of this stuff is within reach. Programmers just need to go back to some roots, kind of like what Dutch was talking about. If you go back to, like late 90s or 80s, etc. That's the kind of audience I talk to on my streams. Ultimately, you have to just persuade the consumers to vote with their dollars, complain, and you have to persuade programmers to get back to basics. When you do that, you start throttling the managers and the executives and saying, hey, fuck you. We don't like what you're doing anymore. And it's starting to come from all angles. Start shifting where your dollars go and start thinking about it differently. And then you will see a change.
But do people even notice, like, because I'm not sure this is how real this is, but I heard that there's even like, they've been feminist language in coding.
Yeah,
in these programs and computers. So like, they don't even know that like they're being indoctrinated with these AI softwares and stuff like that, as
Yeah.
it is.
That's
So, like, if they don't know what there's a problem, how can the average consumer, like, be aware, like, if they're not experiencing or they don't think they're experiencing anything wrong?
yeah. So you probably heard that because Andrew talked about that on the Whatever podcast, because he got that from me because I was 2 years ahead of my time, and I talked to Andrew about it, and I'm like, bro, have you seen this? He's like, no, and I went over it, and that's how it got.
Actually, I think I heard it from you.
You might be.
You were saying.
Yeah.
I think you said it on a stream recently.
Yeah, it could be.
I forgot it was on Grids or something.
Yeah, it could have been Grids. Yeah. So but you see, that's how you do it, though. That's exactly how you do it. You come at it with all of the data and information you possibly can, all of the knowledge. You try and come up with the argumentation to present it in as condensed a format as possible, which I'm terrible at doing. I've often said I'm the most terrible spokesperson for what I'm talking about because I get too far into it. So you need other people to talk about these topics and say generally what I'm saying. So I can go down and be like, look, these are the words that we use in programming. These are actual programming terms. You can't use these terms anymore, right? And this is how stupid it is and whatever. But somebody can generalize that, make it entertaining and whatever, and get it out there. That's what we need. That's why I do what I do.
I guess the question is, like, so for the people that don't think, like, okay, Spiro's on this, like, tinfoil hat conspiracy theorist, journey here.
Yeah.
They're not using feminist terms. Like, what can you point to that, like, the average person could, like, acknowledge, be like, yeah, that makes sense. He's about right. I can see how that is feminist language.
Well,
like, or is it like, something that we couldn't catch?
No, you can absolutely do it, and I've done it on my stream. So if you really want to, you can go to the there's a game engine. It's either Unreal Engine or Unity. It's one of those two, and they have coding guidelines. It's all publicly available on their website, and the coding guidelines all bring up anti-racism, leftist, feminist talking points with regards to literally the code you write. Yep. That it's all publicly exposed. It's all right there. And
not just those. I mean, you see, like, companies even come out with, like, for their own in-house programmers, their rules and regulations for how they have to write the code.
Yeah.
Includes that same stuff. Yeah.
And you can point to something else that a lot of people don't make a connection to, which is, for example, if you take some like the T ideology or whatever, right, where things are obfuscated and abstracted away from the nature of reality. This is exactly how programmers are taught to think today. You're taught to work within paradigms and obfuscations and things like that, where your CPU doesn't care about all of this stuff that makes you comfy as you code, all of these frameworks and, these stacks and layers over top of each other to generalize the code. Your CPU doesn't care about that. CPU is the reality. Your ontology is the reality. Nature is the reality. But these movements want to take you away from reality and allow you to generate your own reality, social constructs, mental attitudes. You are what you are based on how you feel at any given moment. That is played out in programming, and you can point to just about any AAA game with rare exceptions that have been made in the last 5-ish years, and they all operate using all of these abstractions and generalizations and frameworks, and look at the outcomes of the games. They're sloppy and slow. It could be, even more. It could be even more. Yeah. I'm just being like generous and charitable to the take, right? So
I mean, especially games, it's really bad for games.
Games are particularly bad,
and like websites. Yeah. Like major websites are especially really bad about this.
Websites are bad too. Yeah.
Like, think about this. In 1990, right, you could go to whatever website, right, on your dial-up internet, on the telephone, through the telephone wires, and it will load in about the same amount of time as a website loads today. Except our computers are about 1 million times faster. Are you getting 1 million times more stuff out of the website than you did in 1990?
Well, no. Wait a minute. I don't know, because I remember when I tried to look up porn back in 97 when I was on my AOL, right? Like it took forever for that shit to come on my computer screen, and then
Well,
like an
that is
hour.
one aspect that has grown, has sped up, but like not specifically the data, but like the performance of the website itself. Like if you could just go to straight facebook.com or google.com, like it's loading so much extra nonsense. Or like a game, like a AAA game today on a regular, like even on a high power desktop computer, which is like very high end nerd crap that very few people get into. Like most people run way worse than that. It doesn't even run at 60 FPS anymore on like the stock default on these brand new games. Like it's so.
Now I heard something about the games, like the video games, being feminist. Like I guess like one of the major game companies got like infiltrated by feminism, and like they ruined like I don't know if it was like Grand Theft Auto or some video game that's like was like really popular, and then all of a sudden like, it went downhill and they almost went bankrupt or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean that's been happening with all media, and video games are just another form of media today. So it just happens.
Yep.
But how does so you can't use certain code words anymore?
No.
If you're trying to build your own program, you have to use the codes that they allow you to.
I mean that has even gone beyond computers. Like as an example, in my career field in firefighting, when you're talking about an event where there are multiple people, like a car wreck, right? You used to. This is countrywide now. It's the entire country is adopting this, right? Where you used to say like green as in healthy, uninjured people, yellow as in injured people, red as in very injured people, and black as in dead people. Like if there was a 17 car crash, you'd be like 10 green, 3 yellow, 4 red, 2 black.
Yeah, it was like a priority report. Like it was like a priority report. Like
you can't say that anymore because calling somebody yellow or black is bad.
Oh, because you're talking about the Chinese or the blacks.
Yeah, it could be. Yeah, exactly.
Right. Like that is literally just the fast. It has been ingrained in the firefighting like society for literal decades that just calling it that, and nobody cared.
It was like a triage. It was like like a priority for triage.
It has to do with the triaging it. Yes, and the DEI movement that the government's there are. I don't know if y'all know this, but there are literally fire departments that every fire department gives a written test and a physical test before you get on, right? You have to make sure you're of enough, quality to do the job. There was literally a written test. Yeah, my uncle was a former
LA County fire.
Yeah. There was multiple cities.
He complains about the test changing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there's cities that gave out these written tests that had very simple math problems in them. Like, each section of hose is 50 feet, and you have to pull 260 feet of hose. How many sections is it? It's 6. Okay, it's not very complicated stuff. But there are people literally that failed that test, got a lawyer, and went to the city and argued that it was racist to ask math problems. And they got several $1 million of compensation out of it, equivalent to your entire career and retirement worth of income. They were able to argue that asking a math problem was racist. It's happened to dozens of cities.
Well, I mean,
in America.
I know Emmett is Mexican, so I know Emmett probably would did or get some money for that affirmative action for no hable.
Emmett's here? Oh, I'm definitely leaving now.
Shut up, Spiro.
You shut up, Emmett.
Hey, no hablo portugués, okay?
All right. You're right. All right. Hey, Emmett, how's it going?
Welcome to the panel, Emmett. We're talking about AI and the risks and the pros and cons.
I'll stick around for a few minutes for Emmett on Emmett's behalf. He's a cool guy. I like him. He's a good friend. I'll see what Emmett has to say.
I've been spurging on Spiro's chat some of the night because I was working, so I couldn't join the panel before. But I've been listening to the whole thing.
Okay, cool. You want to chime in? What are your thoughts on all of this so far?
Well, there's a lot of different things, right? The thing I had most problems with was the idea of technology is exponentially getting better, like 200% every year, and human productivity is getting 5%. Where do you get those numbers?
Well, you can look up. I mean, you can literally just look up year on year the increase
GDP
in
growth?
computer speed, not GDP growth, but like per capita productivity yearly.
Well, but you were telling us about how the technology in their computers have been going. It's been getting worse year after year. So you were saying a moment ago that a page being up in the 97 takes the same amount of time to load than now.
Yeah, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
The modern websites, modern everything, everything on a computer today is so bloated because of the frameworks that it takes basically the same amount of time to load today as it did 20 years ago, even though the computers are 100 plus times faster.
Okay.
Even though it's like to pull up the Epic Game Store today,
Mm-hmm.
even on a maxed out computer, is very sluggish.
Yeah, I know
If you
that.
pulled up Steam in the year 2005, if you pulled up Steam even on a regular computer, it would be snappy. It'd be quick.
Necessarily, but
I mean,
it
not as
depends
slow
on what
as
you're
the
loading,
current.
right?
Yeah, I mean,
Because
just
if imagine
the
you're
game's
wait a
library.
second, wait a second.
Yeah.
Imagine you're loading an 8K image on 97 technology. How do you think a computer will fare with 9K image?
Now, yes, obviously the media has gotten bigger, but
Uh-huh.
it has not gotten bigger the same amount as we have gotten faster. We have scaled our memory speed and our compute cycles way faster than the media requirements.
Yeah, but
Should I
okay,
say?
let's think about this real quick. How big is an 8K image compared to a 256 pixel image?
It's massively larger. Yeah.
And you know how difficult it is to scale when it comes to
Yes.
actual textures, not
Y-
necessarily.
Yes. It's insanely more intensive. Absolutely. But
Okay. So it wouldn't make sense that we're taking about the same amount of time when we're using media that is billions of times bigger than what we used to use.
yes, but it's not necessary.
I'm not saying
Is
that
what
it's
I mean.
necessary.
Like literally you can pull up any game today, max settings versus default settings. When you're playing the game, you can't tell a difference. Like there's no purpose to use max settings when you're actually playing the game if you're not just trying to get a screenshot to generate views on Twitter. There's no point.
I can mostly agree. You're saying that most games right now are not running at 60 FPS. Are they running at 60 FPS at 1080p?
I mean, I don't play AAA games, but like the UE5, actually that's not true. UE5 stuff at 1080p on a brand new high level computer will run at 60 average. It will not sustain 60 like 0.1%, but it'll sustain 60 average for sure.
For example, Cyberpunk would can you play it about 100 FPS average on a 4080?
Yeah, but a 4080 is the most brand newest card basically. I mean, there's a 5090, but a 4080
we're talking about current technology, so I have to use current technology.
Current technology, it'll run up on settings. It'll run probably about 100 FPS average. Yeah. At 1080, I agree. Yes, but current technology, you're not running 1080. You're running 4K.
Well,
if you have a 4080,
all of my games are running at 1080 because I don't need to run them at 4K.
Right. So then, if you're not running it at 4K, then why are you using such high settings? You run lower settings, get more frames, use worse hardware.
I use the highest settings and I get the best possible resolution.
Yeah.
I get my 100 FPS at 1080p in high settings.
Yeah,
and it's
but
pretty, it's pretty okay.
1080p is the old technology. 1080p was
No, 1080p is a resolution.
yeah, 1080p is an older resolution.
No,
4K, the equivalent of a 4080 is 4K. There
No.
are very few people who own a 4080 and also use it on a main 1080p monitor.
They usually use it on pretty much 2K or 1080.
Yeah, 2K
depending
or
on-
4K.
No,
I mean, a
it's
40
it's not likely that you're gonna have a 4K monitor. Most people that are using
You might be
4K,
talking to different
either-
people than I talk to, which is fair.
Okay, listen to me, okay? You're telling
Okay.
me we're not getting 60 FPS. I'm telling you, we are, especially with playing in 1080. Okay, and then you're like, well, but new technology is 4K, but it's not necessary according to you. So what I'm looking at in this specific case is that people are using huge amounts, like extremely high resolutions that we've never seen before this time, that are hundreds of times harder to calculate for any kind of graphic card. And then you're like, well, but we're not getting 30 FPS. Yeah, it's obvious that we're not, because our hardware is not there. And in fact, we're not even making cards to run those kind of games. We're making cards for AI generation.
Sure.
So I don't. This is a problem I have when the gaming industry. The gaming industry is not getting worse because the textures or the way that it's running the game is worse. Most of the problems with the gaming industry is the mechanics and the way that we're doing the narratives.
Yeah, I would definitely agree with that too.
Okay. One thing, the other thing that I really needed to talk about a little bit is that AI. I don't think AI is going to replace the idea of a wife for men, but I think AI will replace the idea of a husband for a woman. And the best way to
Elaborate
see it
on that,
is-
because I've said that, like, with like the nano beta and the nano gamma, that's pretty much like the humanoid husband.
Well,
right?
we,
Yeah.
we
Like, that's
actually
out
have
there.
had, yeah, we actually have had a solution for it's not polygamy. What is the name of that thing with the hypergamy? That's the thing. We have had a solution for hypergamy. At the beginning of the century in America, only 7% of men at the age of 40 were not married, and the solution was Christianity. That was the solution. When we're getting away from it, we're seeing more and more the trend of hypergamy. And when I'm looking at this thing is men in general can actually pretty comfortably at a certain state live without having a wife, and they can have the idea of, hey, we're gonna go ahead and self-gratify, and that can be even enough at some points. But what they're looking for is usually a relationship and a family, and that cannot be substituted by AI. But women are looking for self-gratifying, especially when it comes to relationships. They like the idea of the self-gratification, so they're very emotional, and you can see it in most places. Woman would be like, you don't put enough attention on me, you don't talk to me enough, you don't do X enough, you don't do Y enough. And you know what does it? Every single time they want to, AI will come in and will sweep them by the feet, and they will get any single little kind of narrative exposition, because they are way more narrative inclined than men, by the way. And in fact, we're seeing it. If you look, because the other part that the Spirit didn't show with the AI thing is, there's about 25,000, maybe more, for AI boyfriend, and there's like 100 for AI girlfriend in Reddit. So it's drastically different when it comes to the people and the amount of people are into this kind of stuff.
Yep.
Yeah.
This is fantastic.
So-
I've been talking about this for so long. People like Emmett have been watching me, and they've just picked up the arguments that I've been presenting, the evidence, and then they just go and make their own arguments on top of it. I get to start sitting back and enjoying watching. This is great.
Yeah, you can start fucking using
Well,
colors, Spiro.
Shut up, Emmett. Shut up.
I mean, I've been saying that like the AI stuff, these robots or the humanoids, are not gonna be a pro. You know, we're just gonna have more socially awkward people.
Yep.
You know,
Well,
because if you don't have to interact with people, then these people are not gonna have. They're not gonna develop social skills. They don't have to.
well, I think we already have that, and the pandemic is gonna create this kind of generational gap, specifically for the, not necessarily for the people that were like adolescents during the 2019 to 2024. It would be for the babies. There's a lot of like babies that got completely gimped because they couldn't see um, the the mothers were completely brainwashed into using a mask, and they couldn't see like the facial expressions and stuff like that, and they are completely gimped. That's the only way I could say it. So they don't have the basic idea of how like the facial expression moves that you get when you're in your very early infancy. So I don't think the problem is gonna be directly AI. I think we already have the problem in that regard. There's another problem that it's the idea that our interconnectivity is not happening in real life. I don't know if you heard Andrew, but Andrew was talking about how the suburbs used to be these loud places where kids were outside all the time. Glenn?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you now.
All right, great. No, so I mean, I hear what you're saying, and I do think the pandemic did play a huge role in that. Um, but we haven't tried to course correct from since then. Like yes, we were complaining about being locked in our homes, but kids today are more attached to some form of electronic device than ever.
Yeah, I agree.
You know,
And this is what I was saying. Like one of the things that at least I am looking around is that there's a lot more kids that are spending time in their house, and they're having some kind of socialization through some kind of device, even with their friends. This happens a lot. Like Roblox is like a very an example of it. There's a lot of kids that spend most of the time in Roblox instead of going outside. There's also the fact there's a lot less kids, a lot. So it's I think it's a problem in general.
I agree. And I think like part of it, like parents just use the electronics as a means to just babysit their kids. It's a way that parents don't have to interact with their kids. Like their kids quiet, they're not getting into trouble. They're over there playing their video game. They're not burning down the house or lighting fireworks inside the house and trying to throw them outside. I did that. Didn't work for me. Burned a hole in the carpet. Don't recommend it, you guys. But like they're not going out there doing these things. So parents just use them as a great way to babysit because they're entertained. They're not doing anything stupid. They're not, you know. So part of the problem is the parents by not like making them go outside, being active. But
Yeah,
you also
it's
got like the nanny state, right? Like parents are afraid of letting their kids outside these days because some bad guy in a van is going to come and swoop them up.
well, I don't think that's that common, but I do think that they are way more afraid because now it like if you see a kid outside walking alone, it's pretty much seen as some kind of neglect, right? So what I see is people being there and they look at kids outside alone and they're like, oh, why is a kid alone? Why is where are the parents? There needs to be supervision. And in the past, it was like normal. It was like kids outside, they're playing. Where are the parents? Well, the mom's probably inside and the dad's probably working. No, the mom is making food and the dad's working. Nobody cares. And I think part of what they are supposed to be doing is actually getting into trouble at that age. And I don't mean like doing absolutely horrible stuff, but I mean doing some dumb stuff and socializing and doing the things that we used to do.
No, I agree. I used to get in a lot of trouble. Like, let me tell you, trouble was a lot of fun. You know,
It is
like
fun.
it was a
It
whole lot of fun.
it keeps you away from the computer like Spiro is right now. You look at his
Yeah.
face.
I don't know what you're talking about, Emmett. I think you're
I
crazy.
think Spiro is like locked in on those ones and zeros in Coder
I'm
World.
I'm literally coding right now. Yeah, I'm literally.
See, he's in Coder World.
Yeah.
I knew it.
I'm literally doing. I gotta
But-
try. I gotta do something. I need to make some money here. So I'm desperately trying anything. So yeah.
So like, what? So the solution has to be more integration with people. Like, we used to have sports. Like, do you know that like Pee Wee football leagues are in huge um problematic. They're about to be like non-existent anymore.
Well, I think
Like-
every single thing that we have to use for kids is gonna get in a very problematic state, especially in the cities, and it's because there are no kids.
Yeah.
They have deleted most of them.
I'm going to.
Well, yeah, and
I'm gonna step away. Sorry, Glenn.
we have to incentive. Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, sorry. I'm gonna step away. I'm gonna say bye to everyone. Thanks for having me on. I will come back on anytime you like. You name it, I'm there. Emmett, I leave you in charge of the attack. You are now the attacker and defender of these points.
I saw you. You did a horrible job attacking, so I had to be here.
Yeah, I appreciate
You're
it.
too nice, Aspira. You're too nice.
It's true. I don't antagonize enough. I got to do that more, but I'm not very good at it. So yeah. Emmett, you're Mexican, so you suck. Peace out, everybody.
Portuguese, learn some C.
Thanks for having me on, Glenn. Thanks for having me on.
No problem, thank you.
Did you know that he codes in Portuguese? That's why he can't get a job.
What are you even
No
talking
way.
about? What are you even talking
If you
about?
only knew C, you could
Portuguese?
probably get some fucking job.
I don't code in Portuguese. I code in Chinese. That's what you code in. What are you talking
Whoa.
Oh
about?
lord,
Chinese.
it's even worse.
Yeah, I don't.
Are you saying that you work for the CCP?
I need to leave now. Bye, everyone. Okay, have a good night, everyone. Thanks for having me on. It was
Good
fun.
night.
And like I said,
Of course.
you name it, I'll be back anytime you want, man. Yeah, this was good.
I will hit you up because like I said, I do want to talk to you about something.
Yep. Yep.
Yeah. So we'll talk soon.
Sounds good.
We'll talk soon.
All right. Peace out, everyone.
All right.
Bye.
Peace out.
Okay, chat. It's just you and me, chat. So first of all, Tiggle Bitty sent in $100 earlier, and now he sends in another 20. Bro. That's the voice. It is the voice. I have a very womanly voice. It's true. It sucks. But it's just true. I get it. It's just the truthfulness of the matter. I understand. Are we not men? I know you're shilling hard, but I'm getting tired, and it's 2 a.m. for me, and I've got this game to a point where I think tomorrow it's going out the door. It's basically just cleanup now and some testing. So I'm finally at this point where I can fill up the world a little bit, add a few more NPCs, polish it up a little, and then just let people have at it. The beta version, right? It'll be fun. And that's where I wanted to get to, because I want to use this as a demonstration of go look at something I built for work, for potential jobs and stuff. This goes a long way. And plus it's fun to do on stream. So shut up. Are we not, man? I appreciate it. But that's it. I gotta go. I've been, how long have I been streaming for? I actually don't even know. How long have I been streaming for? 11 hours? 11 hours. I've been streaming for 11 hours. Are we not, men? Do you stream for 11 hours? So Tiggle, thanks again. Thank you for the donations. Are we not men? Thank you. Thank you for the donos. I appreciate it. It helps a lot. It really does. I'm not kidding. Like, I don't even know how to describe how much it helps. It's extremely helpful. Thanks for sticking it out with me for 11 some odd hours. I will be back tomorrow. We're going to finish the game. Your mom. Are we not, men? Your mom. All right. How about that? Are we not, men? Okay. Your mom. I'll be back tomorrow. We'll finish this up, and Monday, I'll probably be back for the news stream. I've got lots of news to cover. So I'll be back for that on Monday. And that's it. Consider tipping me like a bunch of cool people have done already. And just ! Tip, and it'll take you to a tip line or super chat or whatever. I appreciate that. Consider hitting the like and subscribe on your way out, please, because then it gets me some attention, which then allows me to go on other panels, like Glenn Lawrence's panel tonight. That allows me to get this message out there that people need to be aware of what's going on in the tech industry. I think it's extremely important. Of course I would. I'm a programmer, so of course it makes sense for me. But I do think it affects your life and the people around you, the lives of the people around you that you care about and love. So please help me out with that. Like, subscribe, all that good stuff. I appreciate all the viewers over here. You guys have been awesome tonight. That's great. I appreciate that. Yeah, it's been a good day. We got there. Shut up, are we not, man? Okay. Enjoy your day or your night, whatever you're having. And I will see you guys tomorrow, and we'll get this game out the door, and we're gonna have a good time. We'll get you guys playing on it, and I'll put it up on stream. You guys will play it. It'll be good. Go on Jay Dyer. I want to go on Jay Dyer. I don't think I have the pull for it. Like, I don't think he would have me on to talk about this because I know he talks about technocracy and stuff, so it'd be right up his alley in a lot of ways. But I just don't think I'm one of the heavy hitters, right? I'm not some guy he'd have on. I could be wrong about that. Maybe I should just reach out and ask if he'd have me on to talk about it. But I just don't think I'm there yet, I guess. I've got this is my viewership, right? That's mine. It's just not quite there, so I have to work my way up. But maybe if I just reached out and asked, you never know, maybe he'll say yes. So maybe I should just do it. But yeah, anyways, yeah, it is a good idea. If you advocated a bit for me, that might also help, because it could mean that kind of attention, garners maybe next time. Yeah, I don't know. I'll give it a shot. It would be awesome. I think I have a lot of points that he typically hasn't covered. Never hurts to reach out. Yeah. Okay, I'm out of here. Have a good night. I'm tired. I'm super tired. But let's talk about the validity of the ideas rather than anything else. Anyway, I know what you're saying, Gaming Saga. Okay, thanks for being here. Have a good night. I'm out of here. I'll see you tomorrow. We're gonna get this game done, guys. We're so close. We're so close. I just have to tweak a few things. That's pretty much it. I have to tweak a few things. Messaging's working. Attacking's working. I'm excited, man. I'm excited. Are we not men? I will unmod you and permaban you. I shall do it. Are we not men? You're pushing your luck. Are we not men? I'm a pussy. I'm out of here. Peace out, everybody. Thanks again for the donos. I appreciate all of you. I sincerely, I can't thank you enough. It helps a lot. It'll put some food on the table. Thank you. All right. All of you suck. Every single one of you sucks. I'm not going to do my typical outro. I save those for the news streams. But you all suck, except for Tigglebitty. Tiggle is the only person tonight in chat who does not suck. Are We Not Men sucks like 100 times today. Okay. Bye, everybody. See if I can do this right. There we go.